Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter obtained the Dark Sharingan from Naruto? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The day of September 1st had started rather well, considering that the previous night he had found out that a mass murderer, one of Voldemort's top lieutenants, had escaped the previously inescapable prison of Azkaban for the sole purpose of killing him. That kind of thing made you really appreciate the peace and quiet you managed to get in your life. As such, waking up, not at Privet Drive no less, felt pretty fantastic, considering that it was the day he would be returning to Hogwarts, the one place he saw as home. The only downside so far had been the short chat with Arthur Weasley where the man had been insistent on him trying to go looking for the mass murderer. Why the hell would anyone want to do something like that? And hours later, a rather pleasantly short chat with his school nemesis, Draco Malfoy. Then it all went to hell when the train made an unexpected stop and Professor Lupin, who had been asleep in the compartment since, before they got there, woke up and hurried off to speak with the driver. Less than a minute later, the lights went out. The air began to freeze in their chests, and all traces of happiness seemed to evaporate from their very beings, as several cloaked beings boarded the train. In short order, a couple of them reached their compartment, which was rather inconveniently at the end of the train and thus just next to one of the doors, and entered, one of them instantly leaning over him who had frozen stiff in horror, screaming ringing in his ears, possibly his considering the agony he felt from the old scar on his forehead. The last thing he saw as his vision turned into the darkness of unconsciousness was a silvery stream tinted blue that connected his mouth to what lied under the ragged hood. Horcruxes were a rather nebulous subject in the field of soul magic, which was a rather mysterious domain on its own. Initially, the Horcrux had been created as an anchor for the larger piece of the soul, for when the body of the wizard had been killed. The Horcrux would feed on a different source of magic, either living or ambient, and create a new body into which both the Horcrux fragment and the main soul would be dragged, essentially reviving the wizard. This, however, had the downside of using up the Horcrux. After Herpo the Foul, several other dark wizards and witches studied his work, and eventually the Horcrux spell was changed. It no longer created a body, it no longer pulled on the main soul. What it did, however, was make the container, the Horcrux, almost indestructible by conferring it a portion of the soul's ability to remain unharmed regardless what happened to the body. This, however, also removed the ability of the Horcrux to drain magic or to affect the outside world, truly isolating the soul fragment from its origin, making it stagnant. Tom Marvolo Riddle, however, was not satisfied with either version of the spell. He wanted both the restorative powers of Herpo, the Foul's Horcrux, and the indestructibility of those that followed. Therefore, he did both. He created his first Horcrux out of a mere Muggle diary he had enchanted following Herpo's example, but granted it a large portion of the resistance to damage that he desired by giving it limits to the sources it could draw power from. It was a moderate success, though the soul fragment had still become isolated from the main soul, even if it worked perfectly as the anchor it was meant to be. But the aspiring Dark Lord soon discovered a flaw in his plan. The diary had cost him a full third of his soul. True, souls healed over time, something especially true for young wizards of great power like himself. But that still meant that he would have to wait for decades to make even just one more Horcrux. That was unacceptable for Lord Voldemort. So, he was forced to sacrifice his plans for the supreme set of Horcruxes and chose to use the same Horcrux creation method that so many had used before him, with the added twist of a powerful curse placed on each Horcrux. He also decided that if the magical side of the Horcrux could not be as exceptional as he wanted it to be, he would compensate with an exceptional physical container. And what better containers than the relics of the Hogwarts founders? However, before he could complete the set with Gryffindor's relic, or even find the blasted thing. He had found himself at the painful side of his own killing curse, had his body destroyed, and had to flee as a powerless wraith. What he had never realized was exactly what had happened to his power, a sliver of his mutilated soul. In his years of absence from the wizarding world, he had worked tirelessly to not only accumulate an impressive amount of knowledge and personal power, but to also find a way to accelerate the regeneration of his soul. The answer he had found was simple: magic. Family magic, to be precise. Powers passed down through blood from parent to child, just as his own Parseltongue had been. Over the centuries and even millennia, many magical families had become so steep in magic that it became something more, making their gifts even more extraordinary. True, in recent times those gifts have been rather absent, but he was certain it was due to pollution with Muggle blood. As such, he had created the Dark Mark, an amalgam of runes concealed into a magical tattoo, bound to his own soul by the receiver of the mark committing a murder in his name. The Dark Mark slowly but steadily drained on the family magic, not just from the marked Death Eater, but from their immediate relatives as well, all of it used into restoring Voldemort's soul, so that he may butcher it again and again. That night of Halloween 1981, all that magic, held together only by a sliver of Voldemort's soul, latched onto the only viable host, a 1-year-old baby boy that was connected through family magic to his attempted murderer by the Peveril line. However, the extraordinary piece of magic Lily Potter left behind in her son, her full life, energy, and magic that she had bestowed on him just before Voldemort had arrived to strike her down, opposed what it recognized as the enemy. It was not strong enough to destroy it. It is not strong enough to push it out of his body, but it was just barely enough to contain it and keep it that way until a Dementor decided to pull on the one thing holding that magic together: a liver of the Dark Lord's soul. With that linchpin gone, all that remained in that magic, both that which had been commanded by Voldemort and possessed by Lily Potter, were three concepts, three purposes: protect the family, empower the blood, and protect my son. Family, blood, and son. Let it be known that for all some may consider magic itself sentient, the truth is that at most magic in general was a fragile near animal instinct. Give it a nudge in the way you wanted it to go, and it will go. With the loss of Voldemort's soul fragment, all that magic had three strong nudges that were similar enough that they merged into one single direction: protect and empower the blood of Harry Potter, family of Tom Marvolo Riddle, and son of Lily Potter. As the dam of power erupted, knocking Harry out, each and every family talent, magical trait, that Voldemort had been so obsessed by was forced into awakening, digging further and further into his genes as it progressed through his ancestry. Changes upon changes occurred into his body and magic, both strengthening him and ripping him apart from the indescribable strain. Visibly, however, the changes could only be seen in his unseeing, wide, open eyes for a few short seconds before the closed. Veins bulge around his left eye as emerald iris was washed into milky white, the pupil fading away the same way. Tears of blood poured from his right eye as the iris inverted, becoming crimson before 1, 2, 3 black comas appeared around the pupil and began spinning, causing anther change as ripples erupted from the pupil and spread over the entire eyeball, coloring light purple with black concentric rings in a ripple-like pattern around the pupil. With the change from red to purple in his right eye, the slivery flow between Harry and the Dementor's mouth inverted, heading back into Harry's body and pulling with it all that it had touched within the endless abyss that was its stomach. Within seconds, the Dementor had been drained dry of the power it had consumed and that which held it together, causing it to crumble into motes of black light that faded into nothing and its companion to flee, though the Patronus running towards it down the corridor most certainly helped. By the time the silvery wood had reached the compartment, Harry's eyes had closed, but not before going through one final change. The previously milky white left eye now had a blue pupil surrounded by a blue and white flower-like luminescent iris, while the right eye had gained 3 comas on each of the 3 rings closest to the pupil. The previous light purple replaced by a crimson that glowed ominously. Time skip, September 2nd ND. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Albus Dumbledore never thought he could both thank and curse the heavens at the same time. That changed when a desperate Remus Lupin ran up to him, carrying an unconscious Harry Potter. a Horcrux, free Harry Potter that was dying due to an unusual reaction to a Dementor. The past 24 hours had been spent trying to keep the boy alive by healing his heavily damaged body and constantly feeding him magic from the vast majority of the staff, as the first and gravest thing that Madame Pomfrey detected was that the boy was suffering from extreme magical exhaustion. It was truly an iconic example of Potter luck that he was diagnosed with magical exhaustion when he was suffering from magical overload, its very opposite condition. Then again, considering that it had not occurred in thousands of years, one could not blame the school nurse that the spell she was using announced the condition of most similar nature to what the wizarding world was familiar with. That said, Harry Potter was dying, and not even Fawkes, Dumbledore's Phoenix companion, constantly singing its purifying song and occasionally crying a few tears into the boy's half-open mouth was enough to save him. They were making progress, though, and more importantly, Dumbledore was making a choice. Albus Dumbledore knew he had immense power. He also knew he had immense magical knowledge. But he had chosen to refrain from using both to their full extent, since he had managed to defeat his former friend Gellert Grindelwald in their now famous duel. One of the reasons was that he did not trust himself with that power, a conclusion he had reached with the death of his little sister Ariana. Another reason was that he sought to walk the path of the light, and a rather large chunk of the most potent and powerful magic he could call on was distinctly dark. One such magic was related to the nature of the Philosopher's Stone. During his apprenticeship under Nicholas Flamel, a rather incredible secret was imparted onto him. The Philosopher's Stone was not, in fact, responsible for the apparent immortality of the famous alchemist and his wife. The truth was that it was due to manipulation on their part that the elixir of life came to be associated with the Philosopher's Stone that Nicholas created. As it turned out, the panacea, the elixir of immortality, had existed since ancient times, since the time of King Gilgamesh of Uruk, the oldest recorded legend, the miracle drug featuring in his quest. It surfaced time and time again throughout history, with the occasional immortal making himself known before eventually disappearing. Many of the gods of legend were in fact immortals, wizards that had consumed the panacea. The ambrosia and golden apples of the Greeks, the amrita and soma of the Hindu, the peaches of immortality and the pills of longevity of the Chinese, the golden apples of the Norse, the fountain of youth of Ponce de Leon, and even King Arthur's Holy Grail. Every one of them was merely just another name for the panacea. However, as it turned out, the kind of immortality the elixir granted was one from the passing of time and from poisons and diseases. It did not, in fact, make them unkillable, which was something most immortals found out the hard and painful way right before they expired. And it was with this realization that Flamel had created the Philosopher's Stone, nicknamed the Cinnabar Panacea due to its similar appearance to the red mineral. While the Panacea stopped aging and granted immunity to disease and poison as it ascended the body to a form of perfect health, the Cinnabar Panacea created a substance that, while looked the same, it was actually a poison that could actually bypass the immunity granted by the panacea by accelerating the cell division of the body, essentially healing them to the point of death. It had taken Flamel many forbidden experiments to figure things out regarding his creation, but in the end he concluded that while the panacea ensured that there was no decay due to cell division, bypassing the law of diminishing returns, the stone's elixir did the opposite, overcharging the cellular damage to the point of aging the victim to death within seconds. That, however, was merely the brewed elixir that resulted from using the stone as a catalyst when transmuting water. A complex alchemic process later resulted in two separate elixirs derived from the one the stone provided. The elixir of youth, which regressed the body to a younger age proportional to how much of it had been consumed, and the elixir of life, which healed any and all wounds, diseases, poisons. It was strong enough to even restore an unbound wraith to physical form. It was with this knowledge that Flamel had been willing to give Dumbledore the stone to use it as bait for Voldemort's wraith, or rather, a stone. After all, it could only be used once for one dose of brewed elixir. While not exactly easy, it had become a routine for Flamel to create the Philosopher's Stone time and time again, whether because he required one of its elixirs or because he was experimenting to possibly improve it. It was during those series of experiments that the ability to transmute metals into gold was added to the stone. And the worst thing that could happen would be Voldemort being revived, which did not concern the Flammels in the least. As powerful and knowledgeable Voldemort may be, they were simple beyond him by leaps and bounds. They had already forgotten more magic than Voldemort had even considered it existed. Best case scenario, Voldemort got the stone, and the brute elixir killed him for good, which was something Dumbledore was counting on. Then young Harry Potter got into the mess. Voldemort fled without even touching the stone, and the Hogwarts headmaster had to call on his old alchemy master for help in creating the elixir of life out of the stone to save the boy's life from the damage that had nearly burned him from within, just as it had did with Quirrell from the outside. And now, the old wizard had to make a choice. Should he step into the taboo and save the boy once more? He knew the formula for the true panacea. He knew what had to be done to procure its ingredients, and it was rather easily given to him by his master in the arts of alchemy. But then again, by the time he was studying under Flammel, he no longer sought power. He no longer desired the Deathly Hallows. And it was for that reason that Flammel had told him Dumbledore wanted to eventually die and see his family again, so he would never allow the panacea to reach his lips if he could do anything to avoid it. But use it for another. That was not something neither Albus Dumbledore nor the Flammels had considered when Albus had been brought aboard on the secret. But now, as his student was dying before his eyes, the old man was tempted, as he saw no other solution. The Flammels could not help him. They had gone in hiding for the next few decades with the full confidence that Dumbledore would have passed away by then, so they had no reason to keep contact. So no elixir of life made by the stone to save Harry again. Phoenix tears were not enough. That only left the panacea. But should I? Dumbledore thought grimly. On one hand, the boy is prophesied to be the one to vanquish Tom. On the other hand, damning him to immortality at such a young age. He may even be stuck in his 13-year-old form for eternity. Nicholas told me he never aged a day after he consumed the panacea. He had to use the stone's elixir of youth to de-age himself as his body kept returning to his 63-year-old form. The age he became immortal. Eventually, as he watched the boy he had once again failed to protect due to his unwillingness to force the issue with the minister in keeping the Dementors away from Hogwarts, the decision was made. Taking Fawkes with him, he swiftly traveled into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and killed the first unicorn he found, a few dark spells harvesting its silver blood into a large crystal container he had transfigured, burning away the corpse with fiend fire, both to destroy the evidence of his crime and to significantly diminish the curse within the stolen blood. He whispered a destination to a sad-looking Fawkes, and they disappeared in a burst of flames, only to reaper in a dragon reserve in Norway. 2 minutes and a dead dragon later, he retuned to his office with another crystal container, magically enlarged on the inside to hold all the dragon's blood. Fawkes, my old friend, you know what I am about to ask of you, Dumbledore said sadly as he hurried into his quarters, particularly the room he had arranged to act as an alchemy lab. A few sounds that conveyed understanding and forgiveness were the answer. And less than a minute later, a newborn Sheik was watching from a mold of ashes as his wizard companion alchemically mixed the blood of 3 immensely powerful magical creatures into the legendary panacea. Less than an hour after he had left, Albus Dumbledore pulled out a time turner from among his magical trinkets and spun back an hour before returning to the Hogwarts hospital wing and summarily kicked everyone else out, going as far as stunning Madame Pomfrey, before feeding the white, ethereally glowing elixir of immortality to the near-dead Harry Potter. Within the mind of Harry Potter, minutes before the panacea was administered, Harry Potter had been surrounded by a maelstrom of colors and sounds, sinking deeper and deeper into his being, ever since he had passed out. They were memories, they were souls, they were magic, and they were becoming his. And then it had all been taken in and assimilated. True, there was still a steady flow of magic being pushed into him, but those particular flavors of magic had already been assimilated, so it was easy to ignore it. This allowed him to finally see where he was. He was in a world of darkness, the only source of light being the silvery, glowing ankle, high water that he was lying in despite not being wet. It appears that he has awakened. An entirely unfamiliar male voice spoke up, startling Harry into a sitting position. After the countless sets of memories he had assimilated, not recognizing it was something more than a little surprising. "Have no fear, child. We mean you no harm." Another male voice spoke. Really, a younger, somewhat ethereal, female voice sounded with dry amusement. "So you have no big plans for this one? No great destiny, like the others you and your children have transmigrated in? I find that hard to believe. Regardless of what you may think, Mother, we only had the best intentions for our descendants." The first male voice said in a tired tone, "I believe there is a saying about that in current times about the road to hell being paved with good intentions." The woman scoffed, no longer willing to just listen. Harry got on his feet and turned to meet the three. "Horn people? Yes, we do have horns." The woman rolled all three of her eyes, the pair of milky white ones, and the ringed crimson one in her forehead. "Who are you?" Harry asked warily. "And where are we?" "We are in your mind, your inner world." The first old man spoke, and Harry inspected him. Reddish-gray hair, white robe with black commas here and there, an Asian-looking staff floating horizontally before him. Just as the old man himself was floating in his sitting position with his legs crossed, 9 black orbs rotating under him. Nevertheless, what drew the most attention were his light purple eyeballs that possessed a black ripple pattern. That and his 2 horns that were jutting out of his forehead, a crimson ring tattoo in the center of that forehead. "As for what we are your ancestors." The second man spoke. He was very similar in appearance to the first old man. They were most likely closely related, cousins if not siblings, with pure white hair, an identical robe, staff, and black orbs. His eyes, however, had blue pupils surrounded by blue and white flower-like irises. His horns were also a bit larger and sharper, and he lacked the crimson tattoo. Very distant ancestors, the woman provided, and Harry could nor help but stare, as she was beautiful beyond anything he had ever seen. She had very delicate facial features, with extremely long, sweeping white hair that touched the ground, even as she floated a couple feet above it. Most noticeable were 2 brown horns which stuck out from her head, reminding him of rabbit ears. She had 3 eyes, something he had noticed from the start, 2 milky white ones plus a 3rd eye on the center of her forehead that's eyelids parted vertically. Her eyebrows were cut very short, a symbol of nobility, if he remembered right, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-collared dress robe, which was adorned with intricate lines that are gold and purple and commas running down the center and edges of the gown. She is also quite pale-skinned, giving her an even more ethereal look in the silver lighting given by the knot water that covered the floor. "And my ancestors?" Harry repeated, looking away from her though his eyes frequently glanced back. "Yes, I am Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki, and this is my brother Hamura." The first old man introduced, "And I am their mother. I am known as Kaguya." The woman spoke. "Okay, I'm Harry Potter." The boy introduced himself. "Now tell me, what the hell are you 3 doing in my mind?" "I will admit, it is an unusual occurrence." Hagoromo rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "You were born as our reincarnation. True, you inherited our blood, but it had been so diluted that it was unlikely that our bloodline limits would ever awaken in you. Never mind our chakra." "Bloodline limits?" "Chakra." Harry repeated the unfamiliar terms. "Bloodline limits are abilities passed down through blood, like the serpent tongue you can use." Hamura provided. "Like parcel tongue, huh?" Harry muttered to himself. "As for chakra, well, you may think of it as a more potent form of magic power, though your magic is somewhat lacking in the physical energy and is mostly spiritual." Kaguya added. "I see. But you haven't answered my question." Harry narrowed his eyes. "I believe," Hamura began, only to be interrupted by Kaguya. "To put it simply, when your mother died, she left her magic in you to protect you. When Tom Riddle's body was destroyed, a bit of his soul and all his magic latched onto you, but was contained and sealed away by your mother's magic as it recognized Riddle's soul." She said, "Yeah, Dumbledore said Voldemort left some of his powers in me, but he didn't think he left all of it." Harry thought as he rummaged through memories that were not his own, but Voldemort's and Dumbledore's. "Yes. At any rate, when that Dementor tried to take your soul on the train, it took Voldemort's soul fragment instead, allowing both his magic and your mother's to merge with your own." Kaguya continued, What it did was to essentially make your magic incredibly stronger, as well as awaken as many bloodline limits you have in your ancestry. The awakening of the Rinnegan, the Samsara Eye, that you inherited from Hagoromo allowed you to drain the magic and souls from the Dementia that attacked you, increasing your power further and evolving your Rinnegan into my Rinne Sharingan, the Samsara copy Wheel Eye, and Himura's Byakugan, the White Eye, into his Tensegan, the Reincarnation Eye. These memories I have, where did they come from? Harry asked in wonder as he went through some of them. While the Rinnegan allows you to read the souls you touch, my Rinne Sharingan allows you to also read the chakra or magic you absorb. A person's magic carries their memories. Kaguya said rather smugly. Wait, why do I have Dumbledore's memories then? Harry frowned. I understand Mom and Voldemort's, even those sets of memories that seem a bit fragmented since they're probably from the souls the Dementia ate. But why do I have the magic of most of the Hogwarts teachers in me? That is because you are dying, child, Hagoromo said gravely. Your body simply cannot handle containing so much magic at once. Unfortunately, though, those fools are doing more harm than good. Kaguya sneered. Rather than trying to drain magic out of you, they are worsening your condition by adding their own. Perhaps it is better this way. Hagoromo sighed. Power like yours would create ripples in the current world. It would only lead to conflict. So, I should just die? Harry narrowed his eyes. One man's life against the lives of countless others that may die in conflict. Himura shook his head. There is no comparison. For the greater good, eh? Harry glared, the memories Dumbledore had tied to those particular words coming to the fore. Self-sacrifice is what the ninja sect that they founded is based on. Kaguya scoffed. That is what they considered ideal shinobi. And it was those shinobi that followed in out footsteps and sealed you the second time, Mother. Have you forgotten already? Himura's taunting response was heard. Yes, and it took 4 of them to do it while the first time you 2 were enough. Kaguya narrowed her eyes, a smirk appearing on her dark red lips. I do wonder, had I been freed again, would it have taken 8 shinobi to seal me again, or more? No matter. She shook her head. The truth is that after my second sealing, the ninja sect decayed and disappeared within centuries, unlike the first time around when it bloomed. Humans have become weaker and weaker until the few that held any powers are barely any better than those that don't. Witches and wizards compared to muggles, you mean? Harry understood. Indeed, Kaguya confirmed. Unlike what your history books say today, that Merlin fellow was not some god among wizards. No, he was quite average. What made him special is that he brought wand lore into the British Isles. With wands, British wizards no longer had to resort to long and incommode rituals to accomplish anything of worth. A few words, some focus, and voila, they could spells like archers shot arrows. And despite all that, they still had to resort to the statute of secrecy to survive. Harry nodded in understanding. Were ninja really that amazing? A chunin, a middle-rank ninja, would have been on par with Albus Dumbledore in his prime. Kaguya shrugged. What about me? The power I have right now? Harry inquired. If it were to stabilize properly and your body adapted to it. Kaguya must as she extended her senses somewhere. Around high chunin with Kaguya level reserves. As much power as you may have, you don't know any jutsu or spells to use that require truly large amounts of power. Plus you don't know how to properly use that much power. A glass cannon, as muggles would say. She paused and all 4 of them realized the cause. The silvery water beneath them had turned pure white, illuminating the darkness even further. This is? Hagoromo whispered in shock. To think he went this far. Himura was in a similar state. Well, it appears that you won't be dying after all. For quite some time, in fact. Gokuya almost said. What do you mean, what happened? He paused as a memory struck him, one of Dumbledore's, that told him what had most likely happened. Panacea, he whispered in shock. Why would he? Oh. He sighed. Of course, the prophecy. Can't have the chosen one die before he vanquishes the Dark Lord. You do not sound surprised. Himura frowned. In my first year, he used the Philosopher's Stone to not only bait Voldemort, but also to test me. In my second year, he allowed the school to marginalize me in order to see how I work under pressure. I had realized this to some extent even before I gained his memories. Harry admitted before scowling darkly. The fact that he allowed me to grow up at the Dursleys, actually hoping they abused me a bit so that I wouldn't be as outspoken or confident as Voldemort or my parents. Oh, I'll make him pay for that. He will regret keeping me alive. I'll make sure of it. Everyone in my life has manipulated me in some way. No more, I guarantee it. And while I'm at it, I will change this world. The wizarding world, at least. Yet you cannot do so on your own. Hagoromo stated, you need someone to guide you, to teach you how to use your power, to teach you how to control yourself, to teach you restraint. Hamura added firmly, yes, I do. Harry softly agreed as he slowly walked up to the two floating old men and grabbed their shoulders, causing them to become transparent as their power was drawn into Harry, the tomo of his crimson eyes spinning angrily. But it will not a couple of manipulative old fools who were taking solace in my oncoming death minutes before. Yes, I think I can guide him in reshaping this world perfectly. Kagaya all but purred as she ruffled his hair proudly. I may no longer be able to shape the world myself, but an heir I can groom. Wait, you do not know what she has done, what she can do. Hagoromo cried desperately as his image wavered more and more, Hamura having already been fully absorbed. I know perfectly, Hamura's memories were quite helpful in that. Harry countered, but I would still have her over you. You who stood aside and preached of peace while doing nothing to achieve it. You're just like Dumbledore with the Muggleborn. He says he wants to give them equal rights and opportunities, yet does nothing to that end despite his position in the government, allowing more and more racist and discriminatory law to be passed every year. Even in the halls of Hogwarts, he does nothing to stop or at least punish the purebloods who bully the Muggleborn, letting Snape abuse them all in that farce he calls potions class. I don't care he was Mom's friend. He chose his way in life, and whatever regrets he may have will not wash away the innocent blood he had spilled. It will not make me forgive him for sending Voldemort after me and Neville, destroying our families. I will never forgive him, and I will make sure he pays for it. Harry declared with a growl as Hagoromo's image finally disappeared as his energy was fully absorbed by him. Wonderful. I have waited for hundreds of millennia to see such an expression of despair on his face. Kagaya chuckled. Oh, I was under the impression that you cared for your sons despite them sealing you. Harry raised an eyebrow, his mind rapidly going through the memories of Hamura and Hagoromo, as well as their transmigrants, plus a couple transmigrants of Hagoromo's son Indra and one of Azura's, Madara, and Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. From what he could tell, he had Madara's memories due to the man managing to become his artificial transmigrant by stealing power from Hashirama Senju. In the case of Sasuke and Naruto, he had gained their memories when he bestowed upon them the yin and yang halves of his power, awakening Indra and Azura's chakra in them. I do. But let's face it, they are both dead and so am I. All you did was absorb some of their energy that ended up in you. I am the same, after all. Kagaya shrugged. You know, you are quite different from what their memories show you as. Harry remarked. Yes, I was rather stiff back then, and obsessed with the ownership of chakra. Kagaya must as she thought back. I still maintain that it would have been best that I remained the only one with chakra. Humans have shown time and time again that they are unworthy of such power. But my time has passed. I eventually grew tired of sleeping in the Ghetto Mazo, the shell of the Shinju, and allowed my soul and chakra to pass on, becoming one with the world and existing in a similar form as Hagoromo, part of both the pure world and this impure world. And unlike him and Hamura, I actually chose to somewhat live through my transmigrants rather than just glance at their lives every once in a while. Not all of them were even ninja or magic users in recent times, but I found it more comfortable than simply drifting pointlessly in nature like Hagoromo does. As fond as I am of nature, having seen the entire world as my nursery, I still long for human interaction. I find it quite amusing, to be honest, that I who once stood above all now choose to spend time among mortals while my sons who oppose my view are now as distant as I used to be. She chuckled. I guess I can see why you've changed. It sounds like a boring existence. Harry admitted. So, what should I do first? Let's start by organizing your new memories. Kagaya suggested. As you have no experience with organizing your mind, it's a wonder you can access those memories so well. I could only do it with ease as I was the progenitor of chakra. and thus the linchpin of it all. Say, would it be possible to revive you, Kagaya? Harry inquired. I mean, from what I can tell, most of what ninja learn would work best with a hands-on teacher rather than someone who can only advise me in my own mind. Not that I'm not grateful for the help, he quickly added. That is true, but as I said, I allowed myself to pass on. Kagaya shook her head. Even if the Gedo Mazo would respond to your summons, it will no longer do my bidding. Either way, the bijou have long since perished, becoming part of the world and giving birth to the various magical creatures. Without them, the Gedo Mazo would be just an empty shell with me trapped within. It would have some impressive life force. However, even that has likely decayed since then. I see. Harry sighed. Do not worry, I have a few ideas. For now, let us focus on structuring your mind. This occlumency that both Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore practice will be a useful tool. She informed him. All right. Harry sighed. Revive me? Ha. Kagaya absently mused as she helped him shape his inner world to his liking. Now, there's something I have not thought on in a long time, and these memories. We shall see. Well, this is something that just popped into my head a while back, just wouldn't let me focus on other things. I plan on continuing it, but don't expect frequent updates. I'll do what I can, but no promises. Don't worry on Harry being too overpowered for now. He still can't use much of what he now knows without blowing himself up. As for mastering it all, yeah, this story will end a few millennia before that. That being said, he will still be stronger than the average Harry Potter character, and rather badass, I'm hoping. One thing I want to make clear, though, this will be a gray/dark Harry, with few inhibitions. He won't be a psychopath like Bellatrix, but some of Voldemort's ruthlessness has definitely rubbed onto him. There will be some bashing, though mostly those bash will not be around long. That being said, please review. I want to know what you all think of this. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 2, Making a Point. On Sunday morning, September 3rd, a different Harry Potter awoke in the Hogwarts hospital wing than the one that lost consciousness due to the Dementor's attempt to devour his soul on the Hogwarts Express. It was not the shy, socially inept child that held back in pretty much everything, both out of reflex from his time with the Dursleys or from the fear of standing out and making others treat him differently. It was not the boy who lived who wanted to be normal and simply fit in. It was Harry James Potter, now disciple of the demon rabbit goddess, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, the primogenitor of all chakra, and thus magic, his very, very distant ancestor. And it was the heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter, and according to Dumbledore's memories, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Peveril and the ancient house of Gryffindor. Granted, as the house of Peveril had been absorbed into the house of Potter and the house of Gryffindor had left almost everything to the maintenance of Hogwarts. That did not mean much, but it did grant him the right by magic to a few things, like the sword of Gryffindor and the cloak of invisibility and the other two hallows. Of course, the stone of resurrection was still missing as it had been for over 700 years, while the Elder One currently recognized Dumbledore as its master and had to be won in battle for that to change. Of course, as impressive as all that sounded, in reality it did not change much in him other than his knowledge, a darker, more cynical outview of life, and a drastic discarding of much of his inhibitions and prejudices. His mind was now clear, his thoughts well protected under mental shields and other defenses that made Voldemort's and Dumbledore's seem pale. But alas, this was not something entirely that could be attributed to him, as Kagaya had done most of the work, helping him attune himself to the Rinna Sharingan and its mental amplification powers. As it was, his defenses, while incredible by Wizarding World standards, were just above average by shinobi standards. Mere wet paper before a mind walker like the Yamanaka were. Kagaya had made it very clear to him so that he would not get a big head out of it, explaining to him in detail what a competent Rinnegan user like Nagato Uzumaki had been capable of. As such, Harry did not wake up thinking he could take over the world with a snap of his fingers, Rinne Sharingan and Tensigan or not. He did, however, wake up with a plan. A rather cold and vicious plan that would make him few friends and more than a few enemies, but from what he could tell from his memories and his own interpretation of them, it was necessary. As such, after a generous breakfast and a checkup from Madame Pomfrey, he left the hospital wing. Rather than head for his dorm in the Gryffindor Tower, however, he instead went straight to the 7th floor, and after passing by a certain moth-eaten tapestry with a certain need in mind, a large metallic double door appeared on the wall opposite said wall decoration, and he swiftly entered and closed the door behind him, willing it hidden while he was there. "Now where is that damn diadem?" he grumbled. "The third junk aisle on the left. That was where Riddle put it," Kagaya reminded him as she checked again on the memory. Right. Harry sighed as he hurried in that direction, quickly walking down that aisle. "It was on top of a bust, right?" "Indeed," the woman confirmed. "It only took him a few minutes to find it, and only a few more to properly tap into the power of the Rinne Sharingan to absorb the Horcrux enchantments, the soul fragment, and the bone explosion curse that Voldemort had placed on it, with the added bonus of only activation when the diadem was placed on someone's head, as many would be tempted to do considering its legend. It only took that long because Kagaya wanted the original enchantments to remain intact, as she wanted to study them. Apparently, as luck would have it, while Godric Gryffindor had been an Azura Ōtsutsuki Transmigrant, Salazar, Slytherin, and Indra Ōtsutsuki Transmigrant, and Helga Hufflepuff, a Hemira Ōtsutsuki Transmigrant. Rowena Ravenclaw had been gotten as far as she did on her own talent and power, not inheriting anything via transmigration. And thus, Kagaya wanted her most famous achievement, the Diadem of Ravenclaw, which conferred the wearer the mind of a genius. She did not know whether the diadem was a repository of knowledge like a pensieve or boosted one's mental powers, but she wanted it badly. With the combined knowledge of both Dumbledore and Voldemort, Harry and Kagaya knew in detail what the four founders' artifacts were capable of, all but the diadem. Slytherin's locket made the user almost immune to venoms and poisons as long as he or she were a Parselmouth, thus useless to Harry, who was already immune from the panacea. Gryffindor's sword was a rather standard, if richly decorated, goblin sword which could cut through most enchantments and absorb what could make it stronger. Yet again, something Harry could already do thanks to the Rinne Sharingan. Hufflepuff's cup was rather impressive, as any poison brewed in it and left there untouched for a whole day was inverted into the very antidote of the brewed poison. But once again, not something Harry needed. The diadem, however, while quite famous for its abilities, had not been tested properly by Voldemort for the simple reason that it rejected him, rather painfully at that, when he put it on. From what he had deducted, it was either enchanted to react like that when worn by someone that had been tainted past a certain point by dark magic, or who had an incomplete soul. As it was, he had been unwilling to reveal it to another in order to test it, out of fear that it would give a boost great enough for the wearer to overpower him. "Okay, it's clean, and I'm pretty sure the original enchantments are still there," Harry announced. "Shall I try it on now?" "No, it's too risky. Leave it where it is for now. It can stay here for another few months, if need be." Kagaya decided, despite how tempted she was, to answer affirmatively. "Or at least until I can cast the more delicate diagnostic charms." Harry sighed. "Yes. In the meantime, there was another reason you came here for," she reminded him. Right. Harry grimaced as he returned near the door. "I need all the still usable wands available to appear in a pile in front of me." A blink later, no less than 67 wands were on the floor before him. Leaning down, he grabbed the nearest one and gave it a proper look. It looked oddly familiar, right? This one was Quirrell's, Harry realized, and with that he also understood that a good number of those wands once belonged to the defense against the dark arts professors that had been claimed by Voldemort's curse on the position. He considered for a moment to attempt breaking the curse. He knew how it was created, and thus knew more than most how it could be removed, but then remembered who the current Dada professor was. Remus John Lupin, supposedly a friend of his father, who had not bothered as much as sending him a letter in the past couple years since he had returned into the wizarding world. He was aware that it could not have reached him before his Hogwarts acceptance letter. Dumbledore had placed a redirection ward that sent all the fan mail and other such letters and packages into a vault at Gringotts where it would be all held in stasis. The old man had also had the forethought of telling the public as much so that there would be no angry fans hounding him for being ignored once he came to Hogwarts. That did not chance the fact that from what Dumbledore knew, the vault was almost completely full despite the integrated expansion charms. And there was another waiting for him with money or trinkets willed to him by various people grateful to him for stopping Voldemort. That being said, Harry was feeling distinctly uncharitable to the self-pitying werewolf who reminded him more than a bit of a younger, whiny and broody Sasuke Uchiha, and frankly Harry disliked all versions of that particular Uchiha. Shaking his head and deciding to ignore that thought, he focused his attention on the wand. He did not know what core it had, but the wood was alder and was about 9 inches long. And, most importantly, this wand has been won from its previous owner. It will obey you without issue. Kaguya said in satisfaction. Let's hope that will be enough, and let's keep it in reserve for now. Harry decided as he set it aside, followed by Gilderoy. Lockhart's, which had been taken by force from the fraud when he had attempted to flee Hogwarts. Taking an unfamiliar wand, Harry willed the room to change into a shooting range and was soon pointing his wand at a target. Reducto, he said simply, only to swear loudly when the wand caught fire after it had unleashed a huge bluish-white beam that atomized the target and the reinforced wall he had had the forethought of asking for. That went well. He sighed. No worse than we have expected. Kaguya reminded him. It was quite better than a few of the scenarios I had envisioned. True. Harry nodded. It didn't explode and kill me. It merely burned out from the oversurge of magic I pushed through it. But he broke it in half to reveal a single silver thread covered in soot. It was a unicorn hair wand. Who knows how a phoenix feather one like mine will react? Pick another wand and find out. You'll run across one eventually, Kaguya told him. An hour and 20 wands later, he had made significant progress. He could now cast a full couple dozen spells in quick succession without the wand becoming overheated. He had also discovered that Phoenix Feather wands worked significantly better than the others and deduced that it was due to his affinity to that core and the willing sacrifice of Fawkes for his recovery. That discovery made him rather pleased with his forethought of taking with him the handful of tail and flight feathers that had fallen off the immortal bird while it was straining to keep him alive. Should he need a new wand, he now had at least one of the materials to make it. He had a feeling Ollivander would not care much for where the feathers came from. This should be good enough for now. Kaguya stopped him when he raised the wand and had been using as it had cooled down. Enough. Try with your own wand? Or better yet, first try with one of the two you have one. Good point. Harry nodded as he grabbed Quirrell's wand, knowing that he would not feel the least bit sorry if it caught fire. It did not catch fire. In fact, it worked better than any wand had so far. He spent a full half hour casting various spells with it, all the while making sure to regulate how much magic he was pushing through it before it began warming up significantly. At that point, he considered it safe enough and pulled his own Holly and Phoenix Feather wand and began testing it out, it performing even better than Quirrell's. But it did, however, begin heating up after a good half hour of casting with increasingly more magic pushed through it. Well, it will be good enough for now. I'll have to look into having a more resilient custom wand made later, but for now it will serve me well. It's not like I'll be casting continuously in class like I did here. Harry decided as he pocketed his wand and headed out straight to the nearest boys' lavatory, where he spent a couple minutes casting a disillusionment charm on himself, overpowering it enough that even when he moved it took a careful look to spot him. It was a trick he had lent from Dumbledore's memories that he had obviously yet to master, as the elderly headmaster was almost as undetectable as he were using an invisibility cloak. But it was more than good enough for what he needed currently. His cloak of invisibility would have obviously been a better choice, but he would rather avoid going to the Gryffindor Tower at the moment. Even with this charm on, it was entirely possible for someone to bump into him in the crowded common room. As such, he went straight to the Ollery. Hedwig, it's good to see you, girl. He grinned, as the snowy owl seemed to look him over in concern. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm more than fine. I've never felt better. Now, I need you to deliver this to Dumbledore. He showed her the letter, but he raised his voice a bit when the eager bird began reaching for it with her beak. I need it to arrive about an hour from now. Can you do that, girl? At the almost insulted look he received, he decided that yes, she could deliver the letter at the appointed time. So he gave it to her and left. That owl of yours is quite intelligent. Not at the level as the summon animals of my time were, of course, but more than it should be. Gokuyamuset. She might be your familiar, as in my magic is flowing into her. Harry inquired. Yes. Another thing to look into, I suppose. Kaguya remarked, making his way back into the castle and up to the 3rd floor. He tapped the statue of the one-eyed witch with his wand while whispering Descendium, causing its hump to open to reveal a short slide into a tunnel which leads under the school. Entering it, he hurried through the tunnel, using his now higher than normal speed to reach the cellar of Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade in just over 25 minutes without straining himself. Sneaking out of the shop, he went to the Three Broomsticks Inn where he let his disillusionment charm drop while he was out of sight before walking purposely towards the fireplace connected to the Fluent network that was for public use. For a couple nuts, of course, as while the flu powder provided in a nearby bowl was cheap, it was not free. "And Mr. Potter?" A woman stuttered in shock, and glancing in her direction, he quickly placed her as Madame Rosmerda, landlady of the Three Broomsticks. "Yes, and you would be Madame Rosmerda, right?" he replied, receiving a nod. "Well, good morning. Don't mind me. I'm just passing through. I'll be taking the flu to the ministry. I have some people to talk to there." Apparently, the woman was more perceptive than she looked as she caught the implied violence in his words, but decided to not do anything to impede him. It probably had something to do with his glowing emerald eyes burning dangerously with barely suppressed rage and magic, being on the brink of activating his dojutsu. "I see. Well, good luck. Try not to get in too much trouble." She wished him. "I make no promises," he replied with a prankster grin that reminded her of his father, turning and dropping few nuts in the coin box before taking a pint of flu powder. "Ministry of Magic," he declared as he stepped through the green fire, disappearing from the pub. Within the hour, rumors had spread across half of Hogsmeade that Harry Potter was going to take down the Ministry of Magic. Funny how they reached that conclusion, even if it was not entirely untrue. Appearing in the ministry atrium, he headed to the wand registration point and gave a thin smile to the dumbly staring guard as he handed over his wand to be identified and registered. "So, what brings you to the ministry, Mr. Potter?" The guard, Eric Munch, asked in what he wanted to be a casual tone. "Oh, nothing much," Harry replied in a tone that was far more successful in being casual than that of the man before him. The predatory smile and the glowing eyes kind of ruined it, though. "I merely woke up from the near-death state the ministry's incompetence put me trough and decided this would be a good time to have a chat with the people responsible for that." "The minister's office is at level 1, correct?" he asked with a shark-like smile. "Why, yes," Eric stuttered. "Excellent." Harry positively purred as he took back his wand and headed for the nearest elevator. By the time he had reached level 1, all floors beneath it were aware that Harry Potter was in the building and on a warpath. Nobody made a move to interfere. Might have had something to do with the low-level killing intent the boy was consciously releasing as per Kagaya's instructions. "Okay, I admit it. I had some reservations about this approach, but this is freaking hilarious," Harry admitted as he watched from the corner of his eye how the few other people in the lift were shivering, practically gluing themselves to the wall in an attempt to distance themselves from him. No wonder so many dark wizards rely on terror tactics. With results like these, at least some of the stigma is worth it. Of course, what's the point of having great power if you let everyone, friend or foe, walk over you? Kagaya asked in a wizened tone. But if you flaunt it every once in a while in an obvious way, even the most confident of your adversaries will hesitate to challenge you openly. Level 1. Minister for Magic and Support Staff. A neutral voice soon announced as the doors opened for a final time, allowing the elevator's only remaining occupant to walk out. Striding purposely down the corridor, he sent away the couple of approaching with a glare burning with magic, the aura of killing intent he had around of him increasing in intensity as he borrowed a few of Voldemort's memories to fuel it. This ensured that everyone with even an ounce of self-preservation retreated as their own mortality screamed at them to run. Of course, as wizards were generally lacking self-preservation due to having spells to fix almost anything short of death, as well as, to quite Lily Potter instead of common sense, wizards had magic. It was not entirely unexpected that most of them were slow enough in their retreat that Harry quickly caught up with them and then left them in the dust. Then, of course, were those who simply lacked a brain in the figurative sense, like the blonde bimbo of a secretary doing her nails behind the desk by the door to the minister's office, not paying the least bit of attention to what was going on around her. Curious of what the hell someone so clueless was doing here, he activated his Byakugan for a few seconds to look through her desk drawers and search for an answer. finding several bottles of contraceptive potion in her drawers with a bill that said they were paid for from the vault of Cornelius Fudge answered that question. So our dear minister is cheating on his wife with his secretary? That's a good bit of blackmail to know. Kaguya chuckled in amusement. Deciding to dig a bit deeper, Harry stared intently at the girl as he pulled magic in his eyes. Legilimens, he hissed in parcel tongue, a trick he picked up from Voldemort, who had relied on it until he could do it silently, and was rewarded with a flood of information. Secretary, he mentally snorted as he cut the connection, more like hired prostitute. I wonder how good old Lucius would react if he knew that the reason why Fudge is so pliable at times is because Betty here is blowing him under the table during their discussions. Well, at least we know her working schedule. Now we can drop by to chat with Fudge at those times and take advantage of his willingness to go along with anything we say as long as we leave faster. Kaguya shot back humorously. I really hope I can learn some of those clone techniques soon. I would really hate to be here in person for those meetings. Harry grimaced before proceeding to ignore the girl after hitting her with an underpowered confundus. The double doors of the minister's office slammed open hard enough to bang against the walls moments before a seriously pissed-off Harry Potter prowled into said office, killing intent rolling off him as his eyes were burning like twin Avada Kedavra, and his hair was waving slightly in an unseen wind. Considering that even with the slight growth spurt granted by the panacea as it fixed all his health problems, malnutrition included, he is just 5 feet tall. The fact that all 3 occupants have seemed to at least gulp and break in cold sweat was quite the achievement. H. Harry, my boy. Fudge shakily greeted him. I hear about that what happened to you. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. I assure you that those responsible will be punished most severely. You have my full support in this. He seemed to catch a second wind as he pretty much bent like wet paper to whatever the hell Harry may want. Pretty much what he expected from Dumbledore's memories. That's the best news I heard all day, Cornelius. Harry smiled widely, resembling a shark. You see, I found out a few bits of information that will narrow down considerably the list of suspects for whom is responsible for the attack on my person. You did? A red-haired woman wearing a monocle inquired. Indeed, Ms. Harry paused and adopted an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I don't believe we were introduced. My name is Amelia Bones. I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The redhead replied and held her hand to shake his, only to be taken by surprise when he instead gentlemanly held and kissed the offered hand. A pleasure to meet you. Harry gave her a courteous smile as he backed away. And I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. The toad-like woman clad in pink standing beside Fudge stated in a self-important tone. Had he not known of her beforehand, he would instantly disliked her. As it was, his dislike only grew and was accentuated with disgust. Good morning. Harry nodded in what he wanted to look like a pleasant expression. It resulted in something of a grimace, but it went over the toad woman's head as she had been on the receiving end of such for as long as she could remember. As was saying, I've already narrowed down significantly the list of suspects. Harry got the discussion back on track. It's quite simple, actually. After all, the Ministry is in full control of the Dementors. The Dementors do what we tell them to. That, I believe, is what you told Professor Dumbledore repeatedly when he disagreed with the Ministry's association with the creatures. Isn't that right, Cornelius? I suppose, but Fudge began to sweat heavily. Now, if there was another Dark Lord around, I suppose there could always be the possibility of him using some unknown dark magic to take control over the Dementors. Harry absently must, but fortunately there isn't. As such, obviously the culprit is among the Ministry officials who have the authority to give orders to the Dementors. H. Harry, I would never. Fudge paled further as he took a step back. His pulse raising as panic began to set in over the fear he had been feeling so far. Of course not, Cornelius. Harry gave him an encouraging smile. You've been nothing but helpful to me, and I'm sure that the order to place Dementors around Hogwarts was well intended, even if rather foolish. Rest assured, I place the entire blame on your advisors for such a decision. He allowed the man a few seconds to regain control over himself, lest he loses control over his bladder. I am also certain that it was not on your order that the Dementors stopped the Hogwarts Express and boarded it, correct? Yes, that was Dolores' idea. Fudge quickly agreed. I see. Harry's eyes glared holes into the woman who was staring at her boss in shock and betrayal. So it was you who ordered my death. He hissed. A visible aura of magic appeared around him, shining bluish silver. What? Umbridge screeched as she backed away. I would never. You ordered the Dementors to stop the train, board it, seek out my compartment, and give me the Dementor's kiss. Harry growled in anger as he drew his wand, causing Umbridge to scramble for her own. However, Harry did not turn his wand onto her. Instead, he pointed his wand at the palm of his left hand. Defendo, he uttered, causing a thin cut O appear on his skin. Clenching his left fist, he allowed his blood to drip onto the marble floor. I, Harry James Potter, heir by blood to the ancient and noble House of Potter, the most ancient and noble House of Peveril, and the ancient House of Gryffindor, and by magic through right of conquest to the ancient House of Slytherin, hereby declare blood feud on the House of Umbridge in response to her attempted assassination of my person. So I have said, so mote it be. As he finished, his silvery aura increased further before disappearing while Umbridge's body flashed pink as she was bound into the spell. As well, why you? You can't do this. The toad woman screeched, anger coloring her terror-filled tone. I just did. Harry narrowed his eyes at her dangerously. If you have any honor whatsoever left in your body, though I doubt it considering the assassination attempt, you will be down in the Ministry's dueling arena within the hour. I'll be waiting. With that, he turned to leave the office. Let me show you the way, Mr. Potter, the DMLE said as she followed him. Thank you. That's much appreciated, Ms. Bones. Harry gave her a smile as they both walked out. I'm afraid I don't know my way around the Ministry beyond what general information on the floors. It's my pleasure, Mr. Potter. Amelia smiled thinly as the elevator doors closed. I also wanted to take the opportunity of asking you in private if you have lost your mind. I suppose that coming to the Ministry, entering the Minister's office, and pretty much challenging his right-hand toad woman to what amounts to a duel to the death might give that impression. Harry nodded in understanding. So you do realize what you've done? She narrowed his eyes at him in suspicion. Certainly more than you have, though I have full confidence you'll catch up soon enough. Harry smirked slightly. You are quite different than what Susan described you as. Amelia looked at him curiously. After the experience that was my second year, I had quite a bit of growing up to do. Harry said in a wistful tone, not entirely lying. How much did your niece tell you about what happened last year at Hogwarts? Not much. Amelia scowled something fierce. I am aware that there were some attacks on several students that placed them in some sort of coma, and that at some point the minister arrested the groundskeeper and had him sent to Azkaban for a while, but beyond that, nothing. Both Dumbledore and the minister were quite tight-lipped about this. I suspected as much. Harry sighed. What do you know about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? That legend? She frowned at him. About Salazar Slytherin building a secret chamber in the castle and leaving a monster in it. That one? Harry nodded. Turns out the legend is true. Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets under the lake, connected to the castle to at least one tunnel. It remained hidden for so long because the entrances are guarded by spells that only allow the tunnel to open when a Parselmouth asks for it. Also, the monster was a basilisk, about 60 feet long. Amelia Bones said after processing the information for a few seconds. It's dead now. Dumbledore's phoenix blinded it, and I got a lucky shot and pierced its brain through the roof of its mouth, killing it. You could have died, Amelia exclaimed in shock. Almost did. Harry shrugged as he pulled his sleeve to reveal the faint scar that remained from the fong that pierced his arm, one of the two wounds on his body that had not disappeared after he had been administered the panacea. Damn thing bit me. But like I said, a friendly phoenix was on hand. Merlin's beard, she swore as she stared at the scar. And the culprit? Who opened the chamber? Well, it was more a matter of what rather than who. Harry scowled. Apparently, Voldemort, who was the heir of Slytherin by blood, enchanted a diary of his from his time at Hogwarts and left it in the care of Lucius Malfoy. Last summer, after Arthur Weasley passed that Muggle Protection Act, Lucius sneaked that diary among Ginny Weasley's school books. The thing fed on her magic the longer she wrote in it, and eventually it began possessing her, leading to opening the chamber on Halloween and making the basilisk attack several others afterwards. Eventually, it had enough power to manifest some sort of teenage copy of Voldemort and took Ginny down in the chamber to finish the process. I went down there and killed the basilisk and then destroyed the diary. Whatever protection may have been on that thing basilisk venom was not among the things it can stand up to. And why has nobody brought this to my attention? Amelia growled. Because we only have circumstantial evidence which would not stand up in court against Lucius. I was under the imperious Malfoy. Harry shrugged. Dumbledore also knows about it, as do a couple of my school friends, but I saw no reason to spread it around since we can't do anything with it right now. He paused on an entirely unrelated note. I may have overheard Draco Malfoy bragging that their important dark arts artifacts are hidden in a vault under their drawing room floor. I'll keep that in mind. Amelia smirked, committing that information to memory. You also mentioned right now, she pointed out, after this Demena fiasco, I doubt our dear minister will rely as much on Malfoy's counsel. I'm quite certain it was Malfoy's idea to issue a kiss-on-sight order for Sirius Black. Harry narrowed his eyes. What makes you say that? Amelia inquired. Because if Sirius dies, Draco Malfoy stands to inherit the Black estate. By blood, that is. Harry answered as they stepped out of the elevator at level 9, the Department of Mysteries, before continuing their descent to level 10 using the stairs. By will and by magic. Things are of course different, I'm quite certain. What makes you so sure? The DMLE head inquired. Sirius Black is my godfather, sworn by blood and by magic. As such, whatever the minister may believe, Black most certainly did not escape Azkaban, so he could kill me. And despite what a good chunk of the world thinks, he also most certainly did not betray my parent to Voldemort, nor was he a Death Eater. Otherwise, the oath he took would have killed him on the spot. I won't go as far to say that he's an innocent man. There was that thing with Pettigrew and those muggles. Then again, apparently Sirius Black never had a trial and was sent straight to Azkaban without even a proper interrogation, when even the likes of the Lestranges got a trial. Awfully convenient for Mr. Malfoy. Don't you agree? Yes, very convenient. Amelia murmured as she processed what she had been told, instantly deciding to look for the records of Sirius Black's trial, or verify the lack of such trial. Well, here we are, the Ministry's dueling arena. Harry murmured, I hope it's in decent condition. You didn't tell me why you're out to take down Umbridge. Amelia pointed out as she cleared the security spells keeping the door locked shut. And don't tell me it's because she tried to use the Dementors to assassinate you. I don't buy it. It's less about her, and more about attacks on my person getting unpunished. Harry narrowed his eyes dangerously. Like I was saying, there were several basilisk attacks last year. Thankfully, no deaths since nobody had direct eye contact with the snake, but they were petrified. And when it was discovered that I am, somehow, a Parselmouth, guess who became the main suspect for most of the school? He asked sarcastically. You're a Parselmouth? She asked in surprise. Heir of Slytherin by right of conquest, remember? He pointed out. When the killing curse rebounded and turned Voldemort's body to dust, I apparently absorbed some of his magic. Hence the Parseltongue, he explained. At any rate, despite there being plenty of proof that I was nowhere near any of the attacks, I was reviled by the entire school. Few took my side, even among the staff, so my eyes were wide open to what the wizarding world really was. Oh, Amelia inquired. A bunch of stupid sheep that follow whoever shouts louder or shows them something shiny. Harry spat. Sure, there are respectable few that actually think for themselves rather than go with the flow or believe that rag the daily prophet like the word of God, but most of them keep their mouths shut due to peer pressure. Like your niece, Susan, for example. She could tell that what her Hufflepuff mates were saying was stupid and pretty much told them as much. But after a bit of pressure, she shut up and went with the flow as well. I overheard them talking just before one of their own was attacked. I see. She frowned and decided to send a letter to Susan soon. The point you were getting to. Ah, yes. Harry nodded. Why is Dumbledore so respected? Why? Amelia blinked. Well, to start with, he defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Exactly. Harry nodded in satisfaction. And yet while I'm credited with defeating Voldemort, people walk over me and attack me whenever an opportunity presents itself. Do you want me to tell you why? Illuminate me, she said sarcastically. Power and a willingness to use it. Harry said firmly. Dumbledore went and trounced Grindelwald, and then came back to Britain and smacked down the few upstart dark wizards that had the guts to confront him like they were nothing. He showed people that he's not someone to mess with despite his general kind and friendly attitude. You're using Umbridge as an example. Amelia realized, you're sending a message to people like Malfoy that you are not someone to be messed with. There's also the fact that Umbridge is a scourge to the wizarding world with her blatant racial intolerance and hatred for all she considers impure. The longer she's allowed practically free reign like Fudge has in the past few years, the more damage she will do. She needs to be put down. The fact that she personally gave the order to the Dementors was convenient enough to take her down, though. Harry shrugged. And it's also perfectly legal, so nobody can make any overt moves against me in response. What about indirect routes? She pointed out. Like setting loose a freaking 1,000-year-old basilisk in the school I attend? Harry shot back dryly. Point, she admitted. But like you say they had last year, people will consider you dangerous and a dark wizard. Most people are sheep. Give them an excuse and they'll buy it easily. Harry reminded the redhead before motioning to her to be quiet seconds before she began hearing the sound of footsteps on stone as Umbridge and Fudge approached. Soon enough, they entered the room, the Toad Woman sneering at him in hatred while Fudge looked troubled. So you didn't run away? Harry raised an eyebrow. How shocking. I'll make you regret challenging me, Potter. She spat, apparently having gotten a heavy dose of courage while he was away from her, or a hit on the head. I already am. Being in your presence for even a second is making me throw up in disgust. Harry grimaced. How Cornelius can stand you is a mystery. He must have a much stronger stomach than I do for ugliness. It's truly regretful that it's come to this. Fudge fidgeted. Indeed, but simply throwing her in Azkaban would not have been a proper solution. Not after Sirius Black just broke out if there. And with how chummy she seems to be with Dementors, she might escape even quicker than he did. Harry reasoned with the man. If both participants of this duel are ready, take your places on the dueling platform. I will be acting as referee. Amelia declared, and seconds later Harry and Umbridge were standing on the long platform, while Fudge had hurried to Amelia's side, while the red-haired woman erected the dueling shields through the runes carved around the platform. On the count of 3, you may begin. 1, 2, 3, she called out. Immediately, Umbridge sent a stupefy at Harry, who sidestepped it with ease, doing the same with the Reducto and Bombarda that followed, all the while walking at a leisured pace towards her. You filthy half-blood! Umbridge screeched Crucio, she snarled. Harry raised his left hand, which was free, and while activating the Rinnegan in his right, he called upon the Deva Path and used a blast of gravity to deflect the torture curse to the side while disguising it as a backhanded slap at the crimson beam of light. I'm impossible. Umbridge backed away in terror. The unforgivable curses can't be blocked. Tell that to Voldemort when you reach the other side of the veil. Harry said coldly as he finally leveled his wand at her. Protevo Maxima. Umbridge yelled, a large, shimmering dome of magic appearing around her. Reducto Maxima. Harry carefully incanted as he pushed a healthy amount of magic through his Holly Phoenix feather wand, warming it up a bit in the process. As he unleashed a massive beam of bluish-white light that pieced through the shield like wet paper and hit Umbridge in the chest, turning her into a crimson mist that settled over the platform. The dueling shield preventing the blood and atomized viscera from spreading over the rest of the floor. Accio wand, Harry quietly spoke, and an 8-inch birch blood-stained wand flew into his hand. Tuggio, he added, and the blood was siphoned away. I, Harry James Potter, declared the victory of the House of Potter over the House of Umbridge. He called out and waited for a second as magic pulsed from him, looking for potential members of the House of Umbridge, and finding none, flashed silver. In accordance to the old laws, I hereby claim the possessions of House Umbridge as spoils. Another pulse of magic, and it was over. He knew that within minutes Umbridge's vault would be in his name, as would any properties and material wealth she had. Well, it's over, Amelia remarked, rather successfully hiding her shock as she removed the dueling shields. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Potter? She inquired. I'll manage. Harry grimaced, only his tight control over his emotions keeping him from emptying his stomach at the results of his first conscious kill, his third one overall. Regardless what Dumbledore may say, it was him who killed Quirrell, and it had been him who killed Riddle's body, even if he was using his mother's power to do it. He was aware, though, that once he was alone, he would have to let go of that tight control so that he may fully comprehend what he had done. Not yet, though. He still had things to do, right? Amelia gave him an understanding look. Nettie, Pop. Yes, boss lady. A house elf, a female if he was not mistaken, appeared at Amelia's side. "Please bring Mr. Potter a calming draft," she ordered, and 2 pops, and a few seconds later, the elf was handing Harry a potion bottle. "Thank you," Harry said gratefully before downing it whole in a single gulp and handing back the empty bottle to the elf that immediately left. "So, do you have anything planned for today?" Amelia asked sarcastically. "Just one thing at the ministry." Harry nodded as he turned towards Fudge, who was staring ashen-faced at the puddle that had been his undersecretary. "Cornelius," he said, causing the man to jump. "Why, yes," the man stuttered. "I want you to know that I do not hold you responsible in the least for all this unpleasantness." Harry smiled, putting more than a few of the man's fears to rest. "I do hope, however, that her successor as your undersecretary will not be as corrupt as Umbridge, nor as abusive with the power that comes with the position. Like a wise man once said, with great power comes great responsibility." Yes, quite right." Fudge quickly nodded, reminding Harry of Dobby, the Malfoy's former house elf. "I also hope you will not trust so much advisors such as those that suggested placing vile creatures like Dementors around a school full of children." Harry continued, his emerald eyes narrowing as they began to burn with power and making Fudge gulp. "After all, even if they obey your orders and stay around the school boundaries, their very presence is quite detrimental to the growth of the students. I can only imagine the howlers you would receive from angry parents if their children were traumatized by the Dementors." He trailed off delicately. "I've already received quite a few after you were attacked, Harry." Fudge sighed. "That's quite unfortunate." Harry must, internally cheering at the man's misery. "Why don't you and I drop by the Daily Prophet's offices so that we can give a short interview? The public would like to know that it was not the whole ministry that was responsible for the attack, merely a rotten apple that has already been discovered and punished." "That's a splendid idea, Harry, my boy." Fudge instantly cheered up, the possibility of good press washing away his earlier worries. "I shall come along as well, as I also witnessed the duel." Amelia spoke up, wanting to see how far Harry was going to milk this. An hour later, Harry found himself shaking hands with Garrick Ollivander, in the process sucking as much as his magic as he could without being obvious about it. As he did so, however, he detected a certain flavor to the old man's magic and could tell the man had sensed it from him as well. Well, I was right when I said that we should expect great things from you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander remarked as he looked Harry in the eye in wonder. "As Muggles say, welcome to the club. You really have been making wands since 382 BC. Harry said in shock as he processed the bare surface of the memories he had gained from the man's magic. "That I have, though admittedly not in the form they are now," Ollivander confirmed. "That sign is a bit of a misnomer. It was Merlin who came up with the idea of a wizard's focus being a wand, a relatively fragile stick that's easy to conceal and draw when needed," he explained. Before that, large ornate staves were rather popular. Also, it was Merlin who had the idea of placing the core within the focus entirely. Before that, most foci either did not have cores and relied on carved runes to channel the wizard's magic, or had the core attached on the outside, usually a gem of some sort. "That's fascinating," Harry admitted. "Well, since you know so much about wands, I was hoping soak your wand in your own blood for an hour every other week." Ollivander cut him off. "That will both fully reconnect you with the wand and strengthen it to handle the increasingly stronger magic you will channel through it in the future." "Ah, thank you." Harry smiled. "Out of curiosity, was Flammel the last person before me who came to you to ask that?" "Ah, you've already realized Nicholas' secret." Ollivander chuckled. "I somehow doubt he would have been so willing to let Dumbledore destroy the Philosopher's Stone if his and his wife's lives actually depended on it." Harry admitted. "Before I thought that they probably made another stone, but then I realized that maybe they were not depending on it in the first place." Before Ollivander could reply, a serious-looking Albus Dumbledore stormed into the store. "Harry, we need to talk. And how's this for moving things along? Thank you for the reviews, they were much appreciated. That being said, I want to clarify a few things. The Bijou are gone. The ninja clans are gone. They had been for over 100,000 years, and while it may have been possible to preserve their legacies over such a long period of time through the use of various seal, through stasis of some sort, The bottom line is that they had no interest in doing so. The ninja civilization was knowingly allowed to die out, people believing it would be best to simply forget that chakra could be used as a weapon. So no secret Gringotts vault for the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, or Hyuga clans. No bijou sealed off somewhere for Harry to take and seal into himself. The bijou have become part of the world, leading to the evolution of the current magical creatures. That is not to say that all traces have been erased of the ninja civilization, but don't expect anything big. That aside, look forward to the Harry-Dumbledore confrontation in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 3. Dark Lord Conquerors. Old versus new. Rather than responding to the old headmaster who was currently giving him the most severe look he had ever witnessed, Harry drew his wand, causing a narrowing of the blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses. Eyes that were not twinkling in the least. Tempest, Harry stated, and eyed the glowing projection that resulted before dispelling it with a flick of his wand, which he then pocketed. I'm a bit disappointed. I was expecting you to have tracked me down almost 15 minutes ago. This is not the time to make jokes, Harry. Dumbledore scowled. And why is that? Harry tilted his head questionably. You killed a woman in cold blood. Dumbledore all but roared, and had it not been for the privacy charms cast on the shop's entrance and windows, half of the alley would have heard. You went to the ministry with the express intent of killing her. And yet, despite this cold-blooded murder, as you call it, my soul is perfectly fine, not even slightly bruised. Harry drawled. In fact, considering the things that woman has done and has allowed others to do, I might even gained quite a bit of positive karma for when end up on the other side of the veil. It was also legally airtight, so I don't need to worry about any repercussions from the ministry. I could expel you. Dumbledore shot back, though without much conviction. Even if you could, you won't. Harry rolled his eyes. You went as far as making me immortal, just so you can keep me around and fulfill your precious prophecy. Why you? Dumbledore took a step back in shock before his head snapped towards Ollivander, who was entirely unsurprised. Don't mind me, I already knew about that. The silver-eyed old man grinned slightly as he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Birds of a feather flock together, and all that. Apparently, he personally making wands since 382 BC, Harry shrugged. And you recognized it in Harry and told him. Dumbledore aside. Actually, I already knew. Harry grinned. Let's just say that there is more truth to the third line of the prophecy than you expected. The third line, about Tom marking him as his equal and Harry possessing a power Tom does not know of? Dumbledore wondered. I see, he said. No, you really don't. Harry shook his head. I actually means equal at the time of the marking, not that I can't go beyond that, or that Voldemort can't get weaker like things are now. He smirked. And thanks to Mom's protection, I don't need to worry about being tainted, since her magic already purified his. Though I admit things could have gone badly had that Dementor not removed the soul shard in my scar. Who knows what kind of harebrained scheme you would have come up with. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if you would be taking another Avada Kedavra from Tom, hoping to survive with the power of love. He deadpanned. Dumbledore refrained from squirming uncomfortably under the pointed stare of those emerald orbs, so much like his mother's when she caught someone doing something stupid. He had the feeling Harry simply knew he had been considering that after he had deduced that Harry's scar may be an accidental Horcrux. So you murdered Dolores Umbridge even if you actually benefited from her actions? Dumbledore chose to return the discussion to the original subject. You put a rabid dog down even if it killed the fox that was attacking you, chicken coop. Harry shrugged. That's a mistake you made with Snape. Him telling you that Voldemort is going to target me because he gave Snake Face a part of the prophecy does not suddenly absolve him of all the murders, rapes, and torture sessions he willingly took part in before and after he supposedly became your spy. Harry, Professor Snape. Dumbledore began in an exhausted tone. Snape. Harry corrected. You can call him Potion Master if you need to give him a title, since I recognize his brewing prowess. But as a professor, he's worse than Lockhart. At least with that fraud, we didn't have to brew potentially volatile potions without the least bit of guidance. And no, telling us to read the instructions on the blackboard through the smoke and fumes that always fill that classroom does not qualify as guidance. He added when the old man looked ready to correct him. At any rate, I needed to make an example out of someone, and Umbridge practically volunteered for it. An example. Dumbledore repeated. An example of what? That you are willing to kill people? He demanded angrily. That I'm not a fucking doormat like you've had the Dursleys mold me into. Harry snapped, making the old headmaster take a step back in shock. That I'm not going to take each and every insult and attack on my person without batting an eye, without retaliation. That I have some sort of self-respect and won't let little bastards like Malfoy insult my mother, who sacrificed her life so that I may live, whenever he feels like it without the Hogwarts staff giving him as much as a slap on the wrist. Not like the professors ever proved competent in the past couple years with all the shit that went on at Hogwarts. You'd think that someone would consider ordering the sum, Mandrix via Owl, rather than wait the whole fucking year for the ones we had to fully mature. Or that someone would consider asking Myrtle what fucking killed her in the past 50 years. Or that someone would consider asking the portraits at the scenes of the attacks what they saw. Dumbledore could not help but wince at the accusations. In hindsight, those suggestions sounded quite obvious. The bottom line, headmaster, is that I have no desire to spend the rest of my days being insulted and attacked for no damn reason. Harry finished. If there's one thing that I've learned both at the Dursleys and at Hogwarts, is that if I want something done, I have to do it myself, because the vast majority of the people around me are idiots while the rest either don't care or expect someone else to do it. He concluded, for all that you seem to think yourself as my protector or something. In truth, all you did was stash me away somewhere and all, but forgot about me for nearly a decade. And at Hogwarts, you were too busy baiting wraiths of Dark Lords to worry about the safety of your students. The fact that you allowed Hagrid to take 4 first years into the Forbidden Forest at midnight on the fucking full moon is quite telling. That does not change the fact that I am still your magical guardian, Harry. Like it or not, I am still responsible for your well-being in the wizarding world. Dumbledore sighed. I understand that I have not been the most stellar guardian, but you are no longer my guardian, headmaster. Harry corrected. As of less than half hour ago, I became emancipated in the wizarding world. Usually, emancipations would require the approval from the Wisengamot, or at least the Minister of Magic. However, he smirked, by proving that I can defend my family's honor like I did, and by claiming the House of Umbridge as spoils, I am entitled to immediate emancipation. All it is required is for me to have gone through my second maturation period, in other words, be over 13, and I was able to become Lord Potter. Of course, I won't be able to personally take my seat in the Wisengamot until I'm 15, so I'll be using a proxy until then. But most of the perks, such as the removal of my trace and permission to access the main Potter vault in Gringotts, were granted immediately. He smiled before adding, oh, and as I'm recognized as an adult, I won't be needing permission from a guardian to visit Hogsmeade. In fact, I also found out an interesting tidbit of information about Hogsmeade. You found out the adult students are allowed to leave the castle as they please outside class hours, didn't you? Dumbledore stated rather than asked with a sigh. Yep. Harry grinned. It appears Severus was most mistaken about you. Dumbledore grumbled as he massaged his temples. You most definitely take after your mother more in terms of personality. James would have done something reckless or chosen to prank someone in revenge. Your mother, well, she would have done well in Slytherin with how cunning her plans always were. I did tell you a few months ago that the Hat wanted me in the snake pit. Harry reminded him with a smirk. And for the record, I did not turn it down because of how Hagrid kept saying that all Slytherins are evil as per your instructions. Caught on to that, huh? Dumbledore aside, Hagrid is a good man, has a big heart. Harry began before shrugging, but subtle is something he's not, or good at keeping secrets. Too true. Dumbledore grudgingly agreed. I turned down Slytherin not because it was where Voldemort had been, but because it is where Draco Malfoy got sorted. I met the little prick on the train, and he made an impression. Harry admitted, he takes after his father too much. Dumbledore sighed in agreement. Narcissa Black would have easily had you easting out of her palm, even as a first year. I'll take your word for it, since I have yet to meet the woman. She sounds delightful, though. Harry deadpanned, absently going through Dumbledore's, Voldemort's, and Lily's memories of the blonde woman. The only black in a few centuries that had not been born with black hair. What are you planning now, Harry? Dumbledore sighed, deciding to leave berating the boy for his ruthlessness for later. In the immediate future, I plan on stalling until dinner time before making my grand return to Hogwarts, just before the evening edition of the Daily Prophet reaches the castle. After that, I have to talk to Professor McGonagall about also taking arithmancy and ancient runes as my elective subjects. It's obvious that I need to take my studies as seriously as possible. He must. I see. That's good to hear. Dumbledore nodded, inwardly grimacing at the thought of handing a time turner to someone as unhinged as Harry was proving. Maybe I should have him share Miss Granger's? No, that won't work. The time turner's reserve of magic can only take one person back in time every day. If it is used by two people, even with just a few hours at a time, it will quickly exhaust that reserve and begin drawing on the magic of the users. For an adult, that would be all right on short term, but for underage witches and wizards, it may stunt their growth. Sigh. And I only acquired one from the Department of Mysteries. I guess I'll have to lend him mine until I can get him one like I did for Miss Granger. Taking their goodbyes from Ollivander, who rather amused by how Harry had given the old headmaster enough to worry about in his own castle. Enough for him to dismiss the wand maker's status as an immortal for the moment, at least. He had full confidence that the old headmaster would give him a visit within the week. Later that evening, Harry calmly entered the Great Hall alongside Dumbledore, and each headed to their respective table, both lost in thought. Well, Dumbledore was lost in thought. Harry was conversing with her ancestor. Are sure it was such a good idea to reveal so much to Dumbledore? Sure, I did not reveal anything concrete about my changes and rather implied connections to the prophecy, but he trailed off. The more crumbs you give him, the more tempted he is to follow the trail. Kagaya replied sagely. What is essential is that you made him think about what Voldemort did on that Halloween night, rather what has happened to you days ago as far as your changes are concerned. He will not approach you directly, and rather research Voldemort's history between leaving Hogwarts and his return to start the Blood War, and thus find nothing of importance that affects you. Besides the Horcruxes, you mean? Harry reminded her. Those trinkets are of no consequence. Kagaya snorted. By the time he has discovered enough about them to start seeking them out, you will have already disposed of those he can gain access to. You mean all except the one in Bellatrix's vault? Harry pointed out. The Peverell ring and Slytherin's locket. Indeed, it will be trivial to retrieve those two considering you know of all the defenses. And even if you did not, you could simply rely on the Predapath to drain the magic out of those wards. Kagaya shrugged, and, with a bit of luck, Sirius Black will either die and be proven innocent so that you could gain access to Bellatrix's vault. I would prefer if he turned out to be innocent. I may not be yearning for family as much as I did before gaining Mom's memories, but I would rather have my godfather back. Harry sighed. Also, you're forgetting that in order for me to gain access to Bellatrix's vault either way, all three remaining Lestranges need to die so that the Lord of Bellatrix's former house would inherit their properties. Which means breaking into Azkaban. Didn't Riddle have a few potential plans for breaking out his followers should they get captured? Kagaya pointed out as Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table. You can worry about it later. She concluded. Harry, Hermione exclaimed as she all but lunged at him, pulling him in a hug. I was so worried. Sorry about that. But I'm fine now. I'm better than I have been in years. Harry chuckled. Where have you been all day? She demanded. Madame Pomfrey said she let you leave this morning. Oh, I just tracked down the one responsible for what happened to me. Harry shrugged as he began piling food in his plate. You what? Hermione asked in shock. Yep. Harry nodded as began eating. And, she pressed, I've dealt with it. It won't happen again. Harry said with a tone of finality that made her blink in surprise. Before she could demand more information, Owl invaded the Great Hall, carrying the morning editions of the Daily Prophet and other mail, a brown barn owl landing in front of Harry, who gave it a couple nuts and took the paper. You got a subscription to the Prophet? Hermione inquired as he opened it. Yeah, I know that most of it is propaganda and other lies, but although I might as well know what kind of stuff people are talking about outside Hogwarts. Harry admitted. It was at that point that people began muttering, looking and pointing at Harry, most of them looking shocked, others looking angry, but all of them looked at least a bit fearful. Looks like they actually covered things pretty well on what happened today. Harry mused, trying to avoid displaying the satisfaction he felt at the reactions. "Can I have a look?" Hermione asked, curious about why most of the Great Hall was looking at Harry with such wariness, the usual noise level having dropped considerably. "Sure," Harry agreed and passed the paper to her before returning to his meal. It only took the bushy-haired girl a few seconds of having the paper to gasp in shock and turn to stare at Harry in shock. "Harry, is this true? Did you really kill that woman?" she asked loud enough for most of the Great Hall to hear, causing them to become silent as they waited for the answer. "Why so surprised? I did tell you a minute ago that I dealt with the one responsible for the attack on me." Harry pointed out the very picture of nonchalance. "But killing her?" Hermione said uncertainly. "It's not like she's the first person I blasted to pieces for trying to kill me." Harry pointed out dryly. "First was Voldemort, then was Quirrell in our first year." "You blasted Quirrell to pieces?" Hermione gaped at him. "Well, technically I burned him to ashes, but he was still reduced to paste when it was all said and done." Harry shrugged. "And last year I completely destroyed the heir of Slytherin, but as he did not have a physical body, he trailed off. So, as you can see, it's kind of my thing to retaliate with lethal power to attempts on my life." "Well, I suppose that's reasonable," Hermione muttered. In the meantime, a good number of students that had been antagonistic towards Harry in the past couple years had began to pale drastically and began frantically planning on staying the hell away from him, lest they might provoke his wrath. Most of them, anyway. Both Snape and Malfoy were sneering at him, barely refraining from commenting out loud due to Dumbledore's presence. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was barely keeping an eye on the proceedings as it was pretty much he and Harry had predicted. Instead, he was thinking about what he knew of Tom Riddle's origins as he tried to plan where to seek out more information on him. But what was truly weighing down on him was what Madame Bones had told him during their brief chat. That Harry was supposedly following in his footsteps and making a fearsome reputation for himself. "Is that how the boy truly sees me? A ruthless tyrant that gives people reasons to fear him, so that I may dominate them?" The headmaster wondered worriedly. "And is he the only one? I knew that most people that met me respected me for my victory over Gellert. But could they actually fear me?" The old man would have wanted to dismiss that thought. But in truth, it had not been the first time it had occurred to him, even though he had dismissed it in the past. Unconsciously, he had taken steps to curb his fear-inspiring reputation, leading to becoming more and more eccentric, his outward personality becoming childish at times even when taken together with his elderly wisdom. Around an hour later, Harry was confronted by his housemates in the Gryffindor common room. Almost everyone other than the first years was present, eyeing the proceedings anxiously. "Potter, what the hell were you thinking?" Percy Weasley demanded. "How dare you kill a respectable member of the Ministry? If it wasn't for your celebrity status..." He continued to rant. "Oh, shut up, you pathetic brown-nosed imbecile." Harry rolled his eyes as he pulled a bottle of butterbeer from an enlarged pocket and took a sip. "You clearly don't know or understand anything about the situation, so shut up." 10 points from... A red-faced Percy began angrily. "From nowhere. Gryffindor doesn't have any points for anyone to deduct right now." He snorted. "And frankly, I don't give a shit if you plan on taking 1,000,000 points from me every day from now on." "What do you mean you don't care?" Ron demanded. "Exactly that." Harry shrugged. "Why should I care about Gryffindor House when the vast majority of them don't care about me?" "Harry, I don't know what gave you that impression, but..." Angelina Johnson began. "Really?" Harry pinned her with his emerald stare as his eyes began glowing dangerously. "So, what did you mean when you were talking behind my back, saying that they should throw a freak like me in Azkaban, HM? Those were your words a few days after the whole school found out I was a Parselmouth when I made the mistake of saving that ungrateful brat's, Finch Fletchley, miserable life. It's not like it was Malfoy's snake, summoned at Snape's instruction, that almost killed him. Blame the guy that stopped it." Harry barely refrained from sneering at the embarrassed-looking black-skinned girl. "Leave her alone, Harry. She didn't think." Alicia Spinnet began. "Like you didn't think when you accused me of attacking Hermione because I was jealous of her grades?" Harry cut her off. "Or like when many of you did the same?" He looked around the common room, and many avoided his look in shame. "You see, this is why I don't give a shit about Gryffindor House anymore. Out of all of you, I can count on my fingers those that actually stood up for me when I was being badmouthed or discriminated against. You miserable bastards actually tried to censor me in my first year when McGonagall took 150 points from Hermione, Neville, and I for being out of the tower after curfew, minutes after she only took just 20 from Malfoy for the same reason. He paused and took in the looks of outrage this news earned him. Yeah, don't you just love it when she's fair like that? He asked sarcastically. But the point is you bastard tried to crucify me for losing those points, completely ignoring the fact that I earned Gryffindor twice that much by myself in 2 Quidditch matches. Hell, Hermione earned 100 points every month that year, and Neville got plenty of points in every herbology class. And yet, how many points did Gryffindor have on the last day before Dumbledore's last-minute additions? 322 points. So the vast majority of the points Hermione won that year were lost by you lot. Never mind the ones I won. And you had the nerve of bad-mouthing me, he snapped at them, causing the ones that lost points more often to shift awkwardly. And then last year, you accused me of attacking Muggleborn, completely ignoring that there was solid proof that I was elsewhere during the attacks. And now I'm a half-blood with a Muggleborn mother. Harry spat. With few exceptions, all of Gryffindor House turned their back on me, sometimes even cursing me in the back in the hallways. Yes, I'm talking to you too, McLaggen and Towler. He glared at the 2 older boys as he began emitting a low killing intent, his eyes burning with emerald flames. But I should thank you. The experience taught me an important lesson about the wizarding world. I'm surrounded by idiocy and incompetence, with a rare few actually using their brains. And if I want something done, I can't rely on you, the professors, or the ministry. If I want something done, I have to do it myself. So with this, I give you your only warning. The nice Harry Potter that tolerated your shit in the past couple years is gone. Mess with me, and I'll mess you up. Try to curse me, and you'll spend a few months in St. Mungo's. Attack me seriously, well, I'll make what happened to Umbridge and Coral seem pleasant. My kitty gloves have come off, and I burnt them to a crisp so that I would never be tempted to play nice with you lot again. Attack me, and you will feel the full wrath of the House of Potter. Harry concluded as he got up from his seat and headed up to the third-year boys' dorm room, the crowd parting like the Red Sea before him. Well done. That was an excellent performance. I could almost feel the fear radiating from some of them. Kagaya praised. With this, your dominance in Gryffindor Tower will go rather smoothly. A few fools will likely attack you to test your patience, but make examples of them, and the rest shall leave you alone. I sure hope so. I would hate to have to watch my back every second of the day. I still have to sleep up here. Harry remarked. I'm sure that arrangements could be made if necessary. Kagaya assured him. The next morning, the Gryffindors were treating Harry carefully, making sure not to get in his way or offend him in some way. The only ones acting like normal were Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, and Neville, the later having been quietly assured by Harry late that night after their dorm mates had fallen asleep that he was counted amongst those he had not hard feelings for. Hermione, Ron began, frowning as he looked over her shoulder. They've messed up your timetable. Look, they've got you down for about 10 subjects a day. There isn't enough time. I'll manage. I've fixed it all with Professor McGonagall. The bushy-haired girl assured him. But look, said Ron, laughing. See this morning? 9 o'clock, divination. And underneath, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies. And Ron leaned closer to the timetable, disbelieving. Look, underneath that arithmancy, 9 o'clock. I mean, I know you're good, Hermione, but no one's that good. How are you supposed to be in 3 classes at once? Don't be silly, said Hermione shortly. Of course I won't be in 3 classes at once. Well then, pass the marmalade, said Hermione. But, oh, Ron, what's it to you if my timetable's a bit full? Hermione snapped. I told you, I've fixed it all with Professor McGonagall. Yeah, Ron. Harry agreed. Other than Muggle studies, my schedule is the same. He paused and gave Hermione a confused look. Why are you taking that anyway? You're Muggle-born, but it's fascinating to learn about it from a wizarding point of view. Hermione insisted. It's outdated by around a century or so, and the professor can't even pronounce electricity right. Harry deadpanned. It's a complete waste of time. Just ask anyone taking the course. Fine, I'll ask around. Hermione agreed. Truth be told, Harry didn't really need to attend classes anymore. Not because of Voldemort's, his mother's, or even Dumbledore's memories. No, those were merely the memory set most valuable to him for more personal reasons. It was because of the memory sets of all Hogwarts professors other than Trelawney, Hagrid, Lupin, and Flitwick, whom had donated their magic to his recovery, while believing he was suffering from magical exhaustion when it was just the opposite. And the only reasons why those four had not contributed was due to Trelawney being passed out from dinking sherry, while the other three were not fully human, and thus deemed unsafe to transfer their magic to a child. There was little known about lycanthropy as it was, and they weren't taking chances regardless. How much Lupin wanted to help Harry. As such, he now knew all the course material and all but defense against the dark arts, charms, divination, and care for magical creatures, as well as all the necessary tricks in leaning the spells, what to look for when the spells fail, and how to fix various mistakes. It goes without saying that he had the full intention of acquiring Flitwick's and Hagrid's memories, as while the half-giant was not the most educated person around, his experience with the many creatures in the Forbidden Forest was invaluable, especially with how he kept running into dangerous creatures like the Cerberus, the Troll, the Basilisk. "I'm not touching Lupin, though." He scowled. "While his knowledge of dark creatures is supposedly vast, and I am a bit curious in what wholly secluded himself, I don't want to risk being infected with lycanthropy. With your genes and magic power, I am confident you could overpower that curse. But I agree, why take risks?" Kagaya remarked. "Personally, the thing I'm most interested in right now is whether Trelawney actually remembers the prophecies she makes." Harry shot back as he began heading for the North Tower, where the divination class was being held. An hour later, he excused himself to the loo and used Dumbledore's time turner to turn back time for a couple hours, headed to the room of requirement, and burn out a couple more wands while practicing his spells, or rather taking out his irritation on the humiliation that the class had been. It wasn't something he did or failed to do, no, it was all Trelawney and her idiotic and random predictions. And, to top it all, it turns out that Trelawney did not remember her prophecies. And the worst thing is that I can't drop it, since that would mean returning Dumbledore's time turner, he fumed. "Look on the bright side," Kagaya urged him in a decisively non-supportive tone. "You're going to have your death predicted on a regular basis when you're the only one in the castle beside the Phoenix that doesn't have to worry about it. I'm sure Dumbledore is finding this absolutely hilarious." Harry sighed as decided to check on his wand before heading to his arithmancy class. He had stored it in the room of requirement, since it would draw attention of the unpleasant kind if his dorm mates found his wand soaking in blood, even if it was his own. The fact that his blood had been turned decisively darker in color by his transformation also contributed to this decision. Since the only other hidden location he could currently access was the Chamber of Secrets, he had not hesitating in choosing the ever-changing room on the 7th floor over it. From what he could sense and see with his 2 dojutsu, the Hollywood his wand was made of had been revitalized and was not alive, though no longer strictly Hollywood. In fact, from what Kagaya could tell, the wood had slowly began changing into what she recognized as wood produced by the Mokuton. She decided not to tell Harry right now that if the transformation continued at this rate, his wand would become something akin to a pseudo-Shinju branch, which would, most likely, be ideal for channeling Harry's powerful magic. Nodding in satisfaction, he headed out, and using a few secret passages, he quickly arrived to the arithmancy classroom, being the first student there in fact. As such, he was the only one to see Septima Vector leaning to pick up the rolls of parchment that had somehow ended up on the floor. And more importantly to him, he saw her fabulous breasts held by a lacy black bra through the opening presented by the few upper buttons of her white shirt she currently had undone. It was at that point that suddenly all the personal memories of this particular magic donor that he had all but suppressed out of respect for privacy were suddenly accessed, making him fully aware that Septima Vector was a total babe at her 24 years, with lightly tanned skin, luscious black hair, and seductive violet eyes, and a body to die for under those unflattering robes. He was also suddenly aware of the stiffening of a part of his lower body when the woman gave him a beautiful smile when he began helping her. It looked someone was finally hit by puberty in full force. Kagaya remarked in amusement as Harry eventually turned away from the professor and headed to take a seat. "It's not like, what the hell? Why am I bothering to deny it?" Harry decided it's not like you can't read my thoughts. "So yeah, I find her attractive. Very attractive. She's one of the most beautiful women I've even met." "Oh, what about me?" Kagaya seemed to pout a bit. "You're dead, and you're related to me," Harry pointed out. A few seconds later, his vision was assaulted of multiple memory flashes of a gorgeous naked woman with red hair and emerald eyes. He was trapped between embarrassment and mortification at finding himself being aroused by his mother's body, who is also dead and related to him. You've made your point. He swallowed thickly and caught a pleased glint in Vector's purple eyes, his mind quickly replaying what his eyes had recorded while Kaguya was messing with him, and he viewed the image of Vector bending over to pick up a quill she had dropped, and in the process gave him a wonderful image of her behind. I'll admit that your clothing is really, well, it really hides your figure. He shrugged. She answered as at the sounds of approaching chatter. Vector fully buttoned up her shirt and put on her outer robes. Like that. He mentally grunted as the rest of the class entered, with Hermione trailing behind after them. The bushy-haired girl quickly made her way over to sit on Harry's right, as the other students began to group themselves in pairs as well. Group yourselves in 3s and 4s. Vector spoke up without even paying much attention to them as she grabbed her class roll. She likely had to give the same advice to every third-year class. As such, Susan Bones ended up sitting on his left. Well then, welcome to your first arithmetic class. The professor spoke once the bell rang and the classroom door closed. My name is Septima Vector, and I will be your professor in this class. She introduced herself before she began giving them an introduction to arithmetic. Well, let's see where this goes. Harry thought as he gave the professor a confident smirk as his eyes burned emerald for a few seconds when he met her gaze, earning a small smile from her. Hey, well, another chapter done. I'll be taking a short break from this story, though, since I want to catch up on my other stories a bit. Regarding this chapter, specifically the last part, I will say this now. I have no planned pairings right now. Vector could end anywhere between his worst enemy and his loyal love slave. I honestly have no real plans for her right now beyond a few scenes, but that can and will most likely change. But yes, at the moment Harry is in a hot-for-teacher phase. Regarding Hermione and Susan, who had been mentioned in the character list for this story, I have big plans involving them later on. Honestly, there will be a lot of time skips from now on until 4th year, because, let's face it, that's where the whole plot of Harry Potter starts moving for the world beyond Hogwarts. Also, Harry can't just go take over the Ministry or the like because he literally can't. He has the power equivalent of a nuke and is just as risky to use it. His power is still not under his control, and it will take quite a while to get there. He is, in a way, similar to Naruto before he graduated the academy. Plenty of chakra, nothing to use it on since his wand would blow up in his face. Also, I will keep Jutsu at a minimum for quite a while since while knowing hundreds, maybe more, he has no experience with chakra. As such, he will rely on his bloodline-related Jutsu as his eyes act as a crutch and amplifier. That does not mean he'll pop a truth-seeking ball and trounce everyone who pisses him off. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 4. Difficulties and solutions. October 31st. Just don't say it. Harry muttered under his breath as he slid on a stool at the Hog's Head and waited for Aberforth to reach him and take his order. Okay, I won't say that you're abysmal at ninjutsu. Kaguya shot back. Why, thank you. That makes me feel loads better. Harry sarcastically replied before saying out loud to Aberforth, a glass of Blishen's fire cinnamon-flavored whiskey. Harry said as he pushed 10 sickles towards the bartender. A month before, such a request had earned the ire of the old bar owner. Now, with him fully aware that Harry was legally an adult and perfectly capable of handling a few glasses of even the more potent beverages, Aberforth was perfectly willing of serving the young immortal a less potent whiskey. As he nursed his drink, Harry turned inwards to address his tenant. Now, stop beating around the bush and tell me what can I do to solve this problem. Harry sighed. The problem, as he so delicately put it, was his utter inability of casting most ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Some worked, some not so well. The first problem he had discovered was his chakra control, which he had addressed through a few weeks of continuous chakra control exercises, from leaf floating to water walking. Then, he had flung himself into learning ninjutsu once more, only to once again fail, miserably at that. A bit of research revealed that while his chakra reserves were above that of an average Kage, close to the Ichibis in fact, most of it was Yin chakra, which made sense since he and Kagaya had agreed that magic was an essence Yin chakra with just a bit of Yang chakra mixed in. Of course, he had more Yang chakra than the average wizard considering his transformation and inheritance of his mother's entire life force, about 10 to 12 times as much, but it was still less than 5% of his current total reserves. So, with a heavy heart, he had decided to put off his ninjutsu training until he had built up his Yang chakra reserved a bit more. So he turned his entire focus on Jinjutsu, and once again was having immense difficulties. But it was unlike before. Now, some Jinjutsu worked perfectly, others not at all, and he had no idea why. It was not like he needed a specific elemental affinity for them, which he already had for all elements due to the Rinne. Why the hell do I keep screwing up, he sighed as he downed the rest of his drink. Well, as you were the first wizard to learn jutsu ever, as far as I know, I can't say with certainty, but Kagaya must think I noticed, was that you succeeded in jutsu that required certain hand seals while those that required others failed. Go on, Harry said, being perfectly attentive as he absently circulated his chakra a bit faster through his coils so that his light inebriation would pass quicker. The dragon, snake, horse, and bird hand seals have always succeeded perfectly. Like you've been doing it for a lifetime, Kagaya informed him with a bit of pride. The other 8 basic hand seals, it's like you have a block on them, like you're missing something. From the way you say it, you have a pretty good idea what that something is. Harry must. But I get the feeling you are not willing to tell me. Yes, I won't tell you for free. I want something in return, Kagaya said seriously. Oh, and what is it? Must be pretty big if you're bargaining my progress for it. Harry asked curiously. He wasn't offended. He was actually waiting for something like this to happen. For all that Kagaya was willing to help him, he knew she would eventually ask a few things in return. It was natural after all and fair. It's not something that will harm you or your progress. It will take some time, but not anytime soon. You will have to reach a certain level in your progress to be able to grant me my request. Kagaya continued, considering how vague you're being. You won't be telling me just yet, huh? Harry remarked. No, Kagaya confirmed. All right, I'll grant you your desire once I'm able to. Harry agreed easily. He knew what crime she had committed when she was alive. He knew that she had tried to literally cull mankind. But honestly, she no longer cared. She had seen enough that she had washed her hands of mankind. If they wanted to wage wars to wipe themselves out, they could go ahead as long as they left her out of it. Moreover, he was of the same opinion. Remember how in order for me to awaken, even in my lowest, monstrous form, I required a chunk of each of the Hagoromo's 9 bijous chakra? Kagaya began. If you're telling me that I have to track down the 9 bijou, Harry began. That would be a pointless venture. I know for certain that they no longer exist. Their power is spread across the world and gave birth to the various magical species of the current age. Kagaya chuckled in amusement. Then what? Harry frowned as he gestured to Aberforth to refill his glass as he pushed more coin toward him. You are not like I was, bound to the power of the Shinju, Kagaya explained. And that is both a blessing and a curse. While you do not need the chakra of the 9 bijou, it also means that the instincts Hagoromo has bestowed on humans by transferring some of his chakra into them, when he shaped their chakra coils, are missing within you. While your distant ancestors had them, over the millennia they had become so dull that they are dormant. What instincts are you talking about, exactly? Harry frowned. You have noticed, of course, that the 12 basic hand seals are the same as the current Chinese zodiac, yes? Kagaya began and, at a subtle nod from him, she continued, did you know how many fruits the Shinju had bore in its existence? 12. Harry replied, his mind working in overdrive, and the last one, which you ate, was one corresponding to the rabbit seal, or something like that, right? The rabbit aspect. Kagaya corrected, also, I did not eat it all. It was larger than I merely took a few bites from it before burying it as it was customary. It was still enough to trigger my ascension to divinity, and give you rabbit horns. Harry added, that too. She absently agreed. But the point is that you and all wizards are not bound to the power of the Shinju any longer. You no longer have the 12 aspects all but burned in your instincts like ninja did, needing only the required hand seals, chakra, and concentration to perform a jutsu in at least a weakened form. You mentioned that I could use 4 of the 8 hand seals. Dragon, snake, horse, and bird, Harry said slowly, reaching a conclusion: dragon blood, basilisk venom, unicorn blood, phoenix blood, and tears. Exactly, Kagaya confirmed. By taking into yourself not only those substances, but also the magic of those creatures, you have unlocked your access to those hand seals. So, I need 8 more, don't I? Harry must. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, ram, monkey, dog, and boar. And the more magically powerful, the better. True, even a weak magical infusion will be enough to grant you access to the use of a hand seal, but I believe that it would not be the ease with which you can use the dragon, snake, horse, and bird hand seals, which would be preferable. While I can appreciate your willingness to work hard, not taking advantage of a shortcut out of pride could be your undoing down the line. Kagaya cautioned. True, but on the other hand, dragons, basilisks, unicorns, and phoenixes are the most magically powerful creatures in the world. Harry's sweat dropped. It's why even a hair or feather from them is enough to act to the core of a wand. Luckily for you, I have already compiled a list of the creatures most suitable for you to take the needed power from. Kagaya smirked. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Harry pointed out. Tell me. Very well, Kagaya agreed. Gnarl for rat, Riem for ox, Cabot for rabbit, Calcus ram for ram, Demiguise for monkey, Gytrash for dog, and Tebow for boar. She enumerated. A gnarl is a porcupine, a type of rodent, so it will work. A Riem will be perfect for ox, and with the properties of its blood, it may help with my yang chakra reserves. A Cabot, is that a real creature? He asked dubiously, having seen such a creature in Dudley's cartoons. It's real, native to Australia, I believe, Kagaya assured him. Okay, I suppose it's not the first magical creature the Muggles learned about. He shrugged. A Calcus ram, as in the legend of the Golden Fleece? Indeed. You will need to travel to Greece for this one. It's the only place on Earth where it exists. Kagaya informed him. Well, it will be more than enough for the ram seal. Harry must as he took a sip from his drink. A Demiguise will be perfect for monkey, and if I can gain its invisibility powers, even better. A Gytrash, isn't that an animal ghost? He asked dubiously. I suppose I could drain it with a Predapath, but will it be enough? If it isn't, then you can use a Krupp. Personally, I would prefer a Cerberus, but other than the one owned by Hagrid, I don't know of any other, and I have the feeling you are not too anxious of killing it and draining it of its blood and magic. Kagaya pointed out. Good point. We'll see how it goes with the Gytrash then. Harry agreed. And a Tebow. Yes, it would be good for the boar seal, plus its invisibility powers could complement those of the Demiguise if I gain them. What about the tiger aspect, though? Oh, you'll use a Nundu. Kagaya shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, well, a Nundu would be perfect. Are you out of your fucking mind? Harry mentally screeched. Is a Nundu not a good fit for the tiger aspect? Kagaya asked innocently. True, it's more of a magical panther than a tiger, but it's also the most dangerous creature known to wizard kind. Harry protested. It takes 100 wizards to get through its magic resistance. Then you'll simply have to kill it without magic. Kagaya shrugged. Without? Harry paused, downed his remaining drink, and turned to leave the bar. I might have escaped you notice, Kagaya, but I'm a 13-year-old squishy human. The only thing I have as an advantage over the Nundu is my immunity to its breath that we've confirmed a couple weeks ago with that liquefied sample of Nunda breath I managed to get my hands on. There is also the fact that we need to research how you will assimilate the blood of these creatures. Those that have blood, anyway. I doubt even your immortality would save you if drinking that blood makes you explode and splatter you all over the place. Kagaya added, Joy, more research. Harry sighed. With that in mind, he returned to the castle, catching a carriage with Septima Vector and Bathsheba Babbling, who taught arithmancy and ancient runes respectively, and who were rapidly becoming his favorite teachers. True, part of it was due to them being rather attractive witches of 24 and 36 years respectively, but beyond eye candy, they were some of the best conversation partners he had access to. Given his new and intense interest in spell creation that required heavy use of both, and the choosing of both incantation and wand motions, as well as enchanting, which required runes for long-lasting magical objects, the two professors were the best he could bounce his ideas off. One may think that with the memories of the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort, he knew all he could ever. But the truth was that while knowledgeable in all fields of magic, Dumbledore's main focus was transfiguration, followed closely by charms, while Voldemort was obsessed with the dark arts, followed distantly by potions, and even then only those of darker origins or uses. That did not change the fact that Harry spent weeks burning into his mind with the Sharingan, the course books, for all 7 years plus a few other recommended books, before doing the same with all the arithmancy and ancient runes books in the Hogwarts library, including the restricted section, which he had intruded with ease thanks to the Parcel Ward Tom Riddle had put up sometime in his 6th year, when he had gotten tired of having to be careful of tripping any of the librarian's wards. The Parcel Ward he had used basically caused all other wards in the immediate area to become dormant until the Parcel Mouth commanded otherwise. As such, it had been easy for him to sneak away a few books each day and return them later after he had traveled back in time with the Time Turner. The Time Turner he was abusing for all it was worth. He had quickly reached the conclusion that unless he spun back 24-hour with each use, his mind will become increasingly unstable, not only due to having some days longer than others, but also due to lessening his sleeping time. True, he no longer needed as much sleep as before. He could easily function with just 3 hours of sleep out of 24, but he enjoyed sleep and had no desire to give up on it for anything outside of necessity. As such, while school had been in session for just 2 months, for him it had been 4 months. It had also been enough time for him to discover the worrying fact that he had not aged at all in that time. True, it would take a longer period of time to say for sure, but he was quite certain he would remain the same if he left things as they were. It was one of the reasons why he was so anxious to learn ninjutsu, specifically the Hinge no Jutsu. True, it was not a true transformation, merely an illusion with a fragile chakra shell holding it together. But it was also a stepping stone to learning the Oiroke no Jutsu that Naruto Uzumaki had accidentally created due to early academy teachers trying to sabotage his schooling. The result was a true transformation that, while fragile in the beginning, could be trained to be near identical to metamorphogus transformations, though more static in the fact that it would require a conscious effort to change shape, while a metamorphogus could change according to their emotional state. The bottom line was that those two professors were the only two whom he could somewhat openly reveal his knowledge to, as they had nothing to compare to, not having had contact with him before his transformation. It did not help that he had distanced himself from Ron, and to a degree Hermione as well. In the case of the bushy-haired bookworm, it was due to their respective study loads, his towering head and heels over hers due to intensive training to not only learn to use his new powers, but remaster his old spells. In Ron's case, however, Harry was at times actively holding back from hitting, or even better, cursing, the ginger bastard. As it turns out, a good part of the blame for Harry being so isolated among his peers at Hogwarts ever since his first year began was due to Ron Weasley actively driving them away. Hermione had been the only one who had decided to put up with him until he relented somewhat with his attempts due to her firm decision of becoming Harry's friend after the troll incident. Also, it only took a few memories gained from the youngest male, Weasley's magic, for Harry to determine that Ron was not his friend and never had been. He had been using Harry as a way of getting some spotlight while riding on his coattails. In reality, he was so jealous of everything Harry had, from fame and money to his Quidditch skills and talent for magic, that he actually hated Harry. He had made this discovery in the first week after accidentally absorbing some of Ron's magic, and since then had began distancing himself from the ginger as much as possible, spending less and less time in his presence, and choosing to bond with Neville, who turned out to be his godbrother, as well as Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. He had not been entirely sure if befriending Seamus was a good idea, considering that the boy had harbored some doubts about Harry's innocence in the Chamber of Secrets debacle. But he had decided that since the boy had had enough respect for him to keep his silence about it and wait for things to be resolved before taking a side, he was worth a chance. That, and the fact that his talent of turning most spells explosive was quite entertaining. The other Gryffindors had noticed the state of his relationship with Ron. Unlike the ginger idiot who still, somehow, believed Harry to be his best mate, and all began blacklisting Ron Weasley in most social circles, which was rather easy since in response to his attitude of driving others away from Harry, Ron had become rather disliked even among his housemates. And considering his only talents were being a good chess player and easting his own weight at every meal, It was not like anyone would particularly miss his company. It was also quite obvious that among his siblings he was the least liked due to his whiny attitude, considering that even Ginny and the twins chose to distance from him somewhat. Not to the extent of being strangers. Whatever problems, they were still family, after all, but it was noticeable how the time the twins spent with him decreased, just as the times the pranked him increased. As for Ginny, well, she already spent so little time with her siblings besides the twins that it was not truly noticeable. Percy, well, it was well circulated in the Hogwarts rumor mill that his girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, had dumped him early in the school year. The words control issues, obsessive and impotent were also now associated with the ginger brown noser. I see you enjoyed chatting up your crush. Kagaya teased as he headed to his dorm to refill his stash of butterbeer and Honeydukes candy, especially chocolate. Harry ignored her. He simply knew better by now. After all, the last time they had this discussion, he almost ended up molested in his mindscape by Kagaya wearing what he vaguely recognized as a Playboy bunny outfit. Not that he terribly minded the view or her actions, thinking back, but he was an inexperienced teenager, and that had seriously got his blood boiling. Would you like me to do it again? Kagaya offered teasingly. On an entirely unrelated note, he had not visited his mindscape since then. The past 100,000 years seriously perverted her. Harry absently must. I heard that. Can you deny it? Harry shot back before closing the mental, like somewhat to muffle her response. As usual, the Halloween feast was magnificent, and as usual, he hated every moment of it, of how some of his fellow students raised their glasses in his direction, utterly ignoring the fact that it was the day he was cruelly robbed of his parents in his childhood. Speaking of your childhood, Kagaya managed to re-establish their connection. What do you plan on doing to your muggle relatives? Dumbledore can't send me back there now that I'm legally an adult. He no longer has the authority, and I can easily afford to live elsewhere. Harry replied, That's all true, but not what I asked. Kagaya pointed out, her voice devoid of humor. I will have a very satisfying Christmas present. That's all I'm willing to say right now. Harry ended the discussion and chose to chat with Hermione. Okay, I admit you were right. Thank you. Hermione gave him a grateful smile. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. I needed a break from studying and Hogsmeade was totally worth it. Hermione's sight. And with the Dementors gone, it's as nice as I've heard from the older students. By the time the first day of classes had ended, the Dementors had been sent to Azkaban and replaced by a dozen or so Aurors. Fudge had definitely taken Harry's advice to heart, and Lucius Malfoy was definitely less than happy with Harry. If the glares Draco had been giving him were anything to go by, then again, it could be due to Harry saving his miserable life quite publicly when the idiot had insulted a hippogriff while less than a foot away from him. Harry doubted it was enough to count for a life debt, especially since he had not been all that gentle when he had banished Draco away from Buckbeak. But the fact that everyone knew Harry Potter saved Draco Malfoy's life left an awful taste in the Slytherin's mouth. And given the sneers Snape was giving him, the greasy git was having flashbacks from his own school years when he had foolishly followed Remus Lupin into the Shrieking Shack on a full moon and ended up being saved by James Potter. Good? You need to live a little, Hermione. All that studying won't be worth anything if you end up burnt out. Harry advised, You want to talk? The only class you're not taking that I am is Muggle Studies, and let's face it, it's not like I need to spend much time studying for it. Hermione pointed out dryly, and I've told you how I cope with it. Harry shrugged. If you don't want to take my advice, that's up to you. Be stubborn, and let's see how long you'll last. And we'll see. Hermione narrowed her eyes in defiance. By Christmas, she'll quit at least one of her classes if she keeps up the same schedule. Kagaya said dryly. I give her until Easter. She's incredibly stubborn sometimes. Harry replied. An hour later, as they approached the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower, they noticed that quite a crowd had gathered in front of the fat lady's portrait. Soon enough, Percy made his way through the crowd and discovered that the canvas of the portrait had been ripped apart, though the wooden frame it was on was barely scratched. Minutes later, Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived, and it was revealed by Peeves that it was Sirius Black who had done it. Using every ounce of patience and self-control he had, Harry refrained from acting and simply followed Dumbledore's instructions, returning to the Great Hall with the rest of the students and sleeping there after he managed to eavesdrop a bit on the findings of the professors and the Aurors. Sirius Black had not been found. That was all Harry needed to know the next morning as he headed to the Gryffindor Tower to change clothes and pick up the supplies he needed for that day's classes. But classes were the last thing on his mind. As soon as he got in the bathroom and checked if he was alone, he disillusioned himself and spun back to the last evening, just after he had went down to the Halloween feast. Then he headed down to the common room, activated his dojutsu, and waited for a full half hour before a haggard Sirius Black, looking little better than his wanted poster, ran up to the fat lady and demanded entrance for a couple minutes before reaching the end of his patience and attacking the portrait, shredding the canvas with a knife. As he turned to run, though, Harry slammed the portrait open and shot a stunner into the man's back, downing him in an instant. A few seconds later, Sirius Black had been transfigured into a ferret and pocketed, after which Harry closed the portrait and headed straight to the room of requirement. There, he turned him back and tied him to a chair before checking him for weapons, removing no less than 5 small knives from his person, but no wand was found. He was probably planning on throwing these knives if he got in a fight with a wizard, Harry reasoned. Then, he placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder and absorbed some of the man's magic. It was slightly dark feeling, though not entirely unpleasant, and as he felt his Tensigan pulse slightly, he understood. The Black family is descended from the Hyuga clan, or Himura's branch of the Ōtsutsuki. So I got the Byakugan from my father, through my grandmother Doria Potter named Black, my Sharingan from the Peveril family, through my father, and a boost to it from Voldemort's magic, and my Senju genes from my mother's bloodline, boosted by her sacrifice. He summarized. Makes sense. Black hair and pale skin is a trait of both the Potter and Black families as it was for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and red hair was distinctive to the Uzumaki clan that had branched off from the Senju. Kagaya reasoned. I see, but we can focus on that later. Right now, what concerns me is that this guy is innocent and has spent almost 12 years in Azkaban. Let's not forget that my parents' betrayer has been sleeping in the bed next to mine for over 2 years now, as Ron Weasley's rat, he mentally exclaimed. Calm down. You'll need to be calm to deal with Black. He's not entirely mentally stable right now, as you saw. He's better than I expected, but be careful with him. Kagaya cautioned. You don't need to tell me that. Harry muttered as he tapped his forehead, dispelling the disillusionment charm before tapping Black's forehead innervate. The man woke with a start and instantly began struggling before he caught sight of Harry. Harry? Sirius asked hoarsely. Yep, me. Harry gave him a wry grin. Harry, you have to believe me. Sirius began to raise his voice. It wasn't me. James was like a brother to me, and lower your voice, Mutt. I'm not deaf, nor do I want to become. Harry cut him off. And for the record, I know you didn't betray my parents to Voldemort. That Pettigrew was the secret keeper. How? Sirius whispered in shock. Godfather ritual, remember? Harry replied. You would have dropped dead the moment you tried to sell me to Voldemort. All right, forgot about that. Sirius muttered. However, that begs the question of what the fuck are you thinking by sneaking into Hogwarts? My dorm no less. Harry glared. I just barely got the Ministry to let off on the kiss on sight order and remove the Dementors, and now you pull this stunt. Sorry. Sirius seemed to have regressed into a naughty schoolboy that got caught by a teacher. Just tell me what you're doing here, Padfoot. Harry sighed. Wormtail. He's in Hogwarts. The Weasley boy's rat. Sirius quickly replied. Saw him in his rat animagus form on his shoulder in the Daily Prophet this summer. The one from Egypt, right? Harry thought back to the article Ron sent him. How do you know for sure? I've seen his rat form enough times to recognize him. Sirius insisted. Plus, he's missing a finger. The same one Wormtail cut off before he blew up that street after shouting that I betrayed James and Lily. He growled. Okay, I believe you. Harry nodded slowly before dismissing the rope holding Sirius tied up with a flick of his wand. Now all we need to do is catch the rat and hand him into the DMLE, preferably straight to Madam Bones to speed things up a bit. And you're a free man. Hand him over. Sirius began unhappily. You're not killing him. He's your ticket to freedom. Harry cut him off sharply. Besides, I'm not feeling anywhere near as merciful as simply killing him. Let the Dementors have him. Hell, maybe we can arrange to put him in your old cell. Okay, I like the sound of that. Sirius admitted. God, it's good to see you, Harry. How you've grown. Thanks. Harry smiled. And you look like shit, Padfoot. That's Azkaban for you. The man shrugged. Could have been a lot worse. I spent most of my time there in my animagus form. Turns out that dementors don't affect animals nearly as much. You've got to teach me how to do that sometime. Harry remarked. Well, as much as I would love to chat with you, Harry, I need to. Sirius began. Do nothing. Harry cut him off. The professors and the Aurors are searching the castle. They won't come here since they don't know about this room, and I've hid it anyway. But leave, and you'll be in Azkaban by morning. But they won't catch you tonight anyway. How do you know? Sirius frowned. Time Turner. Harry pulled the device out of his robes to show his godfather. I kept my ear down and gathered information tonight. Then in the morning I spun back and waited for you to show up at the fat lady's portrait. Speaking of which, you didn't have to attack her. You know? I know. Sorry about that. Sirius sighed. There's a couple secret passages into the Gryffindor Tower that would have worked far better. Harry continued. You would have made a great marauder. Sirius declared with a wide grin. Marauder? That group of pranksters you and Dad were in, right? Harry inquired. Yeah, didn't Moony, that is Remus, tell you about it? Sirius inquired. I'm afraid Lupin has been too busy feeling sorry for himself my entire life to bother, even sending me a letter. I only met him when he started teaching at Hogwarts this year. Harry said coldly. Well, Remus is a little sensitive about some things, and didn't you grow up with muggles? Maybe Dumbledore. Sirius trailed off. Dumbledore offered to arrange a meeting with me soon after I get my Hogwarts letter. As a friend of my parents, we could have had a lot to talk about. But apparently Lupin, his inferiority complex was more important. And before you say it, I know he's a werewolf. I don't give a shit about that. What I do care is that if he couldn't bother to get over himself to get to know his old friend's kid, then he can go fuck himself. Harry said bluntly, my childhood was perhaps worse than yours, Sirius. My aunt and uncle treated me worse than a house elf. Starved me, beat me, lied to me about my parents, tried to literally beat the magic out of me. Before for my Hogwarts letter, I've been sleeping in their dirty little cupboard under the stairs even though they had 2 free bedrooms in the house. In that time, and even a couple years after that, I could have given anything to learn more about my parents. All I had left from them was the invisibility cloak that Dumbledore gave me for my first Christmas here and a photo album Hagrid put together for me just before I finished my first year. Nobody ever really talked to me about my parents beyond they were good people, or they were good in school, or you look just like your father but you have your mother's eyes. That was all I get. Nobody ever told me what they were like about their lives, something more. Harry shook his head and gave Sirius a wry smile. Sorry for the rant, it's been building up for a while. It's okay, Sirius whispered as he pulled him into a hug. I won't ever let you go back to those awful people. I swear it. You can move in with me as soon as I'm able. Great. Harry smiled. Now then, since I can't leave this place till the coast is clear and you can't cause your time traveling, how about I spend this time telling you about how I met your father and mother? Sirius suggested. I'd like nothing more. Harry agreed before reaching into a magically expanded pocket and pulling out a few stacks of toast from breakfast and a couple butterbeer bottles. Have some food in the meantime. You look like you need it. Thanks. Sirius quickly dug in. The next morning, rather than present himself for classes, Harry snuck out through a secret passage with a disillusioned Sirius and a stunned and transfigured Pettigrew after Harry had confirmed his identity, and took the floor from the 3 broomsticks to the ministry, where they quickly made their way to Amelia Bone's office. Harry, why is everyone looking terrified at you? Sirius whispered when nobody was nearby. Last time I came here, I left an impression on them, was the Immortal's bland reply. Soon enough, they found themselves in the office of the DMLE head, facing Amelia Bones and Mad-Eye Moody. Oh, bother. Harry groaned as he saw the electric blue, magical eye of the Master Auror lock onto Sirius. And yes, I did just leave things like that. Sue me. To be honest, I was planning on working on my other stories, but these pesky plot bunnies won't let me work in peace. So here's another chapter of this story. As you can see, the main plot of The Prisoner of Azkaban has just been shot. So expect new things for the rest of Harry's 3rd year. And no, I'm not going to make it easy for Harry to get what he needs from those 8 magical creatures. As for Kagaya's desire, well, that's after 3rd year. I appreciated the reviews from the last chapter, and I hope to get your opinions on this one as well. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 5 Convicts and Vila. Amelia. Moody began gruffly, as with a flick of his wrist his wand shot from its holster into his waiting hand and was pointed at Sirius. Tisk. Harry scowled and placed himself between the Master Auror and the invisible Azkaban escapee before turning towards Madame Bones. I have proof of Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes he was sent to Azkaban for, as well as the culprit in my custody. I'm listening, Amelia said instantly, placing a warning hand on Moody's shoulder as the tip of his began to glow ominously. He's stunned and transfigured into a yellow marble in my left breast pocket, Harry added. 5 seconds later, Moody had summoned Wormtail and removed the transfiguration before stunning him again for good measure. Pettigrew. Moody growled as he ripped off Wormtail's left sleeve to reveal the faded dark mark as the burned brand that was at the core of the spell. Never trusted him. Gee, who would have thought? Sirius asked sarcastically as Harry canceled the disillusionment charm on him. Sirius Black. Amelia exclaimed. Hello, Amelia. Nice security you have around here. Sirius grinned. They didn't even bother stopping us on our way here. You can thank your godson for that, Amelia replied as she went to pull a bottle of Veritaserum from a drawer of her desk. Yeah, he said he made an impression on his last visit. Sirius eyed Harry curiously. What did you mean by that? He murdered the minister's senior undersecretary, Moody said gruffly as he glared at Harry with his regular eye, his blue magical one staring straight at Wormtail. He did what? Sirius yelled in shock. He's being overdramatic. Harry rolled his yes. I found out she sent a Dementor to take my soul when I was on the Hogwarts Express. So as soon as I was able, I came to the Ministry and declared a blood feud on her. Challenged her to a duel not a minute later, and then I blew her to pieces after she sent a Cruciatus my way during the duel, Harry explained. Oh. Sirius blinked before glaring at Harry. Hey, hold on a second. You killed that woman for trying to kill you, but you didn't let me kill Wormtail? How fair is that? It's not fair, but it's legal. Harry shrugged. I put down Umbridge legally, and did it so she would not target me again. If you killed Wormtail, you would not longer have proof of your innocence and would be sent back to Azkaban if not kissed outright. I notice you're not bothered at all by the idea of Pettigrew being killed, Moody remarked. That piece of trash led Voldemort to my parents' house in Godric's Hollow. Harry glared at the unconscious Wormtail. Personally, I believe. Wait, you mean he was there that night? Amelia demanded as she paused in tying Pettigrew to a chair. Probably. How else could he have gotten his hands on this wand? Harry pointed out as he pulled a bone-white wand from a pocket and set it down on Amelia's desk. That's... Moody stared at it in surprise. Voldemort's. The traitor had it in a pocket, Harry explained. Well, we can add that to the things to ask him. Amelia narrowed her eyes as he spread a scroll bearing a few runes on the top on her desk and placed a red enchanted quill with the tip on the paper. Recording start. Official interrogation of suspect appearing to be the supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew. Interrogators. Amelia Bones, head of DMLE. Alastair Moody, head Auror. Witnesses. Harry Potter, Lord of the House of Potter. Sirius Black, heir of the House of Black. As she spoke, the words were inscribed on the parchment in silvery blue ink and remained glowing. With a quick, silent enervate, Pettigrew was awake, and before he could do anything his mouth was forced open and Veritaserum was administered by Moody. What is your name? Peter Pettigrew. When were you born? March 10th, 1960. Exchanging a glance, Moody and Amelia nodded. Are you a Death Eater? Yes. When did you become a Death Eater? October 9th, 1979. Why did you become a Death Eater? The Dark Lord was winning. I wanted to be on the winning side, and I hated James and Sirius for always getting all the attention, all the glory. Had Harry not silenced and petrified Sirius, there was little doubt how the dog Animagus would have reacted. What did you do as a Death Eater? I spied on the Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix, and participated in a few raids in Muggle areas. Were you the secret keeper of the Potters? Yes. Did you tell the secret to the Dark Lord? Yes. How did the Dark Lord's wand end up in your possession? I took it from the wreckage of the Potter cottage. Were you there that night when he attached the Potters? And if so, where? Yes. I was waiting outside. Did you ever use it? Yes. How did you use it? I killed James Potter with it. There was a shocked pause at this. James Potter as alive after the Dark Lord was vanquished? Yes. Was he injured? And if so, how badly? Yes, he was injured. His arms were broken and his head was bleeding. Why did you kill him? Because I could. By this point, tempers were high. Did you frame Sirius Black of being the betrayer of the Potters and the killer of yourself and a number of muggles? Yes. How? I shouted in the middle of a street about Sirius betraying James and Lily, cut my finger and blew up the street behind me before taking my Ratanimigus form and escaped into the sewers. How did you hide since then? I was found by the Weasley family that made me the pet rat of their third oldest son, Percy, and was later passed down to Ron. Were they aware you were more than a rat? No. Interrogation has concluded. Recording stop. Amelia said, and the silver writing turned dark blue and stopped glowing, the line of runes at the top extending and surrounding the text. Stupefy. She stunned the rat and administered the antidote to the Veritasium. I believe it's best to get Fudge here to see him and make a decision before one of his advisors catches wind of this. Harry said softly, yet the coldness in his voice spoke volumes of his fury. Before any outstanding citizens decide to make any more donations. Moody agreed. With that, a Patronus was sent to deliver the message to the minister. Note to self, learn the Patronus charm. Harry absently must. You have the memories of a few people who can cast it, and even that slightly modified form that carries messages. Kagaya reminded him. The later was Dumbledore's idea. Right, he thought that since the Patronus charm is one of the few pure light spells around, the dark side won't be able to use it. Shows what he knows, huh? Harry inwardly snorted. So, what happens to me now? Sirius inquired. Normally we would take you to a holding cell until an official trial takes place, but Amelia trailed off. But you were never granted a trial, and thus never convicted for anything. Harry picked up where she left off. Since the Ministry only has the authority to keep suspects in prison for 3 months before their trials, 6 in wartime, it means that even if you were guilty right now, they could not do anything to you. They wasted the opportunity to convict you. Pretty much, Amelia admitted. Wait, then how did Fudge get away with sending Demenez after me? Sirius demanded. At the time, he probably didn't know that you didn't get a trial. And let's be honest, do you really think Fudge knows all the laws he's supposed to uphold? Harry snorted. Also, after Mr. Potter told me about you not receiving a trial, the Demenez were ordered to withdraw. Amelia continued. But you sent Aurors after me instead. Sirius pointed out. True, but as a person who spent more than a decade in Azkaban, it would be natural to consider you unstable and dangerous, thus a threat to society. Amelia shrugged. She means that before you can do anything you want, you'll need to be cleared by mind healers. Harry spoke up before Sirius could open his mouth again. Let's be honest here. You'll be stuck in a hospital for a few months anyway, and that's just for the physical damage done to you. He's right, Black. Moody agreed. You need a lot of healing to get back on your feet. Fine. I suppose I can spend a couple months in St. Mundo's. Sirius grumbled. Actually, I had a different magical hospital in mind. Harry spoke up with a small smile. A French one, to be more precise. Why's that? What do the French have that we British don't? Moody scowled. Vila Mind Healers. Harry offered with a shrug. Harry, you're the best godson an ex-con could ask for. Sirius grinned. At that point, Fudge walked in, stared at the grinning Sirius, screamed and fainted. Damn, I'm beginning to feel sorry for Malfoy. Harry whistled in awe. It must have cost him a fortune to make this moron minister. The 2 Ministry employees could do nothing but sigh at how pathetic their boss was. November 16th. It had taken a few days to straighten things out with the Ministry, to hold a trial before the entire Wisegamot for Wormtail. As well valid, Harry wanted things done as loudly and as publicly as possible to ensure all the wizarding world knew of Sirius' innocence, since Sirius was legally impossibly to imprison for those crimes. The Ministry having exhausted their allotted time to convict him, but in the end the betrayer of the Potters had been sent to Azkaban a few days before, the same day Sirius had left Britain and checked into the French hospital Harry had told him about. The public reaction was enormous, as not only was Sirius forced to stay in the hellhole that was Azkaban while innocent and over a decade longer than the law permitted without a conviction, but Sirius was the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, a pureblood of the highest pedigree in the British wizarding world. Within hours of the news being released on the Wizarding Wireless and on a Daily Prophet Special Edition, a riot had started within Diagon Alley and quickly moved to the Ministry atrium, demanding the heads of the ones responsible for this travesty of justice. Fudge was more than happy to provide a scapegoat. He would have loved to have two, but Millicent Bagnall's death was the reason. A new Minister of Magic had to be elected, so he had to make do with Bartemius Crouch, his former political rival for the minister's seat. Crouch's darker history, such as his son being found to be a Death Eater, on that took part of the Lestrange's attack on the Longbottoms at that, were once again at the forefront of the newspapers, and soon enough, after a rather short trial, Crouch was forced to pay Sirius close to 100,000 galleons as restorations, and then was sent to Azkaban to serve a 5-year sentence. And to top it off and rub salt into the wound, he was placed in his son's old cell, Barty Crouch Jr., having passed away merely a year after his imprisonment. The Ministry also paid Sirius 25,000 galleons for every year he spent in Azkaban past the allowed time period, and were paying for the treatment the Lord Black was undergoing in France. However, despite all those good news, it was a furious Harry Potter that arrived that day at Clinique de Coeur, Hart's clinic of magical ailments, forcing down his temper as he walked past the nurses and weakly returning the smiles they gave him. Harry took a few calming breaths in front of Sirius's private room before knocking and entering once permission was given. He knew enough about his godfather and Vila to realize walking in unannounced was a bad idea. Sure, probably not at the moment. Sirius was still incredibly weakened, but he had little doubt of the possibility of walking in on his godfather getting intimate with the nurses. This was, after all, the man that had not only taken his mother's virginity months before she started dating his father. Something James Potter thankfully never found out, and a memory charm from Lily ensured Sirius himself forgot, but also betted a couple of his female professors, McGonagall of all people as well, in his final year at Hogwarts. Harry had no doubt Sirius would be back to hitting on everything with a pair of breasts in no time at all. Thankfully, today Sirius was merely going through some documents the goblins had given him for the Black Estate. "Hey there, Prongslet, what's wrong?" Sirius' jovial mood dimmed as he noticed the look on Harry's face. In response, Harry tossed him that morning's Daily Prophet and was not in the least surprised by his snarl when he read the title proclaiming Peter Pettigrew's escape from Azkaban. "How? It doesn't say here how exactly he escaped," Sirius demanded as he quickly read the rather small article. The Ministry decided to do some interrogations of all the Azkaban prisoners captured during the Blood War plus Pettigrew. Harry began with a sigh, but since most of them are at least slightly insane, they decided to pull the Dementors away from that section of the prison until the interrogations are over, just so that they would be more mentally stable and able to answer questions better. "I'm not sure if you're aware, but while Veritaserum can bypass even most memory charms, it gives rather poor results when the target is insane. So they replaced the Dementors there with Aurors. And one of them fucked up," Sirius concluded. John Dawlish, pure blood, got this far up the ranks mostly due to family connections, the later Dolores Umbridge included. Harry spat. The idiot decided that Wormtail would be a good target for taunting and somehow ended up screwing with the anti-animagus ward placed on the cell. Also, the imbecile is scared of rats, so he jumped away when Wormtail transformed. Long story short, they didn't catch him again, and by the time that idiot decided to tell someone else of his screw-up, Wormtail had managed to sneak up on another Auror, bash him over the head, and steal his wand. Suffice to say, Wormtail's escape was far easier than yours, considering he had a wand with him. Yeah, I had to swim back to Britain and was already weak from the Dementors. With a wand, Wormtail could have just disapparated once he was outside the island's wards. Sirius massaged his forehead. "What is the Ministry doing? Hunting him down? I even managed to get Fudge and Dumbledore to emit an international arrest warrant through the ICW. He could have gone anywhere in Europe by this time." Harry grumbled. "Isn't that just great?" Sirius grumbled. "Should have let me kill him." "Oh, shut up." Harry snapped back. "We're lucky he stayed at Hogwarts as long as he had. What with you known to be heading there?" "Ugh. Never mind. I'll think of something later. How are you doing?" "Better. I'm considering moving here. Sirius grinned. You can't live in this hospital, Padfoot, no matter how much you like the villa. Harry rolled his eyes. Maybe, but if not for the beautiful women, then definitely for the potions. Sirius motioned to the tray of now empty potion vials he had drunk earlier. Did you know that British potions are the most disgusting tasting in Europe? Really? Harry blinked in surprise. Yeah, apparently, since few British witches and wizards actually created new potions, most of what we have are modified versions of what other countries have invented. But by modifying them, yet making them work the same, they had to replace some ingredients that affected the potion the same in terms of magical effect, but change the color and taste of the end result potion. Sirius explained. The French did the same, though they made it in a way that almost all their potions taste good, the exceptions being the darker or forbidden ones. The downside for good taste is that the potion requires one or more additional ingredients and is thus harder and more expensive to make, while British potions are easier and cheaper to make. Harry nodded in understanding. Ironic, considering that British potions are sold for higher prices than French ones. It would explain why only a few British potions are exported, probably the only ones that can't be bought elsewhere. Sirius agreed. And your treatment? How's that going? Harry inquired. Good, it's going well. Sirius smiled. They say that I'm in better condition than other former Azkaban prisoners that were treated here after they were released, mentally at least. If things go well, we can spend Christmas together. That's great, Sirius. Harry grinned. How about your treatment? How's that going? Sirius inquired. It's going well. Harry shrugged. As soon as Sirius had heard a bit more about Harry's treatment at the Dursleys, he had insisted on Harry also receiving some treatment from the French hospital. Of course, he did not really need any physical healing as his body was 100% healthy. The only thing prescribed to make it better was an ointment to spread over his remaining scar tissue. It did not heal, per se, but rather encouraged the pigments in the affected area to gradually change to match those in the rest of his skin, masking the residual damage somewhat. As his skin was smooth, even in the scarred areas, the healers were certain that once the treatment was done, there would be no sign of the scars left. However, the main healing Harry was undergoing was mental in nature. Harry was an abuse victim. He knew it, Kagaya knew it, Sirius knew it, and now his mind healer knew it. As such, Harry would take a portkey every other day once classes had concluded and take a load off his chest before his assigned Vila mind healer. It was not well known, but the truth was Vila did not naturally occur. They had come into existence through an experiment of magical breeding at some point during the height of the Roman Empire. The purpose of the experiment was to create a perfect sexual partner by combining the genes of a succubus and a phoenix, using the genes of the most beautiful witches around as a medium. Suffice to say, it succeeded to a great degree, though not entirely considering the second, avian form, that all Vila could access once they matured enough. They had the beauty and lust aura of a succubus, but lacked the thirst for human life force that the dark seductress had. In addition, their lifespans and vitality were greater than witches, as once they reached their prime, they stopped aging and could live for up to 500 years. At least that was the oldest recorded Vila that died a natural death. Due to their phoenix genes, they held a high affinity for fire magic, Vila being among the few who could cast fiend fire without their deaths being almost guaranteed. Due to their both dark and light origins, Vila themselves were neutral magically and tended to stay out of wars fought between those two factions, which allowed them to be among the most populated sentient magical species, just under goblins and followed closely by vampires. That did not mean that they had remained unscarred by the various wars. No, plenty of dark lords and dark wizards had kidnapped Vila either to enslave them or to use them in various dark rituals as sacrifices. Considering that an adult Vila was at least twice as magically powerful as an adult wizard, and they often lived together in their communities, one would wonder how they managed these kidnappings, but the fact was Vila were weak to water, incredibly so. It was due to the high fire alignments of both their creature progenitors, infernal for the succubus and solar for the phoenix. As such, once a Vila reached maturity, while their powers almost doubled, their weakness to water quadrupled. Just getting wet with cold water is enough to reduce a Vila's magical power to a mere 15% to 20%, and physical mobility to 40%. Nevertheless, despite all this, the allure of the vela were just as mentally calming as the Song of the Phoenix, and as such was an excellent tool in mind healing. Definitely more pleasant than having a legitimacy user poke through your mind and try altering the emotional baggage associated with certain memories. Also, vela possessed a great deal of empathy and could tell when the patient's mind was healthy enough. Of course, that meant that Harry had become an almost permanent patient of Leah and Jade Fukoer, twin vela mind healers, considering the incredible amount of traumatizing memories he held. As vela rarely used their empathy, since it could overwhelm them, the two did not know the full extent of damage Harry's mind had suffered not only at the Dursleys, but due to the massive influx of memories as consequence to his Dementor encounter, until after they had sworn their patient-healer confidentiality oaths. To say that Harry was surprised when he found himself hugged by two crying dark-haired women would be an understatement. To find himself cuddled up to them not an hour later as he regaled them with some of his earliest memories at the Dursleys was also a surprise. But as it turned out, her liked to cuddle, and the two vela enjoyed his warmth. From what Harry could tell from the memories he had absorbed from them through their magic, a good part of their attachment to him was due to their unsatisfied maternal instincts. When they were younger, a dark wizard had kidnapped and attempted to magically enslave them. They had been rescued before he had the chance, but the girls had been traumatized and shunned male contact for decades after that, requiring frequent sessions with a vela mind healer, which led to them taking the profession themselves. That, however, did not change the fact that they were still somewhat leery of adult men and preferred to treat teenage and younger males than adults. Due to this, they never married and more often than not found a sexual partner in each other, leading to the twins being childless despite being 76 years old. After going through these memories, Harry's first response was to stop absorbing their magic. However, Kaguya put a stop to that almost immediately. As part of his treatment, the two almost constantly emitted their allure and, as such, expended magic anyway. Whether he actively drew on that magic or let it saturate the air and eventually disperse and thus be wasted, it did not matter to the two. Therefore, he could either let it be wasted or accept their effort and take the portion of their magic that was left in the air once their sessions were over, since doing so during the treatment would make it so the allure did not touch his mind at all, and thus make those sessions a waste of time. Just well, Sirius wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Considering how attached those two girls were to you when I dropped by on your last session, I would say things are more than just well. Sirius, they're more than 5 times my age. Harry rolled his eyes. Funny, I thought you were into older women. Sirius shot back. Harry just gave him a dirty look. What? I promise not to tell anyone else. Not that I won't hold it over your head until you're a man. Sirius smirked. Well, I'm more a man than you are, if what I read in your file is true. Harry sniffed. Oh, that's a low blow. Sirius scowled. All is fair in love, war, and dick measuring contests. Harry smirked, including severing charms. Sirius narrowed his eyes at his godson, as well as stunning an old dog and taking it to the vet to get it fixed. Harry replied evenly. Okay, you won this round, but it is only a battle. I shall win the war. Sirius dramatically declared. Looks like I need to have a chat with your healer and have her increase your medication. You are clearly delusional. Harry snorted. At any rate, do you have any plans for Christmas? Since we're probably able to spend it together. Sirius trailed off. Don't get all emotional on me, old man. Harry snorted. Leave the planning to me. I have a few places in mind, as long as it's not the London house. Sirius scowled. For heaven's sake, Sirius. Just because I wanted to access the place and stopped you from torching it to the ground doesn't mean I want to spend Christmas there. Harry rolled his eyes. You said you had plans for it. Sirius pointed out. How could I know those plans are not for Christmas? Sirius. The house is on top of the intersection of 2 reasonably strong ley lines. Harry sighed. With the amount of magic that has accumulated in that house over the centuries, any rituals done there will be pretty powerful. Not as potent they would be if done in a place like Hogwarts, which has 4 ley lines, but potent enough. Any dark rituals. Sirius scowled. We've had this discussion before. Sirius, there is no good or evil magic. Harry rolled his eyes. There is only magic and good and evil wizards and witches. Yeah, you gave me the speech about how you would prefer taking a killing curse over bleeding to death and all that. Sirius sighed. That doesn't mean I like it. I know, and I understand. Harry sighed. With the childhood you had, it's only natural to try to distance yourself from dark magic. But the truth is that if you really go down to it, things like being addictive, dependent on the user's emotions, or having irreversible effects, which are the reasons most dark magic is categorized as such, then almost 70% of all known magic could be called dark. Whether people are corrupted or become addicted to it depends on their own willpower. And let's be honest, most wizards these days are weak-willed sheep. Okay, I can see that, Sirius sheepishly admitted. At any rate, we'll be spending Christmas either in France or over the pond in the States. Harry shrugged. I can live with that. Sirius grinned. Maybe we can invite, not Lupin. Harry cut him off. Come on, Harry. Sirius moaned in annoyance. Give the man a chance. He had years' worth of chances. Hell, I've been having classes with him for 2.5 months. Harry snorted. You want to spend Christmas with both of us? I'll lend you my time Turner so you can do it, but I will not spend my holidays with that person. As far as I'm concerned, he can continue his pity party for the rest of his miserable life. Okay, I get the message. Sirius pouted. No Mooney for Christmas. And rather than hanging out with people too busy with feeling sorry for themselves, you should look into getting some more company of the female kind. Harry smirked. And by that I mean other than the villa here. I mean more permanent company, as in a date and possibly a wife. Oh, come on, Harry. I just got out of prison. I don't want to get caught in marriage. Sirius moaned. Grow up, Padfoot. Harry rolled his eyes. Your mother used to tell me the same thing, but I never yielded to peer pressure. The most ancient and noble lord pouted petulantly. Later that afternoon, Harry found himself once again in NR12, Grimmauld Place, London. He had first come there with Sirius after they had turned in Wormtail to the ministry. Apparently, while Amelia was willing to not keep Sirius in a holding cell until the trial took place, she still wanted him in the country until everything was resolved. Initially, she intended to send him to St. Mungo's for recovery, but after a bit of convincing from Harry and a reminder of how certain people would benefit from Sirius' death, she allowed them to choose their place of residence. Both Harry and Sirius would have wanted that place to be Hogwarts, but with Sirius' Halloween stunts so fresh in the students' and faculty's memories, it was not an option. And since Harry had yet to unseal and access any of the properties he had inherited, they had to make do with one of the black properties. And as Sirius could not quite remember where most of those were, he had to step over his pride and return to his childhood home, which was quite fortunate considering Harry sensed a Horcrux within as soon as he stepped through the front door. After that, it was the work of just 5 minutes to sort through the drawing room and find the locket of Salazar Slytherin. This led to an hour-long integration of Creature, the Black family house elf, and finding out that Regulus Black was a deserter to the Death Eaters. One thing led to another, and eventually Harry decided to at least try to recover Regulus' body. In part, it was due to Kagaya convincing him to try harnessing the massive amount of necromantic magic that must have gathered there over the last couple decades due to the hundreds of inferi that laid in wait beneath the waters of that lake, and the ley line that powered the whole thing. And now Harry was once again at Grimmauld Place, going through the numerous cursed objects in there and sucking them dry of magic. As it turned out, while the mana he gained from it was a bit darker in nature, it was quickly diluted and turned neutral by his large reserves. As such, outside of rituals that actively worked to change his body, as long as he used his Predapath, he would not to worry about curses affecting. It was with this method that he had gotten rid of the portrait of Walburga Black. He had not initially noticed the curses layered to ensure that should someone manage to undo the permanent sticking charm holding it on the wall, they would suffer for it. This should be enough for today. Harry sighed as he pulled his wand and cast a preservation charm on the book he had just cleansed of curses. Creature, I'm leaving. Have a good night, Lord Potter. Creature wished him as he picked the book up and returned it to its shelf. Okay, I think I've dragged this on long enough, Harry decided as he flew to the 3 broomsticks. Indeed, the preparations have been made. It's time to take your next step. Kagaya agreed. Time to hunt myself a tiger. Harry whispered, and another chapter done. What do you all think of it? Not much else to say. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 6. Ram, Ox, Dragon, Tiger, and Snake. November 17th. AIA, Georgia. Remind me again why I'm doing this. Harry mentally requested as he sneaked silenced, disillusioned, scentless, and under his cloak of invisibility through the magical city of YEA, former capital of Colchis, now transformed into a magical city similar to Hogsmeade, while the Muggle government of Georgia believed it to a region of unstable ruins that had been sacked and damaged by treasure hunters far too often for anything of worth to remain. And they would be right. Treasure hunters and tomb raiders had often attempted to visit the place, with the local magicals either driving them away after modifying their memories and giving them transfigured bronze jewelry instead of the gold kind they sought, or simply keeping them away via the Muggle-repelling wards that had been invented in more recent times. Because you need them. Now, get to work, Kagaya ordered briskly. That did not change the fact the only place in the world that bred the winged golden ram was AIA, and that if Harry wanted one, he had to come take it himself. After all, no matter how much gold he was willing to throw at his contacts in the black market, Russian black market, to be exact, it did not make any difference. Currently, there was only one herd of those winged golden rams in the entire world, numbering just over 50, and the Georgian Ministry of Magic was willing to declare war on whoever dared as much as touch one of their precious golden fleece makers. Entirely unsurprising considering that whoever possessed a golden fleece would attract great wealth. It was proven through magical research that being in contact with a golden fleece for at least an hour every month infused a witch or wizard with a magical luck similar to one granted by the Felix Felicis elixir. Only it lasted an entire month and only granted luck regarding wealth. It had been the key to the Georgian magical community recovering from the Soviet occupation and oppression, and they were not willing to part with it. Harry, however, needed it, and that was all that mattered to him at the moment. The ram hand seal was one that generally governed over the focusing of chakra, and even more importantly, it was one half of the so-called clone hand seal that was used in the creation of multiple clones, such as the Taju Mokutan Bunshin no Jutsu, and more importantly, the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It was obvious to him that if he wanted to make any significant progress sometime before he hit 50, he would need the training shortcut that was the Shadow Clone. Sure, it would not help him in his physical training beyond memorizing the proper kata and developing a certain degree of muscle memory, but he had been already training his body while wearing clothing charmed to weight more for a couple months now. And the handful of nutrient potions he had been taking daily had been accelerating his physical development ever since Kagaya had suggested them at the beginning of October. As such, he was already around mid-genin level as far as his physical development went, though his taijutsu skills were around low-genin level if he was generous, high academy level if he was more realistic. That said, he had a plan, and that plan required the world-renowned Colchis winged golden ram, which was why he had taken a dozen or so port keys to throw off his tail, and was currently sneaking in the middle of the night through the magical reserve, heading straight for the guard post. There were 16 guards on the night shift, 6 more than on the day shift as to discourage poachers, but Harry already had a plan on how to deal with them all. He started by using switching spells to replace the contents of the flasks each guard carried in a pouch on their belts, a precaution to avoid poisoning, and replaced the various liquids within, which varied between simple water and whiskey, with a quite illegal will-weakening potion. To finish it off, he layered powerful confundus charms on the flasks themselves to ensure they did not notice the difference as soon as they touched them. After that, it was only a matter of targeting each and every one of them with weak compulsion charms, not enough to catch their attention, but enough to make them feel a bit thirsty and take a few sips of the potion. He had to first target those that were out of sight of the others, then small groups, otherwise they might have gotten suspicious of all of them suddenly feeling thirst. As soon as that had been achieved, it had been simplicity itself to place them all under the imperious curse and have them go to the herd themselves and bring him the 2 rams and 1 sheep he asked for. This had been essential, as the wards protecting the reserve allowed only the handlers and the guards to interact with the animals there. As in all the guards at the same time, the handlers had a bit more leeway, having to act at least 3 at a time, as they had additional oaths associated with the training they had gone through to be capable of caring for the creatures. But the guards, who could be replaced more often and whose job did not require them to interact with the creatures too often, had to act altogether or not at all. Harry had already made sure to take the memories of all the current handlers through their magic while they were away from the reserve, as well as a few retired handlers and guards as he put together his plan. So he had a very good picture of the security of the place as well as the needs of the creatures there. He also knew that implanted somewhere within each and every creature there was a magical beacon that perpetually emitted an anti-apparition ward and also acted as a port key to the reserve that activated as soon as it was beyond its boundaries. That way, it was impossible to side-along disapparate with a creature of the reserve, could not portkey away as it would be portkeyed back immediately. And in the off chance someone managed to make an illegal fluke connection to the reserve, which was counted among the top 10 unachievable things in a former Soviet country, then the beacon would tell them where it was and who to bring hell down on. Harry, however, was going to shamelessly cheat and use something the wizarding world did not have: containment seals. Seals had come incredibly easy to him, probably due to the knowledge of the Rakuto Sennin who had millennia of sealing knowledge, practically knowing all the do's and don'ts of Fuinjutsu. And honestly speaking, if the old man could seal the freaking jubi in his gut, then Harry should not have a problem sealing a freaking sheep in a scroll. Of course, the seals did more than seal the 2 rams and 1 sheep each in a scroll. They also held them in suspended animation, stasis, and completely isolated them from the outside world. The downside of such a seal was that while it would make the security within the rams and sheep useless as until they were released from the seals, behind wards that blocked said security measures long enough for him to remove them, it came with the downside that it could only hold its contents for up to 72 hours, 3 days. After that, the seal would automatically expel its contents and the scroll would enter a recharging period during which it would need to be pumped with chakra up to full capacity before being useful once more. That would hopefully give him enough time to transport the scrolls to the unplottable property he had recently added a few more wards to, among which were for anti-apparition and anti-portkey, along with a Fidelius charm with him as the secret keeper. The property itself was an uncharted island in the Pacific that one of his Potter ancestors had apparently crashed on during a broom malfunction and had secretly claimed for the family. The only way on and off the island was through a couple of vanishing cabinets, one in the recently unsealed Potter Manor and one on the island itself, which meant that he had 3 days to get to Britain undetected. However, his poaching was not over quite yet in this reserve. He was fully aware that once the theft was discovered, security would be raised, not just here, but likely in the other magical reserves as well. And there was at least one more he wanted to take from YEA, the Riem, an extremely rare giant oxen with a golden hide, capable of breathing flames, just a few steps below dragon fire in intensity. Like the Caucasus ram, they also appeared in the myth of the Golden Fleece under the name of Kalkatoroi. What the Riem were most known for in the wizarding world, however, was the property of their blood to grant immense strength to the drinker for a limited time. They were, however, believed to be natives of North America, a belief that the Georgian ministry had been sure to keep enforcing in their neighbors so as to divert attention from their own larger herd of them. Harry had not doubt that they would neglect to mention the Riem when they reported the theft. He was also quite certain that they will not allow foreign investigators in AIA's reserve regardless of how well-meaning they claim to be. Thus, they would have to rely on their own Auror equivalents to get the job done, which was quite assuring for the young immortal considering that while quite dangerous in combat, Georgian wizards were rather lacking in the more subtle fields of magic. Not that something like tracking his magical signature would do them any good. He had been under the influence of a potion that scrambled his signature while brewing the potions the guard Shad ingested, and the array of runes carved in the wand that he was now using scrambled his signature after every 3 or 4 spells. Good luck tracking that. 15 minutes later, the guards had fed draft of living death that appeared from under Harry's invisibility cloak to 2 male Riem and 2 female ones before levitating them to where Naruto had instructed. Unlike the rams and sheep, the Riem were dangerous creatures, and Harry would not risk one of them setting his containment scrolls on fire, or worse him. But, as he finished squiring the 2 species he needed, Harry became a bit hesitant. There was one more species being kept here, one that he did not technically need, but what do you think, Kagaya? Should I do it? Should I steal a couple Kalkian dragons? Harry wondered if it was all right to be this greedy. It was one thing to steal the creatures he needed, and another to steal those that tickled his fancy. Then again, he had already stolen an extra mated pair for each creature he needed. Go ahead and take them already. If half the things these dragons are said to do are true, then they would be a great boon to us. Kagaya urged him. I guess you're right. Harry sighed as he handed 2 extra large leather flasks filled with draught of living death to the imperious guards and directed them how to administer them. The leather flasks themselves had been conjured and inscribed with a runic array that would make them disappear once they reached a certain temperature, such as that in the dragon's stomach. Ideally, their food would have been soaked with it, but that allowed the possibility of some pieces of the tainted food to remain behind, possible unnoticed by him or his imperious guards, thus allowing a further lead to track him. Sure, the magical signature in it was not his, but he felt that he was already leaving enough trails as it was, false as they were. Half-hour later, the 2 serpentine dragons and 3 of their, as of yet, unhatched eggs were sealed away after the guards had slowly levitated them to the indicated location via steel platforms that had been slid under the serpentine dragons. Colchian dragons differed from their brethren in 2 important ways that not only set them apart, but also led to a good number of people seeing them more as serpents rather than dragons. For one, they were serpentine with only 2 front clawed arms, now wings and no legs. For another, they did not breath fire. On the other hand, they had abilities that regular dragons lacked entirely. For one, they did not need to sleep often. As long as their bodies maintained a certain temperature, they could go on without sleep for decades. It was believed that they had somehow turned their fire inwards to do this, but there had been no concrete proof either way. Another ability was that set them apart was that to see heat, or rather in the infrared spectrum, like snakes did, which led some credence to them being closer to snakes than dragons. This gave him hope of being able to communicate with them via parcel tongue, which was said to be possible with some dragons, but not all. The third ability was a darker one, of necromantic nature. Usually, it was rather difficult to create an inferius, being both magically and time-consuming. Using the teeth of the Colchian dragon, however, not only shortened the process to a few minutes, but also assured a superior result. The inferi raised in this way not only were in restored shape close to the appearance at the time of death, but also had a certain magical intelligence to them that regular inferi lacked. It did not infuse them with a soul, but rather it was similar to the intelligence of magical portraits. Unsurprisingly, they were sought after by dark wizards and routinely destroyed by the local law enforcement and the handlers themselves. It was for that final ability that Harry and Kagaya wanted those dragons. While not even close to the versatile Edo Tensei, these Spardoi would be enough for their needs. Someone had to look after his growing menagerie, after all, and he would prefer expendable workers over living ones like house elves. His work in YEA I done, he had the imperious guards stun each other before lifting the curse he had placed on them. With that, he sneaked out of the reserve and then the city itself before activating a portkey that headed straight to the Bermuda Triangle without him. Harry, however, walked away for a couple more miles before flying on his Nimbus 2000 for another couple dozen miles. Only then did he consider it to be far enough for him to use the time turner and turn back a full day before taking a portkey to Egypt. Arriving in Luxor, Harry took to the air while activating his Byakugan. While the Tensigan indeed granted superior vision along with other abilities, it drastically shorted the range of vision to less than a mile for even the most gifted Tensigan user Himura had been. Harry's could see up to 100 meters currently, and had no plans on training to improve that particular ability anytime soon. His Byakugan, however, could see up to 4 kilometers away if he strained himself, though he rarely pushed it beyond the 3rd kilometer at which he was comfortable. 6 hours later, and approaching dawn, Harry was feeling rather irritated. "Come on, you bloody thing! Where the bloody hell are you?" he mentally snarled. Temper, temper. Getting angry won't help you any. On the contrary, it might make you miss something. Kagaya chided. "I know, but I'm getting kind of frustrated. I paid that guy 800 galleons for the most recent location of a Nundus sighting, which was in this area just over a week ago. If I don't find one of those bloody felines within the next hour, I'm tracking down that guy and feeding him to my new dragons." Harry grumbled. "And to think that a while ago you didn't even want to see one. Never mind get close to a Nundu." Kagaya chuckled. Yeah, well, if I hold on. He paused as his eye caught sight of an oasis, and then within it several potent magical signatures. Bingo! I hit the jackpot. 1 adult and 10 young ones from 2 different litters if I'm right. 6 in the older litter and 4 in the more recent one. They're all around 2 years old, give or take a few months. The adult though HM, 30-40. Kagaya must as she inspected the felines through Harry's eyes. Something like that. It's under 50, at any rate. Harry agreed. Are you ready? Kagaya inquired. No, but I'm doing this anyway. Harry sighed. Good thing I prepared an extra 20 scrolls. I still have 17 extra left after I sealed away those eggs. You're taking the young ones as well? Kagaya inquired surprised. If I leave them here without their mother, they'll die. Harry pointed out. You and your bleeding heart. Kikuya sighed. Please don't talk about bleeding when I'm about to face the most dangerous creature known to wizard kind. Harry grimaced as he began descending towards the oasis, pulling out his wand with one hand and a silver snake with the other. Taping it once with his holy and phoenix feather wand, the silver snake was animated and seconds later dropped in a bush a few feet away from the pack. Knowing that the golem would follow its instructions to the letter, Harry quickly landed outside the oasis and began pouring quite a bit of magic in his wand as he transfigured the ground around the entire oasis into a rather solid stone wall. And to think he thought Dumbledore's transfiguration knowledge would not come in handy one day. With that done, he once again took to the air and watched as the large Nundus struggled to escape from the massive silver anaconda that had wrapped around it, up until it managed to stick its head into the Nunda's mouth and spew the liter of draft of living death stored within the construct, quickly rendering the fearsome beast unconscious. A flick of Harry's wand later, and the snake shrunk and bit its tail, forming a collar around the Nunda's neck, and with it a bubble around its head. Soon enough, an ugly dark purple mist began leaking from the Nunda's mouth and be absorbed into his snake, being concentrated into a liquid form and stored in an otherwise sealed compartment of the construct. Seeing that the main goal had been achieved, Harry flew over each of the little Nundu and began hitting them with stunners, making sure to remember how many each required, as that would indicate the level of magical resistance they currently had. In the end, the younger ones took just one while the older ones took either 1 or 2. He quickly sealed them away as waste as little of their disease breaths as possible before doing the same with their mother once all of its current reserves of disease breath had been collected. He would have to make some collars for the little ones before unsealing them. His goal achieved, he stored away the scrolls and activated a portkey that took him to Russia, and then took a few more to France, China, Israel, Congo, and finally to Britain, the Potter Manor in Wales to be exact. The manor was quite large, having 3 stories and 3 wings, but compared to other pure-blood British families it was considered average. For all that they were willing to flaunt their wealth and prestige, the Potters had been smart enough not to make the place too big. After all, in all history the House of Potter never had more than 40 living members at the same time. So no reason to have more rooms, as it was a good chunk of the space was taken by 4 workshops specially designed to safely experiment and work in 4 branches of magic that the Potters had applied themselves in their over a millennium of existence. That was not to say they focused on all 4 of them at the same time. Rather, they allowed their efforts to be guided by public interest. They had started with the creation of golems through alchemy, creating numerous statues capable of movement similar to the gargoyle guarding the Hogwarts headmaster's office, leading to taking the name of Potter due to the similarity of their work with Muggle pottery. A few centuries later, the interest for golems had begun to die down. By that point, every wealthy magical home had at least a couple golems at their gates and a handful of others throughout their homes. Though the main reason that the interest began to lessen was due to the golems, while powerful and difficult to destroy even with magic, were not that hard to avoid as they were stationed in specific locations. As such, the Potters turned to warding, which kept them busy and their coffers full for a full 6 centuries. At that point, these seemed to be a loss of interest for security, likely due to Gringotts becoming more popular and the government encouraging its people to store their gold with the goblins. That was not to say that their warding skills no longer had a market, but it was no longer big enough for all of the Potters to focus on, only the truly gifted ones. The next field they applied themselves to was jewel crafting and goldsmithing via alchemy, a period during which a number of potters had apprenticed under Nicholas Flamel to make greater strides in the field, though less than a dozen were kept around long enough to reach journeyman level, as the immortal alchemist had very high expectations of his pupils. It all kind of died down along with the Victorian era, which led the potters to their final and most recent field, which surprised Harry somewhat. Who would have thought that the potters have been renowned potion brewers for the past century or so, with the way Snape's been treating me like the plague in class? Harry shook his head as he walked past the potions workshop as he headed for the vanishing cabinet. Their focus on potions also been behind the relatively recent alliance between the Potters and the Longbottoms, who had been among the major suppliers of magical plants for the past couple centuries. Though it was only after their alliance with the Potters did they begin to outshine the others due to the larger demand of products their allies had. It was also why the deaths of Charles Potter and his wife Doria Potter née Black had been a great blow to magical Britain as a whole rather than just their son and daughter-in-law James Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. From what Harry could tell, one of the reasons Doria had approved of James' marriage to Lily, despite her general disdain of Muggleborn due to her black upbringing, had been her incredible talent with potions which would fit right in with the House of Potter as it was at that time. James had, sadly, not been more than average in potions, and instead inherited his grandfather's talent for transfiguration and later in certain aspects of alchemy. Harry, however, seemed to have the potential to excel in all those fields now that he was no longer being held back, either magically by the Horcrux or mentally by his dizzily raised mindset. With the mystery behind Snape's hatred revealed and all fear of the man washed away by the awakening of his bloodlines, he was advancing in potions by leaps and bounds and could safely say he could pass his OWL right then and there, if only with an acceptable. With his imagination unbound and his focus sharpened by occlumency and the mental exercises Kaguya had put him through in creating his mental defenses, transfiguration and charms were no longer a challenge, and he could already cast everything up to OWL level silently, in some cases even without wand motions. Runes and arithmancy also came easy to him, and he had already began using both practically, such as in the creation of the Silver Snake Golem he had used to subdue the adult Nundu. And now he would be putting to the test his potions and alchemy skills as he would work to integrate more aspects into himself. Reaching the vanishing cabinet, he stepped through and out on the unplottable island he had prepared to stash away his new menagerie. In truth, the island had originally been less than half a square kilometer initially, but after a bit of research and the assurance that the world at large was unaware of its existence, the Potters had put to work a few dwarves sworn to secrecy to not only build a rather solid, if beautiful castle in the very center of the island, but do so after they had expanded the island's surface more than tenfold. Harry was not entirely sure of how they did it, but if the underwater signs of volcanic eruption were anything to go by, it was by harnessing the lava flowing deep beneath the ocean floor. After this little discovery, he had spent several hours with a Kaguya-induced headache as the woman ranted and raged about how dangerous it was to mess with such things. Fault lines were mentioned at some point. Either way, the island was at least 3 times larger than the YEA reserve, so Harry was quite certain there would be enough room for magical creatures he had brought with him. He started off by unsealing the Colchian dragons one at a time and feeding them the antidote to Draught of Living Death to wake them up from their magical slumber before the powerful sleeping potion lost effect. As he expected, the dragons were not happy to wake up in an unfamiliar environment. However, that mattered little as soon as their eyes met Harry's Sharingan. 1-2 uses of the Kodo Ōtsutsuki later, and the 2 Colchian dragons were perfectly loyal to Harry and would not harm anyone he declared off limits, such as the dozen or so house elves that he planned on taking care of the island and its new inhabitant while he was away at least, until he managed to raise some Spartoi at least. The mated pairs of Colchian rams and Riem went through the same process, at which point he paused to create a few self-fitting steel collars for the young Nundu that would collect their disease breath before it even left their mouths, ensuring they would not be a danger to all those around them. Other than Harry, of course, who was already immune. After that, he awoke them and gave them a dose of Kodo Ōtsutsuki as well. As he took a break and downed a pepper-up potion, he mused how easy the Kodo Ōtsutsuki came to him, unlike the Uchiha capable of it in the past. Even Danzo Shimura, who was powering his stolen Mangekyo Sharingan with Hashirama Senju's powerful cells, could not use it several times in a row, and to such a great effect. A great part of it was due to his chakra being mostly yin-natured, with born affinities for wind and lightning. Even with his mother's potent yang-natured chakra, with water affinity merging with his own, and the elixir of immortality infusing strong fire, earth and wind affinities into him, he was still primarily yin-natured, his yin affinity being stronger than any three of his other affinities combined. After all, contrary to popular belief, the Rinnegan did not miraculously grant his user the ability to use all elements with ease. It merely granted them an affinity for all elements, in most cases a weaker one for the elemental opposites of your inborn affinities. So normally Harry's fire affinity would have been laughable due to his inborn wind one, only the elixir of immortality being strong enough to change that to such an extent. The fact remained, however, that Jinjutsu, dojutsu-based in particular, came incredibly easy to Harry. And added to that, there were the similarities between the Mangekyo Jinjutsu and the Wizarding World's mind magic, such as memory modification charms, compulsion charms, the Confunded Curse, and the Imperious Curse. As it was, the Kodo Amatsukami could easily be seen as an Imperious Curse with the long-lasting effects of a memory modification charm. It could be broken with time, effort, and willpower, but without proper help it could tail years, maybe even decades. Last he heard of Gilderoy Lockhart, he was relearning to write his name. Finishing the large dose of pepper-up potion, Harry mentally made a note to either brew or buy a better version of it somewhere. The common pepper-up potion could cause the drinker to fall unconscious if they drank 2 of them within the span of 3 hours. But Harry knew there was a version of it out there without such drawbacks. There is. A witch came up with it a century ago, but the government was afraid what might happen if the common witch and wizard could recharge their magic so easily, so they had her kissed by a Dementor. Accidentally, of course. Kagaya snorted. I'll tell you the recipe and theory behind it later. Can you look through those memories and see if she invented anything else of use? Or if there were any other people kissed for such reasons? And what were their discoveries? I'll add them to the Potter Grimoire even if I don't personally find a use for them. Harry asked. Sure, I don't have anything better to do right now. But you do, so start harvesting those creatures. She instructed. Got it? He sighed as he headed. Since it would take the most work, Harry started with the Nundu. Unsealing it from its scroll, he began by detaching its snake collar and withdrawing the sealed vial of liquefied disease breath that it had drained from the mighty feline. As its sac was empty and it could not currently produce more due to its biological functions being frozen by the draft of living death, Harry had no problem with just leaving it there in a corner of the potions and alchemy lab for the moment. He then moved on to the Riem and set it down next to the Nundu without issue. Finally, it was the Calcus ram that was brought out of the seal, and this one was still awake, unlike the others which had had to be drugged for safe transport. This also meant that it would be the first to die. Forcefully opening its mouth, Harry severed a few of its arteries from inside its neck, and a few seconds later the golden-winged ram was collapsing as its blood was fully drained away into a previously prepared crystal container, its body being sealed back in the containment scroll for now. As its prisoner was no longer alive, the seal could now last for months, though in all likelihood Harry would unseal it within a day. Harry then repeated the process with the Riem and the Nundu without issue. The harvesting of the materials complete, he pulled out a crystal container containing blood from a basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets and settled it next to the other 3. It had come as a great relief that basilisk blood took a great amount of time to dry. The more magically powerful the creature, the longer it took. And as the snake had been around a millennium old, Harry was quite certain it would have taken around a fifth as long for his body to decay beyond use. Also, rather than be vulnerable to its own venom, a basilisk's blood coagulated on contact with the venom, thus there had been very little blood wasted. Just what was on the sword of Gryffindor when Harry had withdrawn it from where it had stabbed in the basilisk's mouth. Now let's see here. Harry checked the recipe once more, particularly the proper proportions for the regents. Unlike with most potions, as all the regents were liquids, blood from different magical creatures to be exact, and the quantity of potion made in one brewing could vary on the quantities involved. The recipe indicated proportions rather than quantities. HM, golden-winged ram blood, Riem blood, Nunda blood, and basilisk blood in a 8:10:15:3. Proportions. He mused. As he eyed the blood containers, he decided would use the ram blood as the measuring stick since it was the most rare and valuable one. A quick spell told him he had exactly 5 liters of it. I'll keep in reserve 100 milliliters so that measuring unit will be 550 milliliters. He decided in a flick of his wand. Later, the extra ram blood was removed and stored a crystal vial which was quickly sealed in a scroll. Moving on, he removed a portion of the other 3 blood types so that in the crystal containers remained 5 liters of ram blood, 25 liters of Nunda blood, and 65 liters of basilisk blood. And, of course, the piece of resistance. Harry muttered as he cut his thumb and allowed exactly 9 drops of his blood to drip into the empty cauldron, made from the shell of a large fire crab, before quickly healing the cut and vanishing the extra blood on his finger. With that, the brewing began. Another reason why there were proportions indicated in the recipe was due to the ingredients not been added in their entirety at the same time. The actual brewing was this: 1 unit of ram blood, 1 unit of ram blood, 2 units of Nunda blood, 2 units of basilisk blood, 1 unit of ram blood, 1 unit of ram blood, 2 units of Nunda blood, 2 units of ram blood, 1 unit of Nunda blood, 1 unit of ram blood, 1 unit of ram blood, 3 units of ram blood, 4 units of Nunda blood, 1 units of ram blood, 2 units of ram blood, 3 units of Nunda blood, 1 unit of basilisk blood, 2 units of ram blood, 3 units of Nunda blood, and 1 unit of ram blood. Of course, there were numerous clockwise and counterclockwise stirrings, wand waving, and temperature changes involved, but after close to an hour the brewing of the hero's blessing was over. The potion granted the drinker increased strength, vitality, more potent magic, and a significant resistance to foreign magic applied externally for an hour. Just like in comics, a superhero's power-up had a time limit. As it was, the potion was all but worthless to Harry. He could have achieved similar, if not greater effects by forcing open 1 or 2 of his 8 chakra gates. But he was not done with it quite yet. What he wanted was the alchemically refined elixir version of this potion, whose effects were permanent. The downside, of course, was that a great amount of the potion's volume would be lost during the alchemic process, hence why Voldemort barely even felt the difference when he had ingested the couple milliliters he was left with when he finished making the elixir himself around 3 decades ago. Then again, that might also have been due to the blood having already cooled, having been harvested from Ram, Nundu, and Riam upon their deaths, for the Ram of old age and the very young Nundu at the hands of its hunters. Only the basilisk had donated its blood while still alive and well, and that was because Voldemort had bred it himself. Harry, however, started with close to 20 liters of blood, all put together. And once it was all done, once the elixir had been stabilized into its final bluish-green form, Harry had just under half a liter of it. Taking it with him upstairs to his bedroom, Harry downed it as soon as he comfortably laid down on his bed, and as soon as his body began to ache and his veins to pulse, he stunned himself. After all, Voldemort had believed himself above the pain caused by the body accommodating to the elixir and had ended up moaning in agony like a little bitch for the whole hour it took for each changes to happen. Harry decided to learn from his mistakes and spared himself the pain. November 19th, Potter Fort, Pacific Ocean. It was a new and improved Harry Potter that woke up that Sunday to the gentle sound of Kagaya screaming to get off his ass. Did it work? Harry inquired as he went through some light stretches. My eyesight seems somewhat sharper and my body is rather sore, but otherwise I can't tell any differences. Well, chakra-wise your reserves increased by 60%, 75% of which is yang chakra and 25% yin chakra. So your vitality has definitely shot through the roof. Body-wise, you're around 5 to 6 times stronger, faster, more flexible, and more dexterous than before. Your reaction time has also increased tenfold from what I can sense of your nervous system. Kagaya trailed off, and I'll need to have someone cast on me to see how good my magic resistance has gotten. Harry mused as he undressed and inspected his body. It was a bit more muscled than before he had taken the elixir, but it did not change his overall lean swimmer's build. Pretty much. Kagaya agreed. It looks like I developed a slight tan. Harry mused. Should I morph it away? He suggested as while not mastered. He had more than enough skill with his metamorphagus abilities to alter his skin tone. No, I like it. I always thought you were too pale before. Kagaya opined. You're one to talk. You're almost chalk white. Harry deadpanned. I'm also dead. Kagaya shot back. Point. Harry admitted. Well, let's test this body out. 3 hours later, he was done with his physical training for the day and was taking a quick shower before returning to Hogwarts. It turned out a lot better than I thought. I was afraid I might not be able to control my strength. Harry admitted. There were numerous arrays in the alchemic circles you used that enforced self-control. Remember, as much as I like to criticize wizards, this particular process was rather well thought out. Kagaya shrugged. Not perfect, mind you, but certainly a notch above the rest. Soon enough, he was back at Potter Manor and taking the Fleur to Hogsmeade. However, as soon as he got to the Great Hall, he was intercepted by McGonagall, who ushered him to the headmaster's office. As soon as she left after speaking the password, so that the gargoyle would no longer block his path, Harry activated the Tensi Gain and drew a sharp breath at the sight of 2 silvery human chakra signatures that were in there with Dumbledore, signatures similar to Ollivander, and to an extent himself. Considering how many immortals Dumbledore knew, he had little doubt who the couple having tea with him was. I swear it's one thing after another. He sighed, though inwardly he could barely restrain his excitement. Oh, man up and go meet the Flammels. Kagaya rolled her eyes. And I admit, this chapter fought me, and I'm still not entirely satisfied of how it turned up. Before you say it, yes, I know it would have been easier and funnier to drop a giant boulder on the Nundu rather than beating it more indirectly. However, that would waste most of its body, and I have plans for that. I'll start on the next chapter tomorrow, and after that I'll take a break from this story and focus on my other ones for a bit. Reviews will only feed my determination and inspiration in writing the next chapters, so feel free to leave as many as you can. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 7. Redstone, Blackstone, Red and Black Eye. Harry was expecting many things when he entered Dumbledore's office after realizing that the old headmaster was having 2 rather famous guests over for tea. The pink spell that he reflexively absorbed as soon as it was within his range, however, earned a raised eyebrow. He was well aware that unlike raw magic, the magic he absorbed from active spells contained only a minuscule amount, if memory baggage, mostly restricted to the spell itself, the intent behind it, and how powerful it was. He also knew that there were ways to lessen even that information, and it was apparent that Nicholas Flamel had done so. If he had to guess, the wand he was using was inscribed with the same signature scrambling runes that he had used for his own poaching wand, as he had nicknamed the focus he had used while stealing the Colchian dragons, Riem and Golden-Winged Rams. As such, he only got the spell he had absorbed and how to cast it himself. Still, a jinx that makes my eyebrows grow and tie themselves in a bow. Harry asked with a twitching eye towards the young-looking man under so many glamours that he had doubts he could have seen through them all with just his Byakugan. Really? What's wrong with that? The man asked, looking just a step from pouting. You know, I always wondered where Professor Dumbledore picked up the maturity he's displaying in his old age. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. And now that I found out, I'm fearing for my own sanity for when I reach his age. Never mind yours, Master Alchemist Flammel. Oh, so old. Garrick was right. The woman smiled widely, herself looking like a teenager under her glamours. You really can recognize one of our kind on sight. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Potter, I have heard many things about you. She offered her hand. The pleasure is all mine. Ritual's mistress Perenelle Flammel. Harry returned the smile as he took her hand and applied a gentle kiss on the back of her hand, while in the process steadily draining some of her magic. He was more cautious than ever, draining little at a time, but in a steady stream through direct skin contact before he let go not 10 seconds later. I have to say, you look absolutely ravishing under these glamours. Master Flammel is a lucky man, he complimented her. Don't I know it? Nicholas smiled as he shook Harry's hand. He also unknowingly donating some magic, almost twice as much as his wife, as he chose to test Harry's strength a bit, and was a bit surprised when he found it to be almost on par with his own, or at least that was how much Harry was willing to show off at the moment. So, how do you do it? Well, let's just say that I have yet to see such bright silvery white auras from non-immortals, and I doubt I will. Harry flared a bit of magic in his eyes, and was pleased to see that while his dojutsu did not activate, his glowing emerald eyes were now capable of seeing magic, if in rather unrefined way compared to the clarity of the Byakugan. On mage sight, Nicholas smiled widely. That explains it. It took me quite a while to pick up that skill, but then again it's said that it's easier when you're younger. Your internal magic not having been stabilized in a certain pattern and all that. Kind of like accidental magic no longer occurring and being almost impossible to use wandless magic. Harry tilted his head curiously. Something along those lines. Perenelle confirmed. So, I take it you wanted to speak with me about something? Harry inquired as he met Dumbledore's eyes. Oh, I merely wanted to introduce you to your fellow immortals. Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes twinkling merrily. He tried talking you into making me feel sorry for myself, didn't he? Harry deadpanned toward the two other immortals. Pay up, Albus. Nicholas smirked, holding a hand open toward Dumbledore, palm upwards. I'm fine, but I'll have you know that I am not obvious. The venerable headmaster huffed. Sure you're not, Albus. Perenelle patted the pointed hat Dumbledore was wearing. Of course. It's not like you told the entire school where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden during the welcoming feast of that year. Oh wait. Harry deadpanned. Really, Albus? Perenelle asked incredulously. I told them nothing of the stone. Dumbledore protested. I don't know how things were in your time, but these days telling a school full of curious teenagers that they should not go somewhere is basically an invitation to investigate. Harry shook his head. That you told the entire staff what was there only meant it was a matter of time before Hagrid spilled the beans. I love the guy, but he would tell anyone anything they wanted to know after a bottle of mead. Well, I admit I made a mistake with that, considering Quirrell's unfortunate condition. The headmaster sighed. Unfortunate? The man allowed a dark lord to possess him. Willingly. Nicholas reminded him. Don't mind him, he's still miffed about that. He spent that whole year trying to redeem him. Harry shook his head. I bet Tommy Boy was barely holding his laughter in. Tommy Boy. Perenelle giggled. He's a psychotic coward with daddy issues. Harry shrugged. Reminds me of Snape. To be honest, Harry, Professor Snape. Dumbledore began. Snevellis sent Voldemort and the Death Eaters after my family and the Longbottoms. Harry cut him off. I want you to go with Neville when he visits his parents in the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mundo's. Tell him that it was Snape that delivered the first half of the prophecy to Riddle and his potential role in it. Then, let's see if you can look him in the eye when you tell him that Snape is in no way responsible for his parents being all but brain dead. He hissed. Never mind, Neville. Dumbledore could not even meet Harry's or the Flamel's eyes in shame. And you put someone like that as Neville's teacher, where the sick fuck gets his jollies by mocking him every few minutes even if at least half of the potions Neville messes up are due to his precious Slytherins sabotaging him. Harry spat. Bravo, headmaster. As expected of the leader of the light, he mockingly clapped. Well, as interesting it is to hear of Albus' many failures, the reason we're here is you, Harry. Nicholas spoke up after a few seconds of silence. Why don't we go somewhere to talk in privacy, he suggested. I know a place. Harry nodded as he headed for the door, the Flamels following him. As they walked through the corridors towards the room of requirement, Perenelle spoke up. So, why are you really giving Albus a hard time? She inquired. Until that Demena tried to kiss me on the Hogwarts Express. The curse scar on my forehead contained a small fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. Harry said quietly. Nicholas closed his eyes. Let me guess. Albus thought you to be a Horcrux and that you needed to die for Voldemort to be mortal again. Bingo. Harry confirmed. But you no longer have it, so that is no longer the case. Perenelle remarked. Is it? Harry snorted. The prophecy says that either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. If you want to really be anal about it, one could also interpret it as while both live, both are immortal. Especially now. I hate to say it, but young Harry has a point. Nicholas sighed. I can actually see Albus believing just that. So, in other words, Perenelle trailed off. He will plan to have me get killed by Riddle as soon as he returns to physical body. Harry said darkly. For the greater good. Of course. Of course. Nicholas actually sneered at that. Well, you can be sure that Albus won't be getting any help from us with his schemes. We've already lost our youngest daughter to Grindelwald's greater good. We don't want to have anything to do with Albus' version of it either. Hold on, we're here, Harry said before quickly passing 3 times in front of a troll depicting certain tapestry, causing a large door to appear. I believe I heard of this. Perenelle must. The come-and-go room. That's what I think the house elves are calling it. Harry agreed, though I believe that the room of requirement is more appropriate since it can take the form the caller requests. Albus mentioned it to us when he was younger, though he never managed to enter it again after that one time. Nicholas looked around curiously. Have you discovered its limits? In size, it can become as big as the entire castle. As for the things it provides, it can copy whatever has been in Hogwarts ever, but you can only remove from the room things that have been stored here beforehand. In fact, Harry smirked. Riddle stored one of his Horcruxes here. Oh, what is it? Albus believes he used the Hogwarts Founder's artifacts. Perenelle asked with interest. Ravenclaw's diadem. Harry replied, I managed to remove the soul fragment and the extra magic Riddle added on top of the original enchantments, but I won't be putting it on anytime soon. Riddle tried it on, and it almost boiled his brains. Ah, that's a good deterrent. Nicholas winced. Any others? Well, I destroyed his first last year, his diary. Harry began, and I got lucky and ran across Slytherin's locket. Apparently, he entrusted 3 Horcruxes to 2 Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange, and enlisted a house elf from a 3rd Death Eater to test the defenses of another Horcrux. Well, Albus said the diary was from Malfoy. Perenelle must. Did Lestrange get the locket? She got Hufflepuff's cup. Harry shook his head. Still working on that one. But young Regulus Black didn't approve of his master using Horcruxes and retrieved it and had his house elf take it to a black property and destroy it. Found it a few weeks ago with my godfather when we visited his childhood home. So that's 4 you know of at least. Nicholas must. 5. He turned a ring passed down in his mother's family into 1 as well. Harry added, I plan on going after that one soon. I know where it is. Oh, need any help? I'm up for a challenge. Nicholas offered. He hid it when he was pretty young. I seriously doubt it will be a challenge. Plus, if he set the key in Parseltongue this time as well, I'll probably just walk right through and take it. Harry shook his head. Oh, that's rather disappointing. Nicholas seemed rather nonplussed. Well, the defenses for the locket included a hidden door that required a blood sacrifice, a hidden boat that could carry only 1 person over a lake full of inferi, and the locket itself was on the bottom of a stone bowl full of what I believe to be the draught of despair that you had to drink to be able to take the locket. Harry explained, and then added as an afterthought, Oh, and if you touched the water, all the inferi attacked you. Charming. Perenelle rolled her eyes. Good thing you didn't have to go through that then. Nicholas must. But if you had, I would have blasted the damn bowl to pieces, taken the locket, and set every inferi that got in my way on fire. Harry shrugged. Good plan. Nicholas grinned. At any rate, we still haven't spoken with you about the reasons why we came here. Perenelle spoke up, right? Nicholas' smile faded a bit. Tell me, have you noticed anything irregular with your body? You mean besides that I've stopped aging despite being in the middle of a growth spurt? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's what we were worried about. Perenelle. Well, I figured I could try my luck with aging potions and glamours until I can properly transform with my metamorphogus abilities. Harry admitted, it shouldn't take me more than a few years. A metamorphogus? Well, that will certainly help you blend in once you reach a high enough age to fake your death or just disappear for a while from the public. Nicholas nodded happily. Be that as it may, with us publicly dead after the destruction of our stone here, it would draw uncomfortable attention to you should it be discovered to be immortal, not to mention kidnapping attempts, Perenelle said darkly. So we decided to lend you some aid in faking your aging process. She reached in her purse and brought out a plain slivery flask which she handed to him. The liquid in this flask is the exact opposite of the elixir of youth. It's called the elixir of aging, and for every 15 millimeters, a tablespoon worth, that a person drinks, they will age a year. Now, had you been a normal human, you would not have needed more than a few decades worth at most. However, both Nicholas and I have noticed through our experiments with both the elixir of youth and the elixir of aging that our bodies have the tendency to regress towards the age at which we took the panacea. Usually, In our case means aging faster, but for you it will mean getting younger toward your current state. We know that the elixir of aging will work for you, but we also don't know to what degree the effects will last due to your body de-aging rather than aging faster like we do. Nicholas admitted. So we gave you 3 centuries worth just to be sure. In the unlikely case that you run out, get in touch with Ollivander and he'll be able to reach us. We would normally give you the means to contact us as well, but no, it's all right. I'm young and inexperienced. I would be a security risk. Harry waved off his apology. Once I'll get on my feet properly, we can get to know each other better. But for now, you two will be going into hiding for a few decades anyway. Exactly. Which brings us to the second subject we wanted to discuss with you. You might not be aware, Harry, but several of your ancestors, Nicholas began, have apprenticed under you. I'm aware. I've been looking into my family's history since it became accessible to me. Harry smiled. From what I could tell, Dad was quite the transfiguration prodigy and would have done well in the material transmutation branch of alchemy. Yes, it was a shame he was taken before his time. Nicholas smiled sadly. I offered him an apprenticeship, but he decided that fighting off Riddle and his underlings was more important at the time. But now, I'm here to make you the same offer. In a few decades, seek me out if you're interested in alchemy. I have not had an apprentice since Albus, and if I'm lucky, I might get a longer-lasting partner out of you, he said, appearing giddy at the prospect. Harry could not help but raise an eyebrow at this. Glancing at Perenelle, he noticed she seemed amused. Is he really that bored? He inquired. Not quite yet. We haven't been in hiding for more than a year and a half now. But in a couple decades, she trailed off. Being immortal, especially one several centuries old, means that you've either mastered your field of expertise to the point that you can no longer improve on your own, or have become proficient in several, if not all fields. With alchemy, Nicholas has little to improve on by himself, and even with me giving him ideas. I'm reaching that point with rituals myself. Ollivander is lucky since wand crafting depends so much on the magical core the wand is supposed to bind itself to. That's why he's so giddy when a customer is too difficult to find a matching wand. It means that there is still plenty of room to improve for him in both increasing the compatibility of his wands and in developing his senses to recognize what wand would fit his customers. I see. I guess that makes sense. Harry nodded in understanding. He got that impressing from the brief glance he had taken at the memories of his fellow immortals. Well, with Riddle around, I'll be focusing on combat magic, at least until he and his supporters are dealt with. After that, potions, alchemy, runes, arithmancy, and warding will be my focus. So if your offer will still be open, by the time you two resurface, I will be more than happy to accept the alchemy apprenticeship. Excellent. Nicholas grinned, and if it catches your interest, it has been quite a while since I had taught the art of rituals to another. Perenelle smiled. Now, I'm afraid we must be going. If you need a flu connection, the room can provide it. Harry offered. That would be wonderful. Perenelle smiled, and a minute later the two immortals were off in a flash of green flames. An effort of will later, and the room had analyzed and removed the spells the two had placed on him and the room itself. It was nothing nefarious, merely tracking and health monitoring charms, but Harry had placed a be-it that he wanted nobody to know he had anything to do with. So, what do you think? Harry inquired as he went through the memories of Nicholas Flamel, in particular his progress in the creation and refining of a certain crimson stone. I would like to say that I'm surprised, but I'm really not, Kaguya remarked as she viewed the same memories as he did. Even back in my day, the level of regeneration granted by the elixir of life required sacrificing some of a person's lifespan. And the years given by the elixir of youth certainly have to come from somewhere. Harry remained silent for several more minute as he skipped a few centuries up to the most recent advancements to the Philosopher's Stone, the Cinnabar Panacea. So it requires the sacrifice of life to be able to be turned into the elixir. The younger the sacrifice and the long-lived its species, the bigger the stone, and thus the large the amount of elixir it can be turned into. Harry must quietly, but for it to be capable of transmutations, the sacrifice needs to be magical in nature. The stronger its magic, the better. Kaguya added, well, now I know how Whale really became endangered. Harry deadpanned. Well, in his defense, it was definitely easier to hide that he kept using them in his experiments than surface creatures. Kaguya pointed out. True. Who would have thought, though, that giants, are so magically powerful, though. Harry remarked as he viewed a few memories where Nicholas used a giant as a sacrifice to make a philosopher's stone. If I had to guess, it's because of their thick, magically resident skin that they can't take advantage of their magic. Kagaya opined. Perhaps, but personally I think their near animal intelligence is to blame. Harry shrugged as he finally left the room of requirement and headed down to the kitchen to get a snack. So, what do you plan on using? Giants? Dragons? Unicorns? Nundu? Phoenix? Kagaya offered ideas. Fire crabs. Harry eventually answered. Fire crabs? Kagaya blinked. Why those? Some non-magical turtles can live over a century with ease. Being a magical variant of the species, there have been several fire crabs discovered to be around 500 years old. Harry replied. Also, while a phoenix may seem as the perfect sacrifice, in fact, it's the opposite. A phoenix can live up to a couple decades before it has to have a burning day where it dies. Just because it revives from the ashes does not mean it has an infinite lifespan. He paused for a second before shuddering. And if it did have an infinite lifespan, I would be creating an infinitely large philosopher's stone, possible destroying everything in the universe by squashing it. Oh, right, that's why Flammel avoided doing that. Smart man. Kagaya blinked as he reviewed the memory in question. But what other reasons for using fire crabs? Did you notice what happens during the creation of the stone? Harry smirked. As their magic and lifespan is ripped from them and crystallized, the sacrifice ages at an accelerated rate until all that's left of it is its bones. Fire crab shells are extremely sought after if I remember right. The bigger, thus older, the more valuable it is. Kagaya realized. You'll make a fortune on the black market with them. There's also that while possessing fire crabs over a certain age is illegal, it's rather easy to get a permit for small ones. Harry admitted, I'll get a permit, buy a couple small ones, a male and a female, age them to a breeding age, encourage them to have a few eggs, and they lay over 100 eggs on average in a single nest. As soon as they hatch, I'll feed them all drop of the elixir of life that I can make out of a third fire crab, just to ensure they are as healthy as possible, and thus will have as long a lifespan as possible, before make Cinnabar Panacea out of them. Remind me, how many nests can a fire crab lay in a year? Kagaya asked slowly. It can lay up to 7 nests in a single season, I believe, and can lay eggs in 2 seasons, spring and autumn. So we're looking at around a maximum of 1,400 philosopher's stones in a year, each around 500 years worth. Harry replied, so, essentially we're looking at 700. 000 years worth of life. Kagaya said in shock. In a year from a single breeding pair. I can have several. It's not like it would be hard to acquire and age to the proper age. Harry pointed out calmly. Okay, I will wholeheartedly admit that this is a brilliant plan. Just a word of caution, however. Kagaya said seriously. Do not attempt to market the elixir of youth or the elixir of life, or give any of it to others without secrecy owes on par with the unbreakable vow, if not more strict. I've taken a look at what the Flammels dealt with due to their immortality becoming public knowledge. You do not want to go through it. I know that much even from what Ollivander knew as a third party. I'll be swearing Dumbledore to secrecy by the end of the day. Harry assured her, before raising an eyebrow when the headmaster turned a corner. Ah, Harry, I was just looking for you. Dumbledore said in a more subdued manner than usual. Your guests left a few minutes ago. Harry informed him. Would I be too intrusive to ask what was it they wished to discuss with you? Dumbledore inquired. Nothing much. Harry shrugged as he continued on his way. They gave me a temporary solution for my height issues, he said after a small pause. It should last me well into my 20s. Ah, that's relieving to hear. Dumbledore smiled. They also gave me an apprenticeship offer for when they finish their holiday. Harry added, Ah, I remember my own time with him. Truly, some of my most interesting memories. Dumbledore chuckled. Well, I look forward to it. Harry agreed. On another note, I'll need an unbreakable vow from you. Let's do it in here. He opened the door of an empty classroom, and after a quick check for any surveillance spells or eavesdroppers, he closed the door after Dumbledore. The old man drew his wand and cast a few privacy spells. I suppose this is about your status as an immortal. The headmaster sighed. Indeed. It was brought to my attention that it would best for my continued existence for only my fellow immortals to be capable of revealing such information. That way, If we backstab each other, it would mean mutual assured destruction. Harry smiled thinly as he drew his wand. And if I refuse? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, the tip of his wand lighting up. Harry could tell the man was faking it, that he had no current plans of taking advantage of his situation. But this was an opportunity he could not let up. One moment Harry was locking eyes with Dumbledore. Then the moment passed as he closed his eyes as he activated his Sharingan and called upon the power of the Predapath and expanding the absorption area well outside his body, enveloping Dumbledore entirely and dispelling the passive sensory and shield charms that were part of his robe, as well as the several charms on his glasses. The man barely managed to widen his eyes as the tip of his wand became unlit, and before he knew it, he was staggering back as his white wand was arching through the air and landing in the open hand of the immortal before him. On his part, Harry felt as if he had just recovered a piece of his home. Or rather another piece, as the same thing had happened when he had first worn the cloak of invisibility after his bloodlines awoke. He knew that both were of the three Deathly Hallows, but beyond that now, even Kagaya knew how they were made. While the legend of death itself crafting them for the three brothers may seem exaggerated to the average wizard, Harry was well aware of the existence of the Shinigami. And if the Shinigami was willing to allow itself to be summoned for a price, as well as leave a certain mask in the care of the Uzumaki clan, then it was not out of the question for doing something similar to happen several millennia later. Dismissing that line of thought for now, Harry met Dumbledore's gaze, took in his pale complexion, and tossed him back the Elder Wand. Not that it mattered. He felt the bond with the wand, and knew simple possession would not pass it to the older wizard. That, and he could likely summon it whenever he wanted. I'll have to test that with the cloak later. He must. That will happen, and more. I've had enough suffering in my life, because you thought you knew better than everyone else. I believe I've already warned you that I have taken my well-being into my own two hands, and will not risk it. Harry gave Dumbledore a scowl. Now, your unbreakable vow, please. He held his left hand out, taking a couple seconds to calm his nerves. Dumbledore nodded and reached out his own left hand and grasped his student. Do you swear to not reveal that I am immortal? Harry inquired as both he and Dumbledore tapped their joined hands with their wands. I do. Dumbledore replied solemnly as a strand of fire coiled around their arms. Do you swear to not reveal that Ollivander is immortal? Harry continued and tightened his grip on the old man's hand. I do. And do you swear to never reveal the means through which one could make the elixir of immortality? I do. Dumbledore replied, somewhat surprised. With that final fiery strand, the three joined into one thick one before disappearing, as in phased into their flesh. I'm surprised. Do you not want to know the means through which you achieve your condition? Dumbledore asked. I know that it required Fawkes to go through an early burning day. Harry shook his head. I know enough for now. I believe that is a wise decision, at least for now. If needs be, you can ask Nicholas when you see him next. Dumbledore nodded in approval. True enough. Now I don't know about you, but I missed lunch, so I'm heading for the kitchen. Harry dispelled the privacy ward. I believe I could do with another lemon sherbet. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. They're good if a bit sour. Personally, I'm partial to treacle tarts. Harry replied. Later that night, Harry was walking down a desolate path to an abandoned shack hidden by an encirclement of trees, a hood over his head hiding his features. He soon reached an opening and paused, his Tensigan glowing in his left eye while his Sharingan did in his right. As far as the outside of the shack goes, it's mostly what we expected. Harry mused, except that thing 5 feet away at 11 o'clock. Kagaya pointed out, it used to be a proximity ward layered over a collapsing ward. Harry reviews the memory of Voldemort casting them. If I had to guess, they somehow strengthened so much they merged to a degree. Yes, I believe that's it. Kagaya said slowly. This should allow you to drain both at the exact same time. That should allow you to bypass the need to make sure the collapsing ward won't trig while you work on the one layered over it. Or I could simply avoid the majority of the wards altogether and get to the door. Harry remarked as he did just that, a few wand flicks and whispered incantations allowing him to suspend the activity of the handful of defenses he could not avoid entirely. Reaching the door, however, he smirked at the skeleton of a snake nailed onto it. Open for the air, if Slytherin. Harry hissed in parcel tongue, and the skeleton was instantly animated, raising its head, then giving a slight bow before assuming its initial position just as the door opened silently. The silencing ward on the door becoming active to hide the irritating screech it must have had. Taking one step inside, Harry then tapped the open door behind him, causing the majority of the protections within the shack to become temporarily inactive. That done, he calmly walked straight into the kitchen and tapped a certain floorboard, causing it to fade away, revealing a black box. Quickly pocketing it, he tapped 7 spots around the opening in the floor counterclockwise, causing the floorboard to reappear. With that, he walked out of the house after making sure the layer of dust in the shack was not visibly disturbed by his entry. Tapping the skull of the snake skeleton, he hissed once again, "Guard my soul. Lord Voldemort commands you." With that, the door closed and all protections inside reactivated. Without another glance, he walked out of the small yard before removing his minor alterations to the defenses, returning everything to what it had been, before walking a distance away and activating a portkey to Potter Manor. "First things first," Harry quietly remarked as he walked into the house and into one of the magically isolated rooms. Opening the box, he raised an eyebrow as the compulsion hit him. "Well, I can say for sure now that I did gain a higher magical resistance along with everything else," he decided before activating the Sharingan and ripped apart not only the compulsion charm and the withering curse, but the Horcrux protections and the soul fragment within as well. Nodding in satisfaction, he gently placed a finger on the cool black stone and sent a pulse of chakra through it. He smiled when he felt the connection being forged once again, before dropping it as he held his head in agony, as pain ripped through his brain, memories not only being forced into his mind by being experienced at the same time. He remained there, kneeling and doing his best to smooth things over with his occlumency and his Sharingan. But at the same time, he was intrigued and disgusted by how far this branch of the Peveril family had fallen. Soon enough, it all reached its end. He experienced the memories of the first possessor of the Stone of Resurrection, just as he had the memories of those that followed. Manan Peveril, descendant of the Uchiha clan, immortal, possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, father of Cadmus, Antioch and Ignotus, and likely most recent user of the creation of all things, Banbutsu Sozo, had somehow managed to follow in the steps of the Rikudo Sannin by physically materializing the weapons of his Susanoo. It was a little-known fact, only by Kagaya, Himura, Hagoromo himself, and more recently Harry, that the treasured tools of the Sage of the Six Paths, as well as the original sword of Kusanagi that had last been claimed by the snake sage Orochimaru, had originally been the ethereal weapons materialized into the 6 arms of Hagoromo's own Susanoo. Harry, talk to me, say something," Kagaya seemed to plead. "Headache." Inside voice. Harry grunted. "Oh, what happened?" Kagaya asked softly. "Give me a minute," Harry requested. "Teffy." "Yes, Lore? Are you unwell?" The house elf that popped before him asked worriedly. "Headache relieving potion, please," Harry said softly, and not 5 seconds later, there was a vial in his hand. Nodding in satisfaction, he downed it, and soon enough he felt the ache in his skull fading away. "Thank you, Teffy. That's all for now." "You're welcome, Lord Potter." The elf bowed before popping away. "I just saw the memories of every possessor of this stone, including its maker, Manan Peveril. Take a look at it while I recover a bit more," Harry suggested as he picked up the ring and sat down, eyeing the black stone set in it curiously. "Well, that's certainly intriguing," Kagaya spoke up thoughtfully after a few minutes. "Now, I believe I remember that Muggles depict Manan Mac Liar as the guardian of the otherworld and one who ferries souls to the afterlife, possessing a powerful sword named Fragarak, a cloak of invisibility, and a boat named Squabshuan. The cloak is self-explanatory. The sword could be compressed into the form of a wand while maintaining a large portions of its powers. The Fragarak is also called the Answerer and the gouging sword of the war god, so having such power compressed into a wand would definitely make it appear invincible. Harry must, and since he was the one who ferried souls to the afterlife, it makes sense that he could bring them back as well. Only he did not use a boat for it. Kagaya chuckled. He allowed the rumors to evolve like that intentionally. It's harder to steal a boat that he could replace anyway, rather than a small stone. Harry snorted. I have an idea. Find a mirror first," The former rabbit goddess instructed, and moments later Harry was holding a conjured one. Now what? He inquired. Focus on the bonds with the three hallows. Then, when you've fully grasped all three connections at the same time, send that magic into your eyes, both of them. Kaguya instructed carefully. Intrigued, Harry did as told, and after a few minutes of complete concentration, he felt a strangely comfortable coldness momentarily pulse through his eyes. Snapping them open, he saw their reflection in the conjured mirror was shocked. Instead of the two differing dojutsu he was used to seeing, an entirely new black pattern on a crimson iris was reflected. A circle surrounding the black pupil, and around the circle was a triangle. It was almost identical to the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, with the exception of the wand, which is not standing vertically, bisecting both the stone and cloak but rather pointed outwards or inwards. I knew it, Kaguya said smugly. Obito Uchiha was able to temporarily lend his power to Kakashi Hatake, his full Mangekyo Sharingan, after his death, though a transfer of chakra. These hallows, however, don't actually give you Mananan's chakra, but rather take yours, convert it into his, and then sends it back to you, allowing you to access his Mangekyo. Should I worry about going blind since this is just a Mangekyo? Harry asked warily. No. Even in the off change you do receive some damage when you use it, it will be healed by your regenerative powers. Or, worst case scenario, you'll need to use some of the elixir of life that you would be brewing and trying anyway. Kaguya shrugged. Good point. Harry nodded in satisfaction as he pushed more chakra into one of the eyes, the right one, which seemed to have a smaller pupil for some reason. Harry! Kaguya exclaimed in shock, and the mirror was distorted while being pulled into a small hole, quickly disappearing. Did I just use Kamui? Harry asked incredulously. It certainly appears so, Kaguya replied dryly. Well, that's bloody awesome. Harry grinned widely. So far, he had only been able to use the Kodo Amatsukami among the Mangekyo Sharingan powers and the Deva Path, Preta Path, and Human Path of the Rinnegan. So, what will you do now? Kaguya inquired in the same tone. Well, while I would love to see what my left eye does if it's a Kamui as well, and one that brings back what I sent to the other dimension, well, that mirror might behead me. Harry admitted. Nice of you to start thinking again. Kaguya said approvingly. You should also consider what might already be in that dimension. For all you know, it might be one of the dimensions I've created and anchored to the world, so you might end up pulling an ocean of acid or a lake of lava. So I'll leave it alone for now and get back to my usual training. Harry sighed as he deactivated his new dojutsu before reactivating his original ones just to see if they worked. The familiar vision either granted being enough for the moment even without a mirror. With all the excitement with the flammels, I haven't even began training to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once I learn that, I can send a clone there, and when it dispels, I'll know what I'm dealing with. There is more than that, Harry. Kaguya chuckled in delight. Once you can safely use the Kamui, I can guide you to my own dimensions, where I have left a few scrolls and other materials before my first sealing. So that's 6 more dimensions? Harry grinned. Actually, I made 10. You only saw 6 because that's where I fought the Uchiha and Uzumaki brats. Of those, 5 are rather close to each other, and thus easier to access, and the 6th, the desert one, is further away, hence why I tried stranding the Uchiha there. Kaguya explained. In case you're wondering, I also have a regular ocean dimension, a forested one, a mountainous one, and a grassy plain one. You know, I do need a safe place for all the magical creatures I seem to be collecting. Harry trailed off thoughtfully. Why do you think I made all those dimensions for? Kaguya asked smugly. This world was my nursery, but those dimensions were my incubators. And, well, I can say that this chapter I'm perfectly satisfied with. I hope you are as well. I'll be honest with you, I was just looking up Celtic death gods on Wikipedia and got lucky with Manan and Maclyre. I honestly, though, I would have to twist a legend more to fit my purposes. Now, whether I might do something like this again in the future, tempting, very tempting. Still, I have other plans for now. It might come up later. I mean, the Japanese regalia is all but daring me. For those interested, I added an image of this deathly Mangekyo Sharingan in my profile page. Check it out. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter, at least half, as much as I enjoyed writing it. If so, please leave a review. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 8. Eventful Christmas in Vegas. December 24th, 9 a.m. NR 12, Grimald Place, London. Harry had a very bad feeling as he, currently aged 19 via an aging potion that would last 3 days, stood next to his ex-con godfather as they prepared to take a portkey to the place they would be spending their Christmas Eve and day. Las Vegas. The past month or so had been quite productive for Harry, if not exciting. As he had expected, his fire crab to Cinnabar Panacea scheme had been most fortuitous. In fact, after reviewing everything the Flammels had in their long lives as well as their discoveries, the final and most successful results, of course, as otherwise he would need weeks to go through it all. He had found several potions, elixirs, and rituals that could significantly accelerate his plans. The first attempt at creating a Philosopher's Stone out of a Philosopher's Stone had resulted in a stone of 6,781 cubic centimeters. Just a bit over 452 years' worth of elixir of youth, according to Flammel's research. The stone had immediately been dropped into a large cauldron. The already had 6,781 liters of pure water in it, and had been transmuted into the brute elixir, which was the only known poison that worked against immortals. And within the day, it had been refined in 6,781 liters of elixir of life. And Harry was also quite happy with the huge fire crab cauldron that was taller than him. A few drops had been immediately administered to each of the dozen breeding pairs Harry had acquired through the black market. After a bit of consideration and some advice from Kaguya, Harry had given up his idea of getting a license for ownership of fire crabs, as that could connect him, at least slightly, with the potential future flooding of the magical black market with top-quality fire crab cauldrons. After that, he had brewed a number of restricted or outright forbidden potions from the Flammels and Snape memories that not only ensured that the fire crabs would be able of laying the maximum amount of eggs, regardless of season, and that the eggs would be in the best health possible. Of course, this came with the step price of shortening the lifespan of the breeding females by around a year for every batch of eggs laid. As it was in the month and a few days that had passed since he had started, the 12 breeding pairs had each laid eggs 3 times, totaling a grand total of 5,508 eggs, with the estimated time left before the first batch hatch being of a month or so. He had not even bothered trying to make another Philosopher's Stone to use it for transmutations. Sure, with the use of the stone, he could not only transmute one substance or material into another without limits at the price of sacrificing pieces of the stone, but the main use for it would still remain creating wealth, and Harry frankly did not need it. Not only was he comfortably wealthy already, but he had other means of accumulating more wealth, such as the Golden Fleece. He had carefully harvested it from the corpse of the Calcus ram, and after treating it with the appropriate preservation draft, he had sealed it into his body using a seal similar to those of Jinchuriki, allowing his chakra, and more importantly, his magic, to mingle with that of the Golden Fleece, thus ensuring Harry would be in permanent contact with it, and thus benefiting of its wealth-attracting luck. His magical training had skyrocketed as soon as he had become proficient with the Kagebunshin no Jutsu, and he now started every day by creating as many he could, currently 26, in the room of requirement, and leaving them to practice all kinds of wand magic while he took Pepper Up Blood Potion, a variant of the original recipe that bypassed the limitation of not being safe to consume multiple doses successively and placed little to no strain on the drinker's body, and that had been censored and erased from history via having its inventor kissed by a demena, and did his physical morning workout. His ninjutsu had also taken off since he could now use 7 of the 12 hand seals, and oh, whom was he kidding? The real reason he was enjoying ninjutsu was due to Kagebunshin, and now the Shunshin no Jutsu that allowed him to move almost instantly over short distances. He still had house elves looking after his little menagerie in the Pacific, as Kagebunshin were simply too fragile, and the Kalkian dragon teeth, while already procured, required several enchantments layered over them under certain phases of the moon. So he was still a couple weeks away from that. With all the training he was doing, schoolwork and mind-healing sessions, he had almost forgotten about spending Christmas with Sirius despite having promised it to the man. Out of guilt, He had altered his plans, and thus they were spending the holiday in the one place Sirius secretly desired to: Las Vegas, Nevada. The manic grin on Sirius' face, however, was giving him second thoughts. Now, Sirius, before we leave, there is just one last thing. Here, put this on. Harry pulled a couple silver bracelets from a pocket and handed one to his godfather before fastening the other on his left wrist. What's this early Christmas gift? Sirius is curiously. Nope. This is insurance we won't do something stupid. Harry replied, such as? The grim Animagus raised an eyebrow. Such as get married to some stripper while dead drunk. Harry deadpanned. I knew you were my favorite godson. Sirius grinned as he put it on. I'm your only godson. Harry rolled his eyes. The bracelet will give you a shock and flush your system of all mind-altering substances. It only works once, though. I'll keep that in mind. Sirius nodded. Now let's go. At 1 a.m., over there. We have a handful of hours of night to enjoy. Shaking his head, Harry also grasped the rope portkey and closed his eyes as Sirius tapped it with his wand to activate it. An unpleasant trip later, he got off his ass and cleaned his clothes with a flick of his wand as Sirius did the same. Now let's hit the casinos. Sirius cheered as he ran off, Harry shaking his head in amusement as he pursued. As Harry had expected of Sirius, the man had just looked over the highlights of Vegas, both the muggle and magical side, and had decided to hit the best places. Which in theory was not that bad of an idea when being as filthy rich as Lord Black and Lord Potter. There was only one small snag. Hey, Harry. Sirius leaned over to whisper into his godson's ear after folding his hand at the poker table they were at. Yes. Harry eyed him, extremely amused by how anxious Sirius was acting. Where are the babes? The grim Animagus hissed. Probably in the casinos that have that kind of entertainment. Harry informed him before turning back to the dealer. Call. A round of answers around the table later, and Harry revealed the 2 cards the Texas Hold'em dealer had given him. 4-of-a-kind aces. The gentleman wins. The dealer declared, and Harry racked in another 500. 000 plus dollars. Then what the hell are we doing here? Sirius exclaimed. Well, I followed you here. Harry shrugged. As for what we're doing, well, I've made around $3.5 million. Okay, then can we go somewhere else? Somewhere fun. Sirius pouted. Harry eyed him and wondered if he should tell him that the Bellagio was the most luxurious and extravagant casino hotel in Vegas. Then he reminded himself whom he was talking to. Okay, I guess a change of scenery is in order. Harry agreed as he gathered his winnings and went to cash it in. How about the Luxor? It has both a muggle and a non-muggle side, and ours has adult entertainment as well. Perfect. Sirius grinned. Harry's bad feeling intensified as soon as they entered the magical side of the casino, but he pushed it away as he got a couple of semi-alcoholic cocktails for Sirius and himself before they hit the roulette. Things began heating up a bit too much, in no small part due to the alcohol they kept chugging. And soon enough it was morning proper, and Harry dragged a tipsy Sirius up to a couple of hotel rooms he quickly rented, both falling asleep as soon as they hit the mattress. But it was not a regular sleep that awaited him. You need to be careful, Kagaya said the moment Harry opened his eyes in his mindscape. Hello to you too. Harry smiled weakly. What do I need to be careful about? I don't know, but you've been targeted by negative emotions since you've got in Vegas. Kagaya glared. That's what I've been feeling. Harry blinked. Yes. And you've been stupidly ignoring it. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. Hey, most of the time when I try to look into such things, I end up in the middle of some mess. Harry held his hands up in surrender. I figured that if I stayed away, I might not get involved. That's wishful thinking. Kagaya snorted. If I've learned anything during my time in your head, is that you'll eventually get involved, whether it's by your own accord or someone drags you into it. Well, damn. Harry groaned. How am I feeling these negative emotions anyway? Wasn't that the QB's thing? Remember that the bijoux were merely fragments of my own power. Kagaya pointed out smugly. Even without them, I still maintained their skills to an extent. Ah! Harry nodded in understanding. Well, I promise to keep an eye out for trouble. Though, in all fairness, with the amount of money I've been winning, it's not surprising that some people dislike me, especially the dealers. Well, that's true enough, I suppose. Kagaya admitted. I'm off to sleep off all the booze I've drunk. Harry turned and disappeared from his mindscape. December 24th, 11:30 p.m. Las Vegas, Nevada. This was a bad idea. Harry, though, as he dragged Sirius out of the small Vegas chapel, where an inebriated Sirius had not 5 minutes ago been ready to give his vows along with an equally drunk Muggle woman, who was not nearly as attractive as Sirius was likely seeing her, as due to the alcohol, to a man in an Elvis outfit. What Harry had been expecting had happened, and he was quite thankful that he had linked the bracelets to inform one another when one was about to get married. That way, he had been able to excuse himself from the blackjack table and track down Sirius before the effects of the bracelet ran out. Harry conveniently neglected to tell his godfather that while his body was being flushed of the substances that affected the mind, to the outside world it looked like he was having convulsions. That being said, it had been easy to memory charm the woman and Elvis, impersonate her, and then drag off Sirius. "You didn't tell me that will happen." Sirius whined accusingly when he finally got on his feet. "Must have forgotten to," Harry said innocently before adding, "But come on, did you see the looks on their faces?" "Okay, I admit it was funny," Sirius admitted before grimacing. "Then again, I also saw her face." "Nice save. So, we'll have to babysit you for the rest of the night?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Nah, I've learned my lesson." Sirius sighed. "I'll stick with non-alcoholic drinks and head to the strippers. Can't get my mind clouded while I appreciate the view." "Smart man." Harry smirked. "Care to join me?" Sirius offered. "I mean, I know you're now quite. I can appreciate a pair of tits or several pairs just fine, Padfoot." Harry snorted. "I'll probably drop by later. But if not, try not to spend the whole night awake. Tomorrow is Christmas, after all. More like in a few minutes if you want to be precise." Sirius checked the time. "Well, happy Christmas, Padfoot." Harry grinned. "Now go have some fun. Where are you going anyway?" Sirius asked as turned to leave. "Well, I may have been embarrassing a few blokes in front of their lady companions by cleaning them out," Harry said innocently. "And the ladies may have taken to hag around me a bit to punish them for their hard-headedness. Sniff, they grow up so fast." Sirius wiped away a tear. "Get out of here, you old dog." Harry smirked. December 25th, 9 a.m. Harry's hotel room, Luxor, Las Vegas, Nevada. As he cracked an eye and felt something pressing against him from either side, and something on top of him, Harry stiffened and activated his Tensigan to do a quick scan of his surroundings, and his eyes bulged, blood rushing to his head, both of them, at the sight. 3 young women, that was who was in bed with him. He did not know whether to be thankful or not that they were not all naked, but the pieces of clothing that the girls still had on them did not leave much to the imagination. On his left was a shapely 20-year-old woman with a heart-shaped face, shoulder-length bubblegum pink hair, and a nice set of breasts. A good E-cup if the lesson Sirius had insistently given Harry taught him anything, that were currently wrapped around his left arm that she was hugging tightly, a satisfied smile on her sleeping face. Oh, and she was only wearing a pink thong. On his right was a cute girl in her late teens, which looked somewhat familiar, with long, sleek, and shiny brown hair that reached her bum, which was on display despite her black lacy panties as she was sleeping on her belly. The fact that he could see so much of the swell of the breasts hidden under her white blouse despite how soft the mattress was also said good things about her bust size. However, what was capturing most of his attention was the girl that was sleeping right on top of him, her massive bare breasts, easily G-cup pressed against his bare chest. She also had long red hair and a rather perverse smile on her pretty sleeping face, which might have something to do with one of her hands grasping his morning wood. "Well, I guess that despite my worries things turn out quite well, and Kagaya teased, startling him from his thoughts. "Kagaya, what happened?" Harry gulped. Let me refresh your memories." The progenitor of Chakra chuckled. Image by image, it all came back to him. How he had, after a particularly satisfying win, approached a cute brown-haired girl at the bar that seemed to be by herself, and somewhat bored, offering her a drink. How he had spent the next few minutes cheering her up. How he was just leaving, planning to check on Sirius, when her 2 female returned and ended up inviting him to their table. How he had spent the next few hours with them chatting, drinking, flirting, and making out. How they had eventually gone up to his room and had a bit more fun. And how they had eventually fallen asleep both from the late hour and the alcohol before they went beyond kissing and groping. "Well, at least I didn't end up needing the bracelet," Harry muttered, as if flipping a switch. The rather quiet sound of his voice seemed to be enough to trigger the awakening of the redhead on top of him. Opening her eyes, She blinked a few times before she met Harry's gaze with some confusion. "Good morning." A smile twitched on Harry's lips. "Would you mind moving your hand?" "My hand." She blinked her blue eyes a couple more times before squeezing slightly what she was holding in her left hand, moving it a bit to get a better feel of the shape, before realizing what she was doing and what it was that she was grasping, causing her face to become at least as flushed as Harry's did. "Eep!" she squeaked as she tried moving away and ended up straddling Harry's waist, though she still did not let go of his stiff manhood. Personally, Harry's attention was more focused on the huge, bouncing breasts, taking in her pink, hardened nipples. Susan? What's you up?" The pink-haired girl yawned as she stretched like a cat, before opening her eyes and freezing in place at the sight of her almost naked red-haired friend straddling a handsome young man that seemed vaguely familiar. She blushed in embarrassment before she remembered something, and her skin turned chalk white, as did her hair. "Bugger, boss is gonna kill me," she whimpered as she began feeling around on the bed around her, looking for something. Having a pretty good idea of what she was looking for, Harry spoke up. "If you're looking for your wand, it's probably in your clothes somewhere in this room." He trailed off as he glanced at the ceiling, and the two conscious girls followed his gaze and saw a neon blue blouse and a pink bra stuck to the ceiling fan. "Tonks, keep it down." The brown-haired girl awoke and tried burrowing into her pillow to get away from the daylight. Before the other three could do anything to enlighten her to their current predicament they found themselves in, there was a banging on the door. "Who is it?" Harry called out, since it was his room, after all. "Wake up, Harry. We have a situation." Sirius called out. "Did you get married?" Harry took a guess while the three girls that were in bed with him quickly checked their hands for any wedding rings. "No. Amelia Mirror called me, and she can't find her niece and the two other girls she came to Vegas with." Sirius quickly replied. "Amelia? As in Amelia Bones?" Harry inquired, while he began putting pieces together. "Yeah," Sirius replied. "Did the girls age themselves a few years like I did?" Harry inquired, meeting the redhead's Susan's gaze. "Yeah," Sirius said in confusion. "How did you know?" "Tell her not to worry. I found them," Harry remarked dryly. "What do you owe?" Sirius stopped mid-sentence. "Yep. Are they?" "Yep. All three." "Yep. Damn. Pause, did you? You bracelet would have ensured you were the first to know. Then you just..." "Sirius. Remember those boundaries we talked about?" "Yeah, what about, oh..." "Pause, yeah, I'll go tell Amelia she has nothing to worry about." "Well, I wouldn't go that far," Harry muttered before giving Susan Bones a cherry smile. "Hello, Susan. Fancy seeing you here." Susan squeaked. Turning his head to his left, he gave Nymphadora Tonks the same smile. "Hello, cousin. Bugger me." Tonks blurted out before going beet red at her own choice of words. "Think before you speak, Tonks." The familiar-looking brown-haired girl, which Harry suddenly recognized after checking her magical signature, groaned. "Good morning, Hermione." Harry cheerily greeted. "Good morning, Harry. Have you shagged anyone else lately?" The bookworm inquired in a forcefully calm voice. "First of all, we didn't get that far," Harry pointed out. "And secondly," Hermione grunted. "You took my first kiss," Harry admitted. "Oh," Hermione squeaked. "Double," she stammered. "Susan got hers." Tonks, the traitor, cut in with a wide grin. "It's getting bigger," Susan squeaked. There was a pause, and the other three turned to stare at her, though the girls were looking quite lower than Harry was. "Susan," Harry said calmly. "Yes, Harry?" the redhead asked. "While I would normally not mind you feeling up my dick." Harry trailed off as Susan's hand stopped moving. "Your aunt is more likely already on the way." There were a few seconds of silence where nobody moved before Susan jumped off Harry and the bed and began frantically searching for her clothes. The other two girls followed her example soon enough. Harry, on the other hand, chuckled in amusement before casually getting out of bed, and after picking up a change of clothes, he walked into the bathroom. When he returned 5 minutes later after a short cold shower and fully dressed, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Susan and Hermione were fully dressed in the outfits they wore the night before, which were still in good condition if somewhat ruffled, but Nymphadora was still topless and jumping up and down, trying to reach her top, which was hanging by the ceiling fan. Harry stood there for a couple of minutes, shamelessly watching her tits bounce, before deciding to interfere. "You know, you could have borrowed a wand from Susan or Hermione and used a summoning charm." Harry spoke up, amusement oozing from his voice. "All right." Tonks blinked, chuckling. Harry sent her bra and blouse her way with a wave of his wand before he went to put on his shoes. "Ready?" Harry inquired. "Let's get this over with," Susan said with resignation. Within minutes, the four of them were standing in front of Amelia Bones, who was staring at them unblinkingly. "Happy Christmas, Miss Bones," Harry greeted with a grin, breaking the silence. "Happy Christmas to you too, Mr. Potter," Amelia replied dryly before looking him straight in the eye. "Did you use protection?" "Annie/boss/Madam Bones, I'm sorry to say," Harry began, causing Amelia's eyes to widen, "that we did not get that far." "Oh." Amelia seemed to deflate in relief. I know. Harry patted her shoulder as if to comfort her. "I'm disappointed as well. I guess we shouldn't have drunk as much." The look Amelia gave him spoke volumes. Luckily, Sirius came to the rescue. "Harry, there you are. Come on. I had one of the elves fetch your presents," his godfather called out as he poked his head around the corner. "Be right there." Harry shot back before glancing at the three girls behind him. "See you later?" The girls gave the older woman questioning, nervous looks. "We'll be here until tomorrow," Amelia replied. "Great." Harry smiled before he proceeded to give a peck on the cheek of each girl before running off. "He's James' son, all right." Amelia chuckled slightly at the look on their faces. Meanwhile, Harry and Sirius had retreated to the later room where a small pile of packages waited. "Good haul this year?" Sirius grinned. "I suppose it is." Harry smiled back as he reached into an inner pocket and pulled a package that he tossed to Sirius. "Happy Christmas, Sirius." "Happy Christmas to you too, pup." Sirius chuckled and handed him a broom-shaped package. Quickly ripping off the brown wrapping, Harry's eyes widened at the sight of Deluxe Edition Firebolt, and he quickly took in its appearance and specs. Ebony wood with hazel twigs, a diamond dust layer of luster that ensured not one scratch would mar its handle, unbreakable braking charm, goblin-made ironwork that provided power, stability, and a non-slip foot grip. "It's beautiful," Harry whispered. "It's a freaking broomstick." Kagaya deadpanned. "It's the broomstick. A work of art." Harry protested. "Sometimes I feel like I just don't know you, Harry." Kikuya sighed. "And I'm not sure I want to." "You like?" Sirius grinned. "Have I ever told you that you're the best godfather ever?" Harry asked with twinkling eyes. "Yes, you have, but I could bear hearing it again." Sirius gave his usual bark-like laugh. "Still, just what is this thing? I've never seen anything like it," he asked curiously, holding Harry's gift to him, which looked like cross between a gold ring and a pacifier. "Ah, this is something I personally made for you." Harry smirked. "Put the thumb of your wand arm through that hole first." "Okay, now what?" Sirius inquired. "Tap it with your wand and say, 'I am Padfoot of the Marauders.'" Harry smirked. "Oh." Sirius' eyes widened a bit, and he taped the thing with the tip of his wand. "I am Padfoot of the Marauders." There was suddenly a bright flash of crimson light, and when it died down, there was a thin, golden band on Sirius' thumb. "Okay." Sirius looked at his thumb dubiously. "Just say, 'Come Padfoot.'" Harry rolled his eyes. "Come Padfoot." Sirius blinked, and in a crimson flash of light, there was a golden version of Sirius in Nimigus form before him, with ruby eyes, copper tongue, and silver fangs and claws. "Wow, you made me a gold Padfoot statue?" "Not quite." Harry smirked before the statue barked. "It's a golem that holds a copy of you, a Nimigus spirit, with an improvement." "Improvement?" "Padfoot is already perfect." Sirius sniffed. "Tell him to reap." Harry told him. "Reap, Padfoot." Sirius dubiously commanded, and a golden flash later, there was massive, fierce-looking silver dog towering over him, his eye glowing in ominous crimson. "Okay, I was wrong. This is bloody awesome," Sirius whispered. "You say you made this?" "How?" "Turns out the Potters started off by creating golems, and until around a century ago, they were also creating jewelry. I mixed things up a bit and made you this bad boy." Harry decided not to tell him that the crimson eyes of the dog were not rubies, but rather philosopher's stones that were also responsible for powering up the golem. Otherwise, it would drain Sirius dry within minutes. "I feel that I should mention that the smaller golden form is highly spell-resistant, and any damage short of outright, complete destruction will repair itself while in ring form," Harry added before moving to open his other presents, leaving Sirius to admire his present. As usual, there was a book from Hermione and a sweater from the Weasleys along with a package of homemade sweets. "Hold on," Other than the twins, I've been nothing but distant to Ron and Ginny and all but hostile to that brown-noser Percy. Harry narrowed his eyes. Indeed, quite suspicious. Kagaya agreed. Let's see what's in this thing. Harry mused as he drew his wand and began casting diagnostic spells one after another at the pack of sweets. As suspected, there were a couple of potions within the goods as well as a few charms on the package that would ensure he would be more susceptible to the potions and less suspicious. "Watch I got there, Harry?" Sirius asked as he looked over his shoulder while the huge silver dog did the same to Sirius. "I'm identifying the potion Molly Weasley is trying to drug me with." Harry replied darkly. "Molly, as in Molly Pruitt?" Sirius scowled. "That was her maiden name." Harry confirmed. "Maiden? That whore?" Sirius snorted in derision. "She was spreading her legs her whole time at Hogwarts. I doubt she was a maiden even when she got sorted." "You don't say." Harry grumbled. "Yeah, I feel sorry for Arthur for getting saddled with her." Sirius shook his head. "It's not exactly public knowledge, but I heard that she got him with a love potion but forgot to take a contraception potion herself. Dumb bint." 9 months later, William was born, and their families told them to get married or be disinherited. Molly didn't mind much, since back then the Weasley family was still comfortably wealthy. Then Septimus Weasley, Arthur's father, somehow gambled away the family fortune and left him with no inheritance. Wasn't that a kick in the gut for Molly? I can only imagine. Harry snorted. "Yeah, spoiled Pruitt Princess Molly cut off from her family fortune. No choice but to depend on her husband for a roof over her head, all during the war. Yeah, I didn't envy her." Sirius grinned. "And the chances of snagging a rich and famous wizard for her little girl?" Harry asked as he cast one more diagnostic charm. "Pretty damn good," Sirius said darkly. "Well, the love potion and compulsion potion in this thing say as much." Harry grunted. "And?" He checked the sweater. "Yeah, this one is tainted as well. Let me get Amelia." Sirius began. "No, I can handle this myself." Harry cut him off. "I don't want to get Arthur in trouble, nor the twins. I don't know about Bill and Charlie, but the rest can go fuck themselves." "Are you sure?" Sirius pressed. "Yeah. There's also the fact that the Weasleys are under Dumbledore's personal protection." Harry added. "They are." Sirius frowned. "The Hogwarts tuition only got higher since you attended, yet a family as poor as the Weasleys can afford to put 7 children through it. Recently 4 at the same time? I'm not buying it." Harry snorted. "There's also the fact that when I first took the Hogwarts Express, Molly was all but shouting about Muggles and the Hogwarts Express on the Muggle platform while in my vicinity, after Hagrid forgot to tell me how to get onto platform 9 3/4. Then, not 5 minutes later, Rom comes to my compartment claiming everywhere else was full. That's impossible. Your year should have had the fewest new students since the aftermath of the Grindelwald War. The Express should have been at least a third empty." Sirius instantly said. "I know that now, but back then I knew little of the wizarding world." Harry shrugged. "So, what are you going to do with these things?" Sirius eyed the Weasley present. "Evanesco," was Harry's reply, removing it from existence. "That works." Sirius shrugged. After that, they looked over a few other gifts they had received. Sirius from Remus and a few old friends that had gotten in contact and after his release from Azkaban. A good number of them former Order of the Phoenix members. Harry, on the other hand, received a few gifts from the few acquaintances/friends that he had made in the past few months, mostly during his new electives of runes and arithmancy. Susan Bones, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Ernie McMillan, Sue Lee, Padma Patil, Blaise Zabini. He also received a gift from Neville Longbottom, to whom Harry had been happy to become closer friends with. He was godbrother, what with Alice Longbottom being Harry's godmother and Lily being Neville. The one gift that he was truly curious about was one bearing no name, but a single symbol of a snake eating his tail. The Ouroboros, a symbol of immortality and associated with the Philosopher's Stone, and thus the Flammels. Cautiously opening it after checking it for unfriendly magic, he was intrigued to discover a silvery cube within with a snort note telling him to add blood. Biting his thumb, Harry drew a dark crimson line over its smooth surface and quickly drew back when it began to change shape. Within moments, there was a stiletto dagger with black dragon hide wrapped around its handle before his eyes, with a matching black sheath and short note informing him that it was poisoned with a substance that induced paralysis within 10 seconds, which lasted for 24 hours. a precaution for his safety considering what his first 2 Hogwarts years had been like. He was surprised that they had sent this to him, not only due to it being possible for it to be tracked to them, but because he did not think they cared for him that much. It was far from the first time they had helped a young immortal a bit, but they generally remained as uninvolved as possible until the newbie reached his 200th birthday. The gift itself was also dangerous not only as a weapon, but due to the way it was made through secret goblin forging techniques that could bring the whole goblin nation on their heads again. Unlike what most of the wizarding world believed, it was not that glamorous to be able to make your own gold when everyone knew about it. The Flammels had to sign a magically binding contract with the Goblin Nation to not put into circulation more than a certain amount of gold every year, as to not collapse the economy. The amount varied from year to year, depending on a few factors, but Harry knew that last year their upper limit had been 830 galleons worth. Harry also knew that the Flammels were capable of transmuting any substance into any other with the Philosopher's Stone, while the rest of the world thought it could only make gold and the elixir of life, which easily circumvented the contract of the Goblin Nation. Harry was quite surprised to learn that a good chunk of the rare metals that the Muggles were using in electronics came from the Flammels, for quite the price as well. This dagger, though, it was solid proof that the Flammels had something to hang over the Goblin Nation's head, their most valued forging secrets. That it was made of mithril, which was considered an exhausted resource after the goblins turned it all into what they called goblin silver artifacts, would also stir up the beehive. There was a damn good reason why goblins considered all goblin-made items lent to wizards rather than bought. The material in them was gone from any veins in the earth, thus no more could be made. They wanted to keep a monopoly of what was left. Shaking his head, Harry pocketed the sheathed dagger, making a knot to find a good holster for it, before turning to Sirius. "I'm done, Padfoot," Harry announced as he held the small but massively internally expanded bag that held the rest of his gifts before pocketing it as well. "Now, Harry, to be perfectly honest, I was planning on another gift for you, but with Amelia here it would be best for it to wait until the summer for your birthday." Sirius confessed, "That's fine with me. But what did you have in mind?" Harry asked dubiously. In response, Sirius leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Harry to blush brightly. "Sirius," Harry exclaimed, "it's my godfather duty to make sure you know these kinds of things." Sirius insisted with a grin. "Come now, Harry, you have to admit that it would be for the best. That way when you get a girlfriend, you won't be clueless." Kagaya teased. "I'm not clueless. Rather, I could say I know too much." Harry protested weakly. Knowing about something and actually having experience in it is something else entirely. Kagaya corrected. "But isn't this too much?" Harry Tally groaned. "Oh, get over yourself and thank your godfather for arranging for a porn star to take your virginity and show you the ropes." Kagaya rolled her eyes. "Thanks, Sirius. But let's not talk about this until summer, okay?" Harry said weakly. "Sure thing, pup." Sirius barked out a laugh and led the way out of the room. The two ended up spending the day with Amelia Bones' group, during which time Harry learned that they were there due to Susan winning a bet with her aunt, with Hermione being invited along after Susan found out how boring her holidays usually were, which Hermione protested weakly about. While Tonks had been invited as a friend of Amelia's, as well as a secondary pair of eyes to look after the girls. That had obviously not worked out as well as Amelia had hoped, but they were alive and well, so she would take what results she could. It was not like she could officially reprimand her for almost having a foursome after getting drunk with her charges who should not have even been in Vegas, never mind aged and drinking. It was close to midnight when the group decided to tuck in for the night, as they would be returning to Britain in the morning, and none wanted to take a portkey while hungover. There were reasons why some people suggested the Cruciatus as safer alternatives to torturing oneself. But, as Harry's luck would have it, as they were passing through a rather quiet street, that his instincts screamed at him that something was seriously amiss. So did Kagaya, for that matter. There's no way a street in Vegas would be this quiet at this time. / it's a trap, so one of you did notice. A voice came from the shadows along with the sound of footsteps. All around them, from almost every shadow, which admittedly were not too many in the neon-illuminated street, stepped out hooded wizards and witches, and to the surprise of those present, werewolves as well. A quick glance to the sky confirmed it. A full moon was out tonight, and judging by how calm they were, they had all taken Wolfsbane potion. "Who are you?" Amelia demanded, stepping in front of Susan and Hermione with Tonks covering their back. Sirius, however, met Harry's eyes and knew that he would get the shit beaten out of him if he attempted the same. Someone whose business was disrupted one too many times by your work. The same man he also hooded, replied calmly. Your arrests and raids have cost me quite a few galleons, several times more than I would have been willing to part with. So you need to disappear now, before you cost me even more. It's nothing personal, just business. The man chuckled. Well, you will have to excuse us if we take it personally. Harry deadpanned as he casually stepped forward, drawing his wand with casualness that seemed to tell the other. Yeah, I just did that. What of it? Ah, the illustrious Lord Potter. The man said coldly. It came as quite a surprise to find out you will be here as well. An unexpected bonus. You don't say. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm no supporter of that British Dark Lord you defeated. Rather, it was your family and their business ventures that drew my ire. The man hissed. Ah, you must have been one of those poor sods that were left in the dust. My family allied themselves with the Longbottoms. Harry said in realization. Indeed. The man snarled, which seemed to agitate the others. But you don't sound as old as you should. Harry narrowed his eyes. And you're no immortal either. That only leaves on death. Impressive. I admit I did not expect to be found out so easily by one as young as you. The man said slowly as he raised a hand and flipped his hood backwards to reveal his crimson eyes and, more importantly, elongate teeth. A vampire with werewolves working for him? Straying from tradition a touch. Are we? Harry chuckled. Times change. The vampire said slowly, his eye narrowed in annoyance. Tell me, child, why are you so unafraid? We have you all outnumbered 5-1. It's quite simple, really. Harry began in a tone one would use for explaining something very simple to a particularly dull child. Something the vampire before him seemed to have taken notice of if his gnashing teeth were any evidence. I don't need to fear you because you're already dead. You just don't know it yet. With that, Harry did something that baffled his allies and enemies alike. He tossed his wand high into the air, and stupidly, almost everyone chose to follow it with their eyes. All but Harry and the vampire, who were staring into each other's eyes. It was thanks to this that the vampire noticed it, and for the first time in a long while, he felt sheer terror as Harry's emerald irises turned blood red, with a black symbol within that had been the bane of vampires and other undead millennia ago. A symbol still taught about even today in their covens as mark of death incarnate. In that moment, the vampire decided that this attack was a loss, and he was every man for himself, so he instantly reached for his portkey, only to freeze, the icy threads of terror grasping his heart as it did not activate as it should. A second later, he realized he was sinking, and glancing down, he saw that the entire street had been transformed into a massive bog. All but where Harry and his companions were standing. Within moments, portions of the mud shot upwards, forming thick walls around Harry's companions, protecting them from spells sent their way. Turning his attention back towards Harry, he was startled to find himself nose to nose with the boy-turned-man, and a moment later the boy was holding his head in a firm grasp, his left eye changing back to emerald while in the other the red seemed to bleed into the sclera. Numerous black, concentric rings spread in a ripple-like fashion from the pupil, 3 black comas on the 3 innermost circles. In them, for the first time since he became a vampire, he truly felt his body wholly, the slight numbness of undeath fading. And nothing terrified him more. Your soul is in my grasp, leech. Harry hissed lowly as to not alert his companions. And I do not like what I see within it. Without another word, Harry pulled, and the vampire's body collapsed lifelessly into the bog, but did not sink too much. Harry took a moment to glance at the man's dealings regarding his family, and found out his involvement in the death of 1 uncle and 2 great-aunts. His hatred burned, and he was more than willing to let it out on the empty shell of the leech. Harry intoned, and he felt a slight sting in his right eye as black flames engulfed the corpse. Turning away, he noticed that the walls would soon collapse from the spell fire, and decided to end it. Forming the bird and snake hand signs, he molded his chakra into the bog and established his influence over it. Doton, Doriuso, he called out lowly, and all around him were screams of agony and terror as spikes of stone formed from the mud and skewered them. He remained still for a few more seconds as the sounds began dying down from the downed assailants. Before canceling the bog, he walls and the spikes, allowing his companions to see the gruesome scene of no less than 28 dead bodies and one still burning one. Glaring at the burning corpse, he willed the flames to disappear and they extinguished themselves. Shaking his head, he deactivated his dojutsu and walked over to the shell-shock group. "Harry, did you do all this?" Sirius said in a mixture of pride and shock. "Not quite, or better said, not yet," Harry replied as he drew his time turner. "Wait, so you—" Amelia's eyes widened in understanding. "Distracted him while the future me was making sure you lot won't get blasted to pieces or ripped apart." "Pretty much," Harry admitted, having sensed his future self appearing in a shunshin behind the vampire and setting up wards. "Is that a time turner?" Tonks asked, choosing to stare at the silver trinket overlooking at the numerous dead bodies. As were the others, no doubt. "Yeah, funny how I only thought I would need it if Sirius got into trouble." Harry shook his head. "Well, you lot should get back to the hotel. I'll clean up." "Harry," Sirius asked in worry. "That bog can swallow things up completely, Sirius. I'll probably only made it so shallow out of fear of getting you caught in it as well." Harry replied, "So, we should just ignore what just happened and let you get rid of the evidence?" Amelia asked incredulously. "Would you want to explain to the American ministry how some of their upstanding citizens got killed by a bunch of Brits?" Harry pointed out dryly. Amelia took a moment before wincing. "Yeah, there are less painful ways to commit suicide," the DMLE head admitted. "Am I missing something?" Hermione asked weakly. "American wizards hate the British, since in the past our purebloods kept exiling their squibs, muggle-born, and problem children over here," Sirius explained. "If they can catch us with anything, we won't see the light of day again. It's one of the reasons why I really wished you wanted to spend Christmas elsewhere." Amelia told her niece, who nodded, looking pale. "You should be going. I'll catch up with you soon," Harry said, and as soon as they turned away, he had turned back an hour. Appearing out of nowhere in the busy street went unnoticed, just as he expected after layering a "notice me not" on himself. Pulling the cloak on, he quickly spelled away his scent and noises before using a shunshin to get on top of the shortest building in the area. And then he waited, his Tensigan active, as the group gathered, as anti-apparition wards were placed, and he began the process of putting up anti-portkey wards as soon as he and his companions were in sight. Then, timing it just right, he used a shunshin to appear just behind the lead vampire and began molding chakra before forming the boar and tiger hand seals, saturating almost the entirety of the street's asphalt with his chakra. "Doton, Yomi Numa." He mentally called out his jutsu once his past self gave the signal by throwing his wand up and gave it a couple seconds to make sure the attackers were caught in the bog before continuing with a snake hand seal. "Doton, Dora Kageshi." Watching in satisfaction as the walls he created protected his friends, he waited for them all to leave before stepping out and forming a cross-like hand seal. "Kakebunsin no Jutsu." He called out, and a dozen of clone appeared in puffs of smoke before wordlessly moving towards the corpses, stripping them of anything useful before using a variation of the Yomi Numa Jutsu to bury them then and there. Of course, in some cases useful meant more than their physical possessions, as a handful of werewolf hearts and a dozen of vampire ones were also harvested, along with a few other body parts. In the cases where the earth spears had left said organs intact, of course. Storing it all away in a containment scroll, he dispelled the Kage Bunshin before heading towards the burnt corpse of the leader, forming a Mokutan Bunshin as he arrived there. The Mokutan had come surprisingly easy to him once he had taken the elixir of Hero's Blessing. But once Kagaya explained how tied it was to the user's vitality, it made sense. The Bunshin quickly retrieved the portkey of the lead vampire, and at a nod from it, Harry released the anti-portkey ward, allowing the magical device to wish his Bunshin away. He knew where it would take it, though, and what awaited there, so he had no reason to fear. Within a day, he would have increased his menagerie more than hundredfold with all creatures the old vampire had in his secret, personal stash that was conveniently within the same wards as his safe house. Nobody else knew of the place. It was somewhere in California, but Harry had every intention on going there as soon as Sirius and the other were safely back in Britain. Until then, his Mokutan Bunshin had plenty of chakra to keep an eye on things, and he had some explaining to do. In. Okay, this was a bit difficult to write since I kept wanting to pursue one idea or another for it, but here it is. It's also the last chapter until December. I hope you enjoyed it. Please review. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 9. Second-year girls should not be this troublesome. January 6th. Hogwarts. Is it me, or is the atmosphere a bit lighter around here? Harry muttered under his breath as he entered the Great Hall that morning after dropping off his truck in the dorms. It's not the atmosphere that's lighter, it's the amount of magic in the air. The amount of ambient mana has lessened by a good 2% or so. Kagaya seriously corrected him. So something or someone used up 2% of Hogwarts ambient mana? Harry asked incredulously. That should not be possible. That's about as much magic the entire staff has put together. Anyone channeling that much magic through them would be burnt out, he exclaimed. And yet that much mana is missing. Kagaya pointed out. Look around with your Byakugan or Tensigan and check everyone's. Coils. Like you, they might have access to some restorative potion that can fix them up, but there should still be traces left. Nodding slowly to her suggestion, Harry pretended to take a sip of orange juice. He had words with the house elves in the kitchen and got them to serve other beverages than pumpkin juice, and promptly choked as soon as he activated the Tensigan in his left eye, dropping the glass onto and causing it to spill a bit of its contents. That, of course, drew the attention of most of the people around him, but he easily waved them off as he coughed strongly a few times to clear his airways. They could have been dementors at this point for all the attention he was giving them. His entire focus was on a girl sitting at the Ravenclaw table, not even 3 meters away from him. She had waist-length, straggly, dirty blonde hair, protuberant gray eyes, which seemed to be dreamily distracted, and faint eyebrows. She also had an aura of distinct dittiness about her, though if it was due to her wand being behind her left ear for safekeeping, or the odd pieces of jewelry she wore such as a butterbeer cork necklace and dirigible plum earrings, Harry could not say. Overall, despite her somewhat eccentric appearance, she was quite pretty. She's not in your year, not the one above, Kagaya informed him. So either a first or second year. Harry must. I have no idea what her name is, but at least I knew where all that magic went to. There's more than that, Harry, Kagaya said urgently. Take another look at her with your Byakugan. Sure, I want to see how she did it. Harry began as he reactivated his left eye dojutsu after placing a glamour over it to hide the change. His thoughts froze when the blonde looked at him, specifically at his left eye and the area around it, blinked in surprise a few times before, muttering something under her breath about rack spurts making eyes bulge out. Her eyes! Look at her eyes! Kagaya exclaimed. Look at how developed her eyes Tenketsu are. That's evidence of a dojutsu. The fact that she has enough magic in her to fill up her coils entirely might have unlocked a dojutsu. Harry offered. Whatever it may be, it seems to be partially active. She can use it, but since her eyes Tenketsu are not fully open, she likely can't control it. Probably, Kagaya agreed. The fact that she has a couple of Tenketsu open outside her hands is noteworthy enough as it is. It had only taken him and Kagaya a few weeks after the Dementor attack to determine that the main reason why witches and wizards could barely cast any magic without their wands was due to most of their Tenketsu being closed. Only their wand hand, or sometimes both hands, had Tenketsu open, allowing their wands to draw on their magic. They had decided, after a few days of observation via Byakugan of wizards and witches of varying levels of power, as well as a few muggles, that this was a result of them being so damn weak magically. They simply did not have enough magic to pop more Tenketsu open. Muggles had all their Tenketsu closed as they lacked magic, and their coils as a whole were almost non-existent. Squibs had more noticeable coils, but no open Tenketsu. This their inability to cast magic despite having some. Harry had even experimented a bit on Filch by popping open a few of his Tenketsu while the man was not paying attention, and the result was Filch passing out and almost dying before Harry closed his Tenketsu back up. This proved that while not being able to use the little mana that they had, Squibs relied on that mana to survive, and letting it loose through an open tenketsu would kill them. For witches and wizards, the amount of tenketsu they had opened was a testament of how powerful or experienced they were. For example, McGonagall had a good third of the tenketsu in her wand arm open, while Dumbledore had about half of the tenketsu in both his arms as well as those in his eyes open. It did not take him long to equate mage sight that some wizards could use to eyes with their tenketsu open. Naturally, Harry had all his tenketsu open, having opened within a week of becoming immortal the remaining few that did not do so on their own. "Good morning, Harry," Susan greeted as she passed by. "Morning," Harry reflexively greeted, still caught in his musings. After all, he had spent most of his winter break with Susan and Hermione, visiting the two daily at Bones Manor, or the ossuary as it was often called. Flashback, December 25th, Sirius hotel room. "So," Madame Bones demanded, giving him a pointed glare. "Explain. Before I explain anything, I'll need some secrecy oaths from you lot," Harry began. "Excuse me?" Amelia's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Either that, or I'm wiping your minds of what happened." Harry shrugged. "I didn't let Dumbledore know my secrets and be able to freely reveal them. I won't let you either." "All right." Sirius shrugged as he raised his wand. "I, Sirius Orion Black, hereby swear on my life and magic that I shall not reveal what Harry James Potter is about to tell me without his express permission." "So mote it be," he intoned as he flashed white. "Damn it, Sirius. Magical oaths are not so easily sworn," Amelia protested. "I trust Harry." Sirius shot back. "It wasn't for him, I might have still been on the run and Wormtail hidden. I, Hermione Granger, hereby swear on my life and magic that I shall not reveal what Harry James Potter is about to tell me without his express permission." "So mote it be." The usually bushy-haired bookworm spoke, following Sirius' example. "As do I. We can trust Harry, Annie." Susan spoke up. "Fine." Amelia sighed. 3 oaths later, all 5 of them were staring expectantly at Harry. "Okay." Harry nodded with a sigh. "Now, I'm sure you remember how spectacularly my school year began. Adementus stole your first kiss." Nymphadora piped in. "Yes, that." Harry's eyebrow twitched. "Well, it was then that I found out that Voldemort." He ignored the flinches, left more than some of his powers in me after I reflected the killing curse at him on that Halloween night. Apparently, a bit of his wretched soul got stuck to my forehead. "Your scar," Hermione whispered. "That was why it was hurting in our first year, because he was possessing Quirrell." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "Now, the thing is, it could not affect me at all normally. My mother's protection kept it harmless. But the thing is, that bit of soul was what it was keeping his magic together and separate from mine. And the Demena ate it, didn't it?" Amelia realized. "Indeed," Harry confirmed. "Without that soul piece, his magic was absorbed my core along with my mother's protection. That was what put me in a coma." "Hold on. That does not make sense." Susan cut in. "I had that you were suffering from magic exhaustion." "Well, Pomfrey was wrong." Harry deadpanned. "Rather than exhaustion, I had magical overload. My body had so much magic in it that it was breaking apart from the pressure. And then, our brilliant Hogwarts staff went ahead and pumped more magic in me, making things worse. I was probably minutes from dying when Dumbledore finally tried a different approach and fed me a secret restorative potion he learned of from Nicholas Flamel." "The elixir of life?" Hermione whispered in shock. "No, the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, remember?" Harry pointed out. "It was something else, but don't bother asking him about it. He swore an oath to never make it or speak of it again." "So, Dumbledore saved the day?" Sirius asked. "Surprisingly enough, yes." Harry confirmed. "There are some side effects from this all, of course. For example, my magic power got a big boost, which was how I was able to take care of those guys earlier. Also, several of Voldemort's memories became mine. Not everything, but a few useful tidbits that he used often enough that they became part of his magic. So that's how you became a super wizard," Sirius concluded. "Super wizard?" Harry's eye twitched. "For that, I'm not saving your mangy as the next time some crossdresser drags you into a Vegas chapel." "Crossdresser?" Sirius gagged, going green in the face. "I'm gonna be sick." Flashback end. Snapping out of it, he quickly turned towards the redhead. "Susan, hold on a sec," he called out as he got up and approached her. "Yes?" Susan looked at him curiously. "That blonde girl at the Ravenclaw table." Harry nodded towards the powerhouse. By any chance, do you know who she is? That girl? Susan tilted her head in thought. Yeah, that's Luna Lovegood. Her father owns the Quibbler. She's a second year. I see, thanks. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Oh, are you interested in younger girls, Harry? Susan teased, just looking for options for making that foursome we missed into a fivesome in the future. Harry whispered in her ear, making blush fiercely. To be honest, I'm not sure what, but there's something about her that's off. You don't say. Susan deadpanned. Besides her tastes and decorations, I mean. Harry smirked. I'll let you know if I find something interesting. Just don't tell anyone, especially Hermione. All right, but you owe me Buster. Susan agreed before heading to the Hufflepuff table. So she's Luna Lovegood, Harry remarked as he began going through Dumbledore's memories connected to that name. Daughter of Xenophilius Lovegood and Pandora Celine Lovegood née Malfoy. Kagaya spoke in a thoughtful voice. She was my most recent transmigrant. Was? Harry asked. She was a researcher for the Department of Mysteries, quite the brilliant woman. Kagaya reminisced. She died around 3 years ago, when one of her experiments went wrong. It's quite surprising her daughter is still alive. She was close enough to get caught in the blast. Maybe that gave her the impulse to do some dangerous experiments herself, like suck part of Hogwarts' ambient magic into herself. Harry offered. Anything's possible. Why don't you go find out? Kagaya suggested. The direct route, eh? Harry mused as he glanced at Luna and then at those seated close to her at the Ravenclaw table, his eyes locking in on Su Li, a Chinese girl and one of Harry's classmates in runes. Why not? He mentally shrugged before he casually made his way towards Su Li, making sure to brush by Luna slightly, and then paused to give an apology long enough to drain a bit more of her magic. While he was making small talk with Sue about their runes homework, he and Kagaya were mentally going through Luna's most recent memories. And it's not there. Kagaya growled. December 22nd ND is not there at all in her memories. It's not blocked or erased. There would be traces. She simply went to bed on the 21 SD and woke up on the 23 RD hurting all over. At least Pomfrey was able to fix most of the damage, even if she still has some aches. Harry mentally grunted. The issue, however, is that someone used her to store a chunk of Hogwarts ambient magic without her knowledge. Harry, please check if she's still a virgin. Kagaya asked quietly, and Harry understood the real question. She's still a virgin, Harry said, and he could feel some relief from the ancient woman. The question remains, who did it? Kagaya muttered. Let's see if I can find out. Harry offered. By evening, Harry had discreetly interrogated all the paintings near the Ravenclaw Tower and found out that someone had indeed entered the Ravenclaw dorms under the cover of invisibility on the night of 21st. But it was hardly the first time someone sneaked in after curfew, so it was ignored by the few portraits that noticed the hidden entrance open. The situation was made even more inconvenient by the fact that the Ravenclaw dorms were not protected by a password, but by a witty question the knocker would ask. So literally anyone could have entered if they got lucky and got a question they knew. Okay. The closest thing I can compare this to is how Ginny Weasley had large gaps in her memories due to being possessed by the Diary Horcrux. Harry grunted in irritation a few weeks later, and by the decorations it was already Valentine's Day, February 14th. There was no foreign soul or magic in her. Kagaya tiredly reminded him. Or if she was possessed, all traces had been erased by the time the school term started. So we're back to square one. Someone used her to store magic. The question is, why? Harry grunted just before bumping into someone. Sorry, my bad. He quickly apologized before his eyes fell on Ginny Weasley. She seemed different, though, compared to the last year. She seemed neater. Her hair was done in a more sophisticated but not overly eye-catching way. But more importantly, her eyes held an intelligent spark that he had seen in few people, and even fewer magicals. Well, she was possessed last year. Harry absently reasoned to himself. It's all right, Harry. I wasn't really looking where I was going either. Ginny gave him a relaxed shrug before quickly picking up her drop bag and rushing off. I'm late for charms. There's something off with her as well, Kagaya remarked. Well, almost all the memories of her I have were while she was suffering from the effects of the Diary Horcrux. Harry shrugged. Plus, that kind of experience changes people. Perhaps, but the look in her eyes, it seemed scheming and somewhat familiar. I saw something like it in your memories, but I don't remember where. She trailed off thoughtfully. She dropped her quill, Harry remarked, and went to pick it up only to freeze a few inches from it, literally feeling the volume of magic in it. "Kaguya, take a look at this." Harry called out for her attention as he activated, but his dojutsu at full power. "Okay, now we can be sure something is up with her," Kaguya stated in satisfaction as Harry conjured a box, and Harry carefully put the quill inside, making sure not to either touch it or cast magic on it. "Head to the room of requirement and analyze it. That's the plan," Harry confirmed, and within minutes he was staring with his dojutsu at the quill. Contrary to propaganda, Mage Sight did not instantly tell a person what magic they were seeing, be it a spell cast at them or an enchantment placed on an object. For one thing, the eyes did not provide the user encyclopedic knowledge of all spells in existence. While it was true that every spell looked different to those eyes, if you did not recognize it, either from descriptions of other Mage Sight users or from seeing it in the past, then it meant nothing. The second problem was clarity. Some could see the magic clearer than others, and some magics were similar enough that some more unfocused Mage Sight users could believe them to be the same. Plus, there was also the fact that if there were several enchantments placed on the same object, the colors could mix and give the wrong impression to the viewer. Harry did not have the second problem, as Mage Sight was basically the lowest of the low among dojutsu. His Tensigen and his Rinne, Sharingan provided him clarity like no other, in addition to be able to see the different layers of magic of the enchantments, thus allowing him to pick them apart one by one. In addition, with the memories of Dumbledore and Voldemort alone, he knew more magic than any 10 other mortal wizards alive put together. Add the Hogwarts staff, Ollivander, and the Flammels, and he could proudly claim he had one of, if not the most complete knowledge of magic among the wizards alive in this age. Thus, it took him less than 5 minutes to breach down the cocoon of magic wrapped around the quill into the 38 spells that had been infused in it. Well, it's safe to say that this girl is quite obsessed with you and willing to go to any length to make you her boy toy, Kaguya said coldly as they stared at the list of the spells Harry had written down. "I think the boy part is optional," Harry remarked. "This mix would turn me into her loyal pet within the hour of carrying that thing." "Yes, a bit of a deviation even for such fangirl," Kaguya agreed. "The possession via the diary Horcrux last year might have unhinged her further." Harry bit his lip in worry. But the issue should have been dealt with by the mind healers. That is, if she was taken to a mind healer, Kaguya pointed out. Of course they took her to a mind healer. Harry frowned. I mean, the Weasleys won that prize this summer. Surely they would use some of that money to make sure their daughter is okay. You're thinking of an ideal family. Kaguya cut him off. And while I admit that the Weasleys have been nice to you, at least the twins and Arthur unconditionally, remember that Ronald was using you. Remember how Molly was bragging about drugging Arthur into noticing and likely marrying her. Remember how unpleasant Percival is. Okay, I get it. Harry frowned. First, I'll go check on Molly Weasley. It won't be hard to simply sneak into the burrow, stun her, and check her mind. You have the afternoon off. Go right ahead. Kaguya urged him. Half-hour later, Harry operated an Ottery St. Catchpole under the cover of his cloak of invisibility and swiftly made his way to the outskirts where the burrow was located and, after a quick check for wards with no results whatsoever, he headed inside. You'd think that with the sun working as a curse breaker, they would have at least some basic anti-vermin wards around here, Kaguya remarked exasperatedly. You'd think so, huh? Harry sighed as he quickly located Molly Weasley on the couch on the ground floor reading the Witches Weekly. Silently cast Sleeping Charm later, and she was out like a light, allowing Harry to easily reach out and grab her head, looking straight into her soul rather than just magic. A minute later, he let go, feeling disgusted at what he had seen. Make me marry your bitch of a daughter, just so you can arrange an accident for me as soon as she's knocked up, will you? Harry mentally snarled, trying not to lash out with his magic or his fists in response to the sheer greed, envy, and pettiness he had witnessed in the woman. Calm down, Harry. She'll pay. But not directly, at least not yet, Kaguya pointed out darkly. Now, return to Hogwarts before you do something you might regret, or more likely, and importantly, that can be tracked back to you. Agreed. Harry grunted and proceeded to apparate right then and there to Hogsmeade, in the Honeydew Cellar to be exact, where one of the secret passages in a Hogwarts lay. So, what are you planning to do now? Kagaya inquired. First, I'm going to check both the twins and Percy's memories of the past few months, see if they noticed any changes in Ginny. Most of those spells are, while not impossible to cast for a second year, even for a determined first year, still spread out through over a couple dozen different books. Harry pointed out, so she had help, someone providing her the books, if not outright teaching her the spells. Kagaya understood. It was merely a matter of having a chat with Fred and George about Quidditch to get the chance to absorb enough magic from each of them to have a copy of their memories. And suddenly all of his questions were answered, followed by a quick theft of the Marauder's map from the two and slick memory charm to avoid them looking for it. Tom Riddle. Harry spat as he stared at the dot on the map, attending a Transfiguration class alongside the second year. Griff Finders. Another Horcrux, perhaps? Or maybe the Wraith from your first year returned. Kagaya suggested. I'm more worried about the lack of Ginny's name on the map. Harry pointed out with a frown. Could Riddle have stashed her somewhere and be using Polyjuice Potion to disguise as her? Using her hair or something as ingredients? It's possible, Kagaya agreed. After all, if Ginny Weasley were to die, all body parts of her would no longer be usable in the Polyjuice Potion. It's based on sympathetic magic, I believe. Well, let's find out. Harry scowled. Capturing Riddle might prove the easiest way, but be careful. If he was willing to infiltrate Hogwarts once more, he must have taken even more precautions than the previous 2 times. Kagaya warned him. I'll check him for any enchanted objects with my Tensigan, to make sure he has no automatic shields or something. If he doesn't, I'll simply stun him from behind under the cover of invisibility. Harry explained as he left the room of requirement, his eyes on the Marauder's map. You know, this map is quite useful. Perhaps you should make one for other locations? Like the Ministry, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Potter Manor, your island? Kagaya suggested. Sounds good to me. I already have Sirius's knowledge of the runes involved, and I'm pretty sure I can find in the Potter Grimoire the bits of warding knowledge Dad contributed when connecting it to the Hogwarts Central Ward Stone. Harry agreed, and you were smart enough to do your own calculation, so you won't need the werewolf or his memories. Kagaya added, true that. Actually, if I'm right, the notebook in which Dad wrote down how they made the map is in the Potter Vault. So I might want to check that out first. Harry pointed out before noticing he was close enough to Riddle. Let's see here, the hell? Harry, correct me if I'm wrong, but using Polyjuice Potion shows with some sort of an aura under mage sight. Kagaya said slowly. Yes, it does. Like an outer skin colored differently. The color of the targeted forms magic if the target is magical, or at least a squib. Harry said with a frown. So it's not Polyjuice Potion then? Kagaya remarked. Could he be in Metamorphagus? Harry wondered before shaking his head. What the hell am I thinking? Why would it matter anyway how he's disguised? What matters is that he has a body of his own. True that. And apparently no additional protections. He's relying on anonymity. Kagaya pointed out, he's heading for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry mused as he watched Riddle. Go on ahead of him and stun him as soon as he enters. Kagaya told him, and he needed no further urging. 15 minutes later, he was levitating the stunned and bound form of Ginny Weasley into the Chamber of Secrets. Now then, let's see how you got yourself a body, and more importantly, why are you here? Harry mused as he grasped the head and the soul along with it. A minute later, he slowly pulled away and could not help turn around and start firing curse after curse at a sturdy-looking portion of the wall until it was dust, and he had exhausted some of his rage. Ginny Weasley was gone. She had been since 29th of May, last year, when Riddle had began draining her life force and magic to create himself a new body. I thought that when he said that Ginny poured her soul into the diary and he poured his into her was him being dramatic. Harry breathed through his clenched teeth. It appears he meant it literally. Kagaya sighed. This is just fucking fantastic. He's been walking around in Ginny's body for more than half a year now. Harry spat. And now he want yours, and not the way Ginny wanted it. Kagaya added. Not the time, Kagaya. So not the time. Harry sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Well, at least we know who did what to Luna and why. Kagaya pointed out he was testing how much power a body that young could be forced to contain. Harry nodded in understanding. He saw how powerful I got and wanted my body, but he realized I would not be an easy target, so decided to power himself up for our confrontation. So he experimented on Luna to find out the limits, and planned on doing the ritual to empower himself tomorrow, under the second full moon of the month. Kagaya finished. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm killing the fucker here, and Harry began to point his wand at the body of Ginny Weasley, which now held part of the soul of Tom Riddle, the tip glowing sickly green. Wait, Kagaya called out. Right, I need an alibi, and Harry lowered his wand thoughtfully. Not that. Kagaya shushed him. Don't kill him. Excuse me? Harry blinked in shock. Do you remember how I said that I would ask you for a big favor in the future? Kagaya began. You're saving? Harry began angrily. Do you also remember suggesting to revive me? Kagaya cut him off. Harry was silent at this, processing what she said and what she did not say. You want the body, don't you? Harry asked in realization. You want to posse's the body. Not right now. It would not be compatible with me and my needs as it is. But with a few rituals. Kagaya trailed off. Those kinds of rituals are really dark magic, the kind that may seriously darken the soul. Harry said softly. But you're not planning on doing them yourself, are you? You want him to go through them and then kick him out and take the body. Indeed, Kagaya confirmed. There will still be a few rituals required since my soul and chakra are not fully compatible with any current body or wand magic, but those I would be doing after I take the body for my own. If you allow me, of course. She finished. Cut it out with the humble act. I can positively feel you excitement. Harry rolled his eyes, a wry grin on his lips. I'll do it. I would love to have you around, and frankly, mere death is too good for this guy. It's a shame for Ginny, but she's gone now completely. Worse than dead. It's not like she could even care about what happens with her body. Thank you. I'll make it up to you. Kagaya smiled. So, what's the plan? Harry inquired. Well, I don't have a full plan quite yet, Kagaya admitted. But for now, let him go through that power containment ritual. Actually, help him through it and get him to contain even more than he had planned. Drown him in elixir of life if needed to keep him alive. The first batch of fire crab eggs had hatched just last week, and Harry had not wasted any time to turn the nearly 1,200 baby fire crabs into philosopher's stones, followed shortly by creating a few liters of elixir of life out of some of them. Some of that elixir was administered to each member of Harry's new menagerie, ensuring that the strain he was placing on the female fire crabs to lay eggs more often than was natural would not have adverse effects on them or their spawn. But the main priority for the elixir of life had been Luna Lovegood. Despite the visits to the hospital wing, her condition was getting worse, and it was only Harry replacing the water in her glass with the elixir of life at every meal on one particular day that allowed her to make a full recovery. Got it? In fact, I'll dose him with some right now, after I get some loyalty out of the bugger. Harry smirked. Go right ahead and use it. It will have no effect on me when I take over. Kagaya assured him. Great. Harry smirked and leaned to stare straight at Riddle's closed, stolen eyes. Innervate. Wah. Riddle trailed off only to freeze, staring straight into Harry's Rinna Sharingan and Tensigan. Hello, Tommy boy. Harry greeted genially. Riddle paled. Koto Ōtsutsuki. Harry uttered, and Riddle's eyes became unfocused momentarily. How are you feeling, my minion? Tied up, master. Riddle replied. Well, let me help you with that. Harry grinned as he got up and vanished the ropes before handing him back Ginny's wand. Now, I'm sure you have some more preparations to make for tomorrow night, so I'll leave you to it after you drink this. Harry pulled a small bottle containing elixir of life and handed it to him. Riddle drank it without question, smiling as his body was rejuvenated before handing back the bottle. Also, I'll be assisting you with the ritual tomorrow to get the full effect of it, you understand. So no worries, I'll make sure you live through it and your body quickly recovers from the strain. Harry smirked as he turned to leave. Thank you, master, Riddle called out before hurrying to work on his ritual. I can't wait to feed that bastard to a Dementor. When will your revival take place? Harry inquired as he walked up the stairs back into Hogwarts. Well, the ritual to stabilize me into the body and give me absolute control over it must be on March 20th, th. Kagaya replied. The spring equinox. Harry nodded in understanding. Now, the question is, how do we get our hands on a Dementor? I believe it's time you start practicing the Kamui more intensely, Kagaya stated with conviction. You mean? Harry began to grin. Yes. We have determined via your Kage Bunshin that the dimension you have access to is safe. Kagaya pointed out, it's simply a desert wasteland perpetually at night under a full moon. Additionally, it is extremely rich in ambient energy, more so than Hogwarts was even before what happened to Luna. So it's safe to teleport yourself there, and as you are outside this world, you can choose where you appear, where you come out. It's not quite teleportation, it would be slower the apparition, but it would be completely untraceable and unblockable. Harry finished as he emerged from the huge pipe and sealed the entrance behind him, knowing that Riddle would be able to open it from the inside. With that in mind, he walked out of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and came face to face with Luna Lovegood, who was staring at him with glowing Tensegan eyes. Harry began. Fuck. Kagaya was kind enough to finish for him. Harry Potter. Luna spoke softly. You saved my life. Unnoticed that, did you? Harry winced at being caught. Your magic was on that potion. Luna explained. And I've been able to see magic for a long time now. She lowered her head slightly. Since you were 9, you mean? Harry tried to avoid mentioning her mother's death directly. Yes. Luna confirmed. But now, I can see it clearly, unlike before. And I can turn it off. Here she smiled, radiating happiness and relief. Thank you. You're welcome, Luna. Harry smiled. I owe you my life, Harry Potter. Luna said softly. As long as you're okay, it's enough for me. Harry assured her, having a bad feeling about this. But not for me. Luna shook her head slightly. Thanks to you, my body no longer aches, my eyes no longer hurt, and my mind is far more clear. It is all thanks to you. I am whole. I, Luna Pandora Lovegood, heir to the House of Lovegood, hereby offer all that I am to Harry James Potter as repayment for the life debt I owe him. So mote it be. Luna intoned. Harry stared at her in shock. This is... Harry mentally stuttered. Accepted, Harry. Kagaya softly told him. But she'll be like a slave. Harry argued. This is a heartfelt offer, Harry. Kagaya cut him off. You will have no power over her mind or body. She will not be like a house elf or anything of the sort. At the same time, this will be a bond deeper than marriage that can develop into whatever the two of you decide. Nobody will notice. Nobody needs to know. The only thing that will change will be that she will no longer be able to marry without your permission, and that you will become her magical guardian. And yes, I'm looking through your memories on the subject right now. Harry looked her in the eye and saw the most successful puppy dog eyes he had ever seen, slight tears gathering in the corners and her lower lip twitching slightly. Oh boy. He closed his eyes as he took a breath before opening them, glowing with inner fire. Harry James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Potter, accept the offer of Luna Pandora Lovegood. So mote it be. He sealed the deal, an aura of magic exploding from both of them, intertwining before fading from view. Yay! Luna cheered as she glomped Harry, hugging him tightly. Let's keep this quiet, okay? Harry awkwardly suggested. Sure, Master Harry. Luna readily agreed as she took a step back, giving him a wide smile. Don't call me Master. Harry twitched. Harry is fine. He told her as they began walking down the corridor. Okay. Luna nodded in understanding and remained silent for a few more seconds before. Hey, Harry. Yes. Harry asked, glancing at her. Are we going to find a broom closet so you can make me your woman? Luna asked innocently.